percent we have provided for media, she can lead them there. She may want some to understand where we are having lunch there.
Yagala kusooka. Yes, yagala kusooka kabaza banna Kampala abataddemu obwesige. Akalulu tekabadde kangu naye nga nkayiseemu bulungi. Era nebaza Mukama akampisizaamu. Singa simaanyi ga Mukama saali kayiseemu. Kampala Central munene. Ekyokuli mbadde nvuganya n'abantu abanene nga Secretary General Nuupu. Mbadde nvuganya n'abantu abalala bangi nnyo nga banene era ng'ebibiina bye babateekamu obwesige. Tubadde 16 ne bannondamu nga nsobodde okuba nga mpangudde Kampala Central Division nga MP waabwe era nga nkakasa nti bannakampala ngenda bakule kana akalulu si kange ka bannakampala kuno obuwanguzi si bwange bwa bannakampala era nsubira nti bannakampala ngenda bakolera bulungi nnyo ngenda bawa service gye bateekeddwa okubeera ngenda bateesa mu Parliament nga ntwala ebirowoozo byabwe mu Parliament n'okudda mu community ndi munnakampala gye baagala mbimanyi era mmanyi tinja kusobola okubikolako nga bwe beetaaga. Yes.
Yabudde wano ng'agamba akalulu tekabadde ka mazima na bwenkanya era ng'agamba ne bw'oba gwe wangudde akalulu si ka mazima. Okyogerako ki?
Nze sobola nti si ka mazima kubanga nayise mu procedure zonna eziteekeddwa okukola. After nomination twatandika campaigns. Era n'entambula kyalo ku kyalo n'enkola meetings zaabwe ne meetinga different categories of people. Nze ate simulanko ng'ayiseyo olukiiko yadde olumu bwe luti mu kyalo nti alukoze era nga nze mbadde ngamba nti bakalulu agenda kajjawa ne kakoze kano kanene nnyo kubanga mbadde entambula nga bunaku ntambula emyezi 2 gye baatuwa ngenda kunju nkola rallies ngenda ku meeting different people abavubuka abakyala abasajja bonna abantu abebigaali abatembeeyi bonna nga mbasinkana naye nga yesimulira nga agamba tibannange bano basinkanye so nga neebuuza era nze ndowooza nti ekimweseza akalulu kano ebadde umbrella.
Ekituufu ekikuwanguza akalulu kano naddala nga NRM erudde nga tewangula kifo ng'ekyo kiki olowooza ekyennyini?
Obukozi bwange ndi mukyala mukozi kyensooka okwogerako ti ndi mukyala mukozi ate ategeera Kampala mubaddemu era mumanyi Kampala mukoleddemu era munazaalibwa Kampala sibadde soose ku kulembeze buno bwokka nali mbaddeko wa LC3 nali mbaddeko wa LC1 nali mbaddeko wa LC5 kati kino si kipya kyendimu bannakampala bantestingako ne balaba biki byensobola okukola nze muntu agamba nti si yawula mu bakyala mu bavubuka ne mu bantu aba bulijjo oba okulootya oba wakulootya sifaayo oba oli wa ddiini kyera sifaayo so nze nsubira nti bannakampala kwe basse ne baga nti nedda omukyalo naye hard working nze ndi hands on ebigambo nyiza okuba nga sina bingi nnyo naye ng'ate nsobola okuba nga ndi practical so ensonga lwaki bannakampala bannesimbaga nti katumuwaka ki akalulu kaffe era nga mbebaza pata abantu bayinza okugaa nti pata NRM tebajagala pata NRM abantu bajagala era baagala omuntu omukozi omukyalo omukozi nga nze singa tebampadde babadde bafiiriddwa obukozi bwange so nsaba bantu banneesige banteekemu bagambye akalulu si kange akalulu kaabwe era nsubira nti kino kyengenda okukola si kyange kyabwe singa tebabadde bo saali baddewo so nsaba nera nebaza chairman owa NRM Meya Uhuru nebaza NRM Secretariat nebaza government ya Uganda nebaza ne bakakuyege bange bonna including my family kubanga tukoledde wamu tukolaba nga tukola ekintu kino bannakampala mikwano gyange bonna bakoze ekisoboka kyonna n'amaanyi ga Katonda ge tukozesezza okulaba nti tusobola okuwangula ekintu nga kino.
Ebibuuzo bibiri okulonda twandiyagadde okuwulira ku ekyo naye ate engeri gy'oli minisita wa Kampala nga kati ofuuse mubaka alindiridde okulayira ensonga ezikwate ku basuubuzi eziganye ng'okyali minisita ensonga z'emyala n'ebirala ogenda bikuluuti.
Kansooke ku nsonga y'eggaali nze saakozeseza ku ggaali n'emu ate n'omuntu gwoga nti wa ggaali aba mulonzi era kyensuubira nti alinayo bwobulu teyabukozese yali bufunye siyate yakozesaamu magezi maki malala sikiwa nti yali badde abufunye nze obwange obuli bwabadde bwalaali benjogera ali bwabadde bwa mazima nga buli mu straight line abantu balonze naye alina we yampangudde nange nina we nakoze eki we namuwangudde so bazze bagattagatta kubanga akalulu ne bwakusinza kamu abakoze eki abakuwangudde temwabadde mu gaali yonna kalulu kabadde peaceful nnyo kyensuubira akalulu akabaddewo jjo tekabeerangawokko mu Kampala kuba saalabyeko kintu na kimu kigamba nti kyekino tewali gwe bakubye tewali gwe bakoze batya naye ng'omuntu manyi bwe kuwangula munaku era ogamba bankoze bati banzibye bakoze batya n'obululu yafunye bungi nnyo mazima nga sirimbye yafunye bungi nnyo zinabadde mmanyi tayinza kufuna obululu nga 5000 naye bwe ndaba nga yafunye obululu bweru omutwalo gumu 8 yakoze nyira pate yeyamuwadde so sibawadde nga ye yangaho kubaga nti banensaba kalulu nti omuntu bantambuddeko ku kyalo kino bekyalo kino ayinza n'okubanga n'ebyalo bya Kampala Central bw'obimugamba bino eminga 1 by 1 tasobola kubijjayo nti ono Mbiro ono Kasaato ono Kakajjo ono Namalwa oba ono tasobola kubinnyonnyola nga nze bwe nsobola kubinnyonnyola tibengenda mu civic center njaga nti wano bengenda mu industry njagamba wano bengenda wano nti Bajaba nze mbisobola obinnyonnyola kimu ku kimu ebyalo 135 naye ate ye takisobola kitegeeza tiyatambudde mu bantu tiyasabye kalulu kubaka n'akalulu kakutambula muntu ku muntu era nze sijja kugamba tinabadde nkasaba NRM bokka badde noonya akalulu ka President Museveni badde noonya akange ne bafulaga bearers bonna abesimbyewo naye nga nsaba nga siyawudde mu pate gyokola ki gyowagira naye nga nze ndi wa NRM era buli muntu yenna akimanyi ti HAJJAT waki wa NRM naye we mansabira President wange akalulu ngamba ne Museveni mumuwe nange okole ki so nompera ku merit eyo olina mpanga omukyala olina mpanga omukyala omukozi olina mpanga omukyala omusawo olina mpanga munnakampala olina mpanga omuntu amanyi okukwana mikwano so yensonga lwaki nawangudde akalulu abatembeeyi balabagumya abasuubuzi President yabalaba era ndoza myezi si wiiki singa 3 emabega n'abatwalibwa President lwaki ekisozi n'abasinkana n'abagamba agenda bawa ssente ng'omuntu abadde mu campaign abadde tasobola kuwaayo ssente kubanga kiba kibi n'agamba kamala okuwangula akalulu kano kensuubira naye agenda kawangula bw'amala okukawangula asobole okuwanga abakyala bano abakolaki abantu abasuubuzi abawa ssente era bo basaba biliyoni 20 biliyoni zagenda okuwa era yagamba agenda ziyisa Prime Minister basobole ozigaba nga tugoberera lisiti y'abantu abo abatuweebwa bonna amaduuka tugalina abantu bagamba baga tugenda kukolako nawulidde nga bagala biliyoni 10 basooke bazigabane biliyoni 10 baziteeke mu saako basobole okuba nga bazeewula nga bazikola ki nga bazizaawo n'ekyo tekiganye nga minisita w'e Kampala nakikolako ate era nsaba kukakasa nti nkyali minisita paka mu May lwe naalayira so kitegeeza nti kyaddamu ofiisi okukola emirimu gye sinnaba kukola ekisembayo maama drainage system tuzikoze era kyemmanyi nti Kampala katakyasobola kuddamu kukola ki kufladinga kubanga twayisa mu Allen Road ne tuyisa mu Sebana Road ne tuyisaamu omudumu omunene nnyo oguwa ku guno omudumu omunene ogwa Ham so kitegeeza kati ag'amazzi tegakyaddamu kuyenja mu Kampala era ndoza mukirabye ng'enkuba bw'etonnya tewakyaliwo mazzi agakola ki olwo kati olufumo twakifudde lufumo secondly emyala nange ngamba abantu abandaba kati emyala egyo gyaffe si gya KCC tulekerawo giwa mu kasasiro that's why they voted for me because I was born in Kampala I've been working in Kampala and all my business are in Kampala and I've been in Kampala for a long time so that's why I think I was the best candidate.
What are you going to start on?
Of course, I have a manifesto. The manifesto we are going to use for the president, for the government, because I'm NRM. We have our manifesto. So we shall follow the manifesto and start with what is supposed to be done. No, but when you lose, of course, you have to say whatever you want. But because it's not so easy to accept that they have defeated me. But I'm happy all of them have accepted that I've defeated them. So me, I just call upon them to come and work together. Those allegations are expected. Even the president is going to win. They're going to talk so many things. So it's not the first time, but otherwise I just call upon each and everybody because we're working for the country. If you want to work for the country, come and work together. Come and improve Kampala. All of them have been here and I've told them that me, I don't want to say that I've won, I'm going to work together. I want to work with them and we improve Kampala because me, I want only one Kisanja. So come next, after 5 years, they should contest and come and contest. They should come back and contest as MPs. I don't want any second Kisanja.
Yes, I, Abraham Luzi, Bawasala, Sala is told. I am hereby congratulating Honorable Mr. Kabanda upon this success and winning the Kampala Central race. I should say that I have done what I could, and may the best candidate win, and it has been so. I congratulate her, and I always align with her. Press the reforms that have been agitating to make sure government changes in the infrastructure, budgeting. We've been saying 72 trillion budget is quite low. If at all we are to have a proper service delivery, we should increase it to 250 trillion. And I'm saying all Ugandans are tax evaders and avoiders. Therefore, 99% Ugandans cheat this government of tax. We are saying these reforms, to make sure government improves on its income, we must formalize the informal sector, register all businesses, and government strictly puts in measurement of all avenues to make sure they reduce their reckless expenditures. And I believe I am ready to render my service, expertise, and exposure in these budgeting preparations and making sure that service delivery can reach to the people. To be honest, I may not go into the nitty-gritties of what possibly led to this not winning, because if at all we go into the dissecting of whatever happened, we will not move forward. I want to say I have done enough, and whatever that couldn't favor me, maybe it was not in my reach, but I want to say that I am congratulating Honorable MINSA, and above all, His Excellency the President, because I have been also telling you Ugandans that Mr. Museveni is the best candidate. And our request as the electorate this time around is to unite our people, make sure that these reforms we've been agitating, they get his ear. And we are saying, Your Excellency, people have voted you overwhelmingly, so this is the time. Let's do the right thing. Let's motivate all the stakeholders, civil service, servicemen. We thank them for whatever they've done, and we need to improve on what we think can be done better. Yeah. No, I believe the reforms we've been agitating for are pro-people, and they cut across all members and groups, whether politically oriented to either side. They are for Ugandans. And we are saying they can only be achieved if at all we raise the budget from 72 trillion to at least 250 trillion. And Ugandans have the capacity to raise all this kind of revenue, and we stop the unnecessary borrowings and a lot of losses in the budgeting and the expenditure of this country. Yeah.
All right, thank
yes,
you
sir.
very much.
You have set a very rare example of conceding defeat shortly after announcing the results of your opponent. It's very rare to the current situation in the country now.
Yeah, we believe it's a mentality that and the mindset of Ugandans that need to change or needs to change. We are saying competition and electoral voting is not business, and we are saying it is sacrifice that you give to the people. Therefore, in the event you are not elected, it was voluntary. So may the best candidate win, and we are lying behind civil people. This is what they should do. And I call upon whoever we've competed with to unite people, forgive each other, and to steer this country to the brim and develop. Yeah, that's all.
But you know that many people don't concede defeat. It's rare.
Yeah, maybe normally they are selfish. They come with ill motives, and possibly they commercialize all these operations. But I have been always teaching and sensitizing our population that I'm too busy. I am someone who is doing multiple businesses based on the situation that we have a conducive business environment in Uganda, much as we need to improve here and there. So I was like, my time has been a sacrifice. And even in the event I'm not elected, I'm not hurt or even affected, because I did not expect something irregular. So I want to say that it is out of culture that whoever comes to competition of this nature, they should be doing something. They should be busy. They should be well off. It's not a do or die. Yeah.
Do you still regret joining such elective positions?
No, unfortunately. Why? I really take into account and appreciation of whoever has been behind me. And it's been fun for me interacting with people and changing the mindset and calling upon the fellow youth who have joined me. I love the narrative that opposition, they have been in my support, and even government. So we've been uniting people. So it's been fun for me at the same time. And I have loved when people really learn, and so many accreditations I've got. People want to join me in the commercial mechanical farming and the commercialized farming. So I feel good when I've taught things and people are really getting what they have.
There are very many people who are inspired by a lot of the words you've been speaking through the social media. But they are asking how much have you put in these campaigns, and maybe how are you going to recover this?
No, to be honest, I've been teaching people that don't put in too much money, don't commercialize politics. You'll be disappointed. And even you are trying to divert the mindset of our population by promising them money and this and that.
How much did you put?
I don't think I've put more than 50 million. Yeah, it's been relative and within my accommodation. So I am not regretting whatsoever, yeah.
Well, that was from Kololo, where the Minister for Kampala, MINSA KABANDA, was declared the winner of Kampala's Central Division parliamentary seat after garnering 22,332 votes, followed by Noobs Lewis Ruwongoya, who garnered 18,242 votes. Of course, she has promised to bring light to the NRM manifesto, make sure that Kampala is for everyone, beautiful infrastructure, and she said she might not be a big talker, but she's a great doer. Now, right about now, we will move to Semambo Joshua, who is in Wakiso District Telecenter, to give us an update. A very good evening, Semambo. I hope you're doing well. You can highlight and tell us what's happening.
Doing well, Sharon. And thank you very much. Yeah, to highlight on the situation how it won in Wakiso as we speak, we all know now that the 8 constituencies that make up Wakiso, we know who is where, and everything is done and done. So on the 8 constituencies, NRM managed to snatch 3 positions, and NUP managed to snatch 4 with 1 independent, though 3 is an NUP leaning. Now, as the situation was in Wakiso, Neda Segona and Semujunganda didn't turn up at the talent center. Maybe they were contented with the results and they knew what was coming. But George Musisi, Dambali Blasio Mukasa, Emmanuel Magola, Gashai Jashaika Steven, Mwadanku Nyiji, and Moses Mayanja turned up at the talent center, all demanding victory. Yes, and Charles Matovu, NUP's Musilo South contestant with Kenan Opio, also stand up at the Tari Center. As we speak right now, Machinge Sabagabo, the one who emerged as the winner was David Selukenya from NUP party, who snatched 25,940 votes and was competing with Monduni Philip of NRM with 6,547 votes, and retired Abraman Independent with 3,360. As we go to Silo South, this one was a very tight race and with the tension, where Kenan Opio of NRM snatched 3,308. It was 30,380 votes, with Matovu Trades of NUP with 26,475 votes. Now in Busiro East, Emmanuel Magula Matovu, an independent, snatched victory with 35,361 votes, followed by Chiyimba Abdallah of NRM with 17,744 votes. Rebecca Sebona, the incumbent and independent, managed to snatch only 4,503 votes. Busiro North, here, Moses Manjo of NRM snatched victory with 19,319 votes, followed by Nupu Semaganda, who snatched 14,667 votes. Now, in Nasana municipality, Dambali Blasio Mokasa was in a tight race with Indigo Gaga, and there was a bit of a tension at the Tali Center, though by the end of the day, Tolbert Musingo, the returning officer, managed to declare Dambali Blasio Mokasa with 40,667 with 46, it was 40,006. 40,000. It was 40,634 votes, and Idibugaga with 16,358 votes. In Kila municipality, as I already said, that the best dancer also lead the stage. Some young man of PFF lost to George Musisi, and George Musisi emerged as winner with 20,000 votes, and some young man with 14,685 votes.
Samambo, just to take you back, was Blasio Mukasa, was he able to, did he win?
Yes.
Did Blasio Mukasa win?
Yeah, Blasio Mukasa won Idibugaga of NRM.
Okay, interesting.
Please. We in the title race.
Interesting one. Please keep on going with the other results.
Chadondo East, the incumbent, Modern Kunyiji, still emerged as the winner with with 10,000 with over 10,000 votes, 10,000 votes, and he was in a tight race with NRM Talema Christopher with 2,349 votes. This was a tight race with 15 candidates who had contested for the position. And then lastly is the Interior Municipality, where NRM's Gashaija Stephen also managed winner with 9,114 votes, and the incumbent Kakembo Mbotekamwa of Democratic Care Front was in the third position with 562 votes. Nupu's Nabata Joyce Namuli struggled with 4,254 votes. Then the person who managed as the woman member of Parliament for Wakiso District is Betty Ethos Narima. So I will highlight on the situation how it was in Wakiso as an insecurity. We saw security items made by men in uniform were everywhere, majorly the roads that were leading into the headquarters of Wakiso district, and there was a few inconvenience that was caused by the supporters who were waiting outside the headquarters, but still the Uganda police and VPDF made sure that the situation goes back into calm, and there wasn't any disturbance outside and inside the service center in Wakiso.
Well, I'm very glad that you're very okay, Semambo. That's not the same case with certain places or certain areas. Today, there have been some arrests, there have been some citizens who tried to cause commotion, but again, police and other security agencies were able to nip that in the bud and make sure that Ugandans still have peace, encounter and feel peaceful while we await for the final results that are going to be coming in from the National Tally Center, and most probably to even know who the president of the country tomorrow before 5 p.m. as declared and said by Justice Simon Byabakama, the chairperson of EC. I'll let you rest and we will be hearing from you maybe later on or tomorrow. Thank you, Semambo.
Welcome.
Moving on from that, Minister of State for Fisheries, Helen Adoa, the NRM flag bearer for Serere District Woman Member of Parliament, has lost her seat to S.
Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for your patience, your cooperation, and for the keen interest you have exhibited in getting to know what is unfolding in the results arising out of yesterday's elections. We shall continue to update you until we reach the final tally, which should be tomorrow before 5 o'clock. I thank you. I wish you a blessed night. See you tomorrow, God willing.
You don't have to worry because we're already in it tomorrow. So, and time will be updating. So, gentlemen, you have seen what the chairman is putting across. That by yesterday when we left, there were a few that the results that had come in, but now you realize that as we speak, I think we have results coming all the way up to 80%.
Yes.
Of the total polling of the results that have come in from over 8 polling stations, which means that we are left maybe with roughly about 20 polling centers that will now bring us up to 100%. And the numbers as they appear, we see that unlike from last year, that the president now population of voters, the vote has gone up from 6 million, roughly 6 million, to 7 million. And of course other candidates, and as we shall see. And the voter turnout, surprisingly, is less than last year, last 2021.
That's right.
I thought this time, I think with enthusiasm, we had more people turning out for the election. I'm surprised that, given we're now talking about statistics anyway, that the turnout is lower as compared to, no, I think it's not low. Because, let me see. Okay, we'll look at the details. We'll look at the details and see. But I think it's lower. And we saw that the president last time got about 58 point.
That was in 2021.
Of course, we're referring to last year, the last election. So the numbers are shifting a bit upwards, and which in that direction. And of course, we see also now the main challenger somehow reducing into the numbers, and they may maybe not catch up as last time. What could be? Let's look at the dynamics. Beginning with the drop in the numbers of voters. I mean, of the turnout.
Thank you very much, James, and the viewers out there. Good morning to all Ugandans watching us here at Broadcast House. I am not so sure, because you see, percentages can be deceptive.
Yeah.
Because I just need to see the figures, not the percentages. Why? Between 2021 and now, the population has increased.
That's right.
So the decrease in percentages may not necessarily mean that the numbers have decreased.
Yeah, the percentages
depending
can be
on what percentages are where the percentages are being derived. So we need to see the numbers and then do the right comparison and justification. Because as we talk now, the person leading has already surpassed the numbers, the total numbers of votes that were garnered in the previous elections. So that in itself shows that the total number of registered voters may have been, the numbers may have been more than the previous election.
Which is the case, yeah, because from the update.
So that one may be one of the points why probably it's just the percentage issue. But what about the votes? So we need to look
the numbers,
into
the exact numbers.
Into the real figures. Actually, 2021, we had 18 million voters. 103,603 registered voters who came out and casted their vote. You know, and you have the ratings for this year, but that is way back. And I agree with you. If we start basing on percentage, you realize that if last time we had 3 candidates or 4 candidates on presidential whatever, those votes, if you to take percentages, if today we have more than about 8 candidates, the percentage will differ.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, it will differ. So we need to get to proper figures. But I think yesterday we tried to talk about it. One of the reasons why I think we should actually acknowledge that today we have more voters that have come onto play.
Yeah, than before.
You know, than before. We have more voters. We have a lot of youth that have gotten interested into going to the vote.
They are making their debut.
Yes. and I saw one at the polling station where I was. I mean, literally taking a selfie that voted for the first time.
Yeah, because actually, again, talk of the statistics that this time, 2026, we have more first-time voters than we did in 2021.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
True.
But also, we have a lot of people that have boycotted voting this time around.
Yeah. And
these are the adult classes, depending on what has been happening around. And the voices that have been, you know, flooding the internet and stuff like that. I know about 3 families that returned back to the villages and said, hey. And they were supposed to vote on the Tebe Road, but they went far. Mitiana, some went back to Gulu.
Yeah.
So they did not vote.
Influx of people moving from wherever they were voting from, especially in town. It's not only in Kampala, but even other towns. Now, when a family realized they were going to have a longer weekend,
let's go
to the village.
Yeah.
But also, there is also the other thing which I saw normally at the parliamentary level, that some people were sitting by either a joint or somewhere or by the veranda somewhere, waiting for the facilitation, so it is called, waiting for the facilitation so before they can go to vote. And if that facilitation never came by, then they didn't vote.
Did not vote.
So there was also that group of those people, especially at the parliamentary, because you promise them you are going to give them a facilitation before they go to vote. That could also curtail a few people from going to vote. Okay. Now, when we were looking at the statistics, yes, they were not looking at statistics, we were just looking at the reality, of
what transpired.
What transpired. And we saw that the number of surprises that were coming in. And I think at some point we shall look at those surprises where you expected someone to lose and won, or where you expected someone to win and they lost. But in the meantime, I think let's check with the statistics on the board and see what we have so far, the results that have come in, and what how members the candidates are scoring. We will be looking at that shortly. But Dean, After here, what have you heard from the voters who voted yesterday, as we left this yesterday?
Some of the reactions from the voters was they were talking about the calmness exhibited by the voters on the voting day. And also, but they were also complaining about the voting machine, the biometric systems, because that, of course, one rendered most of the polling stations useless at the early hours of voting, and people had to wait up to 11 a.m., others midday, to exercise their right to vote. So those were some of the talking points. But also some were wondering that what had been talked about, the anticipation of how things would run, none of that actually transpired. Some people, like Dr. Big Sam has told us, some people thought it was going to be chaotic, and all that didn't happen. Why? Because of the security around, the patrols, the security protocols, and of course that put everything in control. So those are some of the reactions that I had. And some were also wondering, like we wondered here, why are our candidates receiving zeros in some areas? Of course, that is an issue of which we had discussed about, most especially the young ones, because like we said, some are just making their debut in voting. So they are wondering, and of course some had been promised heaven on earth, that we are going to win this, and it's okay, because in a competition, you really have to encourage everyone that we are actually winning. But what is the reality on the ground? Do you have a polling agent in all those areas, at all these polling stations, which are more than 50,000? So those were some of the reactions, and I know, most especially the young ones, they've been briefed by the old guards who have done this, not once, not twice, but so many times.
Yeah, but also some deploying 570,000 polling stations, an agent to a candidate, is not an easy task.
It is not. It is not. It requires someone to have money.
Yeah.
You must have resources. These agents that we take there, they must feed. They must be transported, and they must be paid. Because at the back of their mind, they know that, no, I am just working for you because you are going to get a fat, big cake where you're going. So there is no saying, Moyogo Gwanga, we're just dying for you. So, no, they're working for this because of the picture that has been painted by people that are going to parliament.
But also look at the numbers. If you're a presidential candidate, you have to have agents all over the country.
That's right.
And so if there are more than 50,000 polling stations, that means at the minimum should be 50,000 agents.
And
that is Nambole full to capacity.
Yes. And with the 50 agents, you 50,000.
Yes.
So agents, and you are going to pay them lunch and maybe transport. Now, if you are the type we talked about yesterday of the worth of 20 million.
Mm-hmm. If you're paying them 10,000 and they're 50, that is already 50 million Uganda
That's
shillings.
already, and trust me, it can't be 10.
And that's very little.
Exactly.
Trust me, it can't be 10.
So soon we shall be having the results of people who have been declared, and we shall see the surprises. The results, especially at the parliamentary level. In the meantime, let's look at the statistics and see what how the voting has been recorded, especially from the commission, the results that have been declared of the presidential candidates on the board here, to see how we are performing. Now, on this one, we already have a national summary of the polling stations summarized, and from what has been received is that 81% of the results, national results, have been received by the Electoral Commission now. And from the 81% of the total vote that has been received, we have a total of 50, this station is reported as per 10 p.m. Today. That was on the 16th. This was yesterday, because we have crossed the threshold into another day. The results of 26 by the Electoral Commission declaration. This is what we have here, and like we said, that the current voter turnout is 49%. And from the 43.9%, and from the 43.9%, we have the total number of votes cast, which is about 9.5 million, and that is a big number as compared to what we saw last time, and this is already based on the registered voters that we have in the voters roll in this country. And from this, therefore, we have President Museveni, the now candidate of the NRM, scoring 73 so far. The results that have been announced by the Electoral Commission coming to 73.72% now. And we have the main challenger, that is the NUP candidate Robert Chagulanyi, coming up with 22.6%. Now, and the rest also have followed. We have Nandala, the first time participant, also getting 1.8%, while Mugisha Muntu is participating for the second time and is coming up with 0.3%. My surprise, nonetheless, was here with this gentleman, Joseph Mabirizi, not Joseph Mabirizi, Frank Bulira of the RPP, who garners 0.42%. I think among these other than Mugisha Muntu and Nandala Mafabi, he comes up at the top with 0.42%. And because I've never even seen his poster, I've not even seen him campaign, but I'm surprised that he is able to garner all those votes. So we have seen that from this, we will look at the numbers, like Dean was saying, that finally when you look at the numbers down here, you realize that the numbers are a bit going up or going down when you compare with what was done or what was garnered in 2021. And this is now, as things stand, from the over 80% of the total vote counted, we have NRM with 73.7, and with NUP of the 22.72. But you realize there are others who shared the rest of the votes there. But now here we see that NRM is leading from the polling stations that have been brought in. Now this shows that the number of issues that, like we were saying when we were looking at the statistics, when you look at this, that the turnout, the other 2021,
the previous one.
The turnout was 59.3. This time the turnout is
43.9.
40. Let me get back to that so that I give the right figures. It's 43.9. But then you realize that the votes have gone up.
Exactly.
Yeah, that the President Museveni last time got about 6 million point 2 3 something. This time it has come to about 7 million. So that is the irony of the statistics. Although the voter turnout seemed to be varying from 59 to 43, but the numbers have gone up. But also you realize that this time it was the time when we were in COVID, when we were having the last election. Now from COVID, still the numbers, you realize they were higher than now. But the statistics are showing us another good story. So when you look at the actual numbers of who has garnered how much and how many of the votes, when you look at the numbers, let's see. Do we have the numbers down here? We have the summaries here of the total votes. Yeah, but I think we have the numbers. We'll get to the numbers later after we get the results that are coming in from the other stations that were being updated. Were from the northern, the eastern, and the western, and the central of Uganda. But like I was saying, this man surprised me, because when you look at the statistics, he gets 0.42, and when you look at Muntu, gets 0.53. And Muntu is doing this the second time, as compared to Nandala, who is getting about 2% of the vote. Now, this means that, and the irony is that these two guys belonged to FDC. So, if maybe they were in one political party, they could have made a bigger impact. But you know, voters, voter preferences also. You could be in the same party, but we have who we believe in and who we don't believe in. So for now, this is the statistic that we have to do with what is happening from this country and from the polling stations. And like we were saying, so far we have over 80% of the total vote that has been cast. And if the other 20, which is left, makes any difference, we expect that it could be maybe a shift in a single digit, not a double digit number to this result. So the Electoral Commission, of course, said they will be giving us the update on the final maybe result, especially on the presidential elections. And we expect that if there's going to be a shift, a single digit number, close to that, but not a lot. So what we have is equally gives us something to believe that this could be giving us at least something to think of what might come out, or the result, the end result of this election of 2026. So let's get, I think someone's online to get us an update from Lira. Okay. So gentlemen, when we look at what is on the screen here, I can see, of course, now the numbers are seen. What were your expectations and what are your conclusions in this?
One of the
because like one of the things I've seen that some presidential candidates are even getting votes the MPs in their constituencies are getting.
Yes. It's a very difficult situation at this particular moment because like you asked first, how was it where you guys went? Today I managed to go to play soccer with the Tough Stars. And once I arrived there, the first question, Big Sam, is it true? The results you guys read, is it true? I mean, you can check on people's faces that whatever that it is not. So someone wants a clear definition. This is not what we're expecting. But again, I asked them, did you check in all the districts? Or did you only concentrate on Kampala? You know, and the fact that most of the social medias and a lot of vibe is happening in Kampala, everybody thinks that results in Kampala should reflect the results elsewhere, which is not the case. And I had a very difficult time to explain to these particular people, and they have, how comes the margin is too big? Well, if someone has not done their job, for us here, we just analyze issues the way they are. Yeah, we talk about figures the way they bring them to us. But I think what President Museveni is doing better than all the other people is concentrating all the other districts in all the other spaces, that even when Kampala and Wachiso and the central districts are right on vibe, he will concentrate on other places and we'll see the margins go up. And because we always in the central, we will not know what happens there.
Elsewhere in the country.
And when those results come, then that's something to you really ponder about and ask questions.
James, why we have contrasting probably results as compared to the last edition of elections, there were several factors. One, like you've mentioned, we had COVID. The president, in most cases, and coming from a security background, was cautious during the whole process and campaign. And I remember very well, he didn't do intense campaigns in the central. Yeah.
He actually
didn't.
He just didn't.
Exactly.
Across the country, not only central.
Yes. So that, in a way, affected the votes garnered during the 2021 elections. Fast forward to the present. The president has been thorough in campaigning. But campaigning, like Dr. Big Sam will tell you because he has been there, to win elections, you need a thorough strategy.
Yes.
And here the key word was protecting the gains. What were the gains anyway? And that in itself was an issue of accountability. We have a slogan, Mpanku Way. And of course, that was ringing the bell that at a certain point, if you've been following candidate Museveni campaigns over the years, it has been about working for the people, giving back to the people, and that he has delivered. But the most important thing, because now I'm coming to strategy, let us remind the people of what we've achieved, because human beings are so forgetful. And two, someone can come and rubbish what you've done.
Sure.
Yeah, you see? But the strategy was good. Protect the gains, because the gains are worth protecting. No wonder if you look at the carrying of how the leading party has scored in the various regions. The whole map of Uganda is yellow, aside from the central. But also, the red in the central is mild red. And there is a reason as to why the results are turning out to be the way they are now. But also, there was a change of guards in who is...
Yeah, you can now look at, because when you are looking at the screen now, we are looking at members of parliament who have been declared from the polling stations and the tally centers. You can see those that are on screen that have already been declared. We can see one from Kazo, we can see Evelyn Ninsima has also been declared, and Bruce Balaba has also been from Rwanda West, and Evelyn Ninsima is from Rwanda too. So the number of members who have been declared, I think more will be coming in. Wow. MINSA KABANDA for Kampala.
That is a blow. That is a blow.
Because you are talking about some of the diminishing color, I mean the red, some parts of Central will also see that NRM has regained some positions. You can see Lydia Wanyoto for Mbale City has also been declared, and Kakuto is Ismail Lubega has also been declared as a winner for that constituency. So you see that as the results come in, yeah, you can look at Frank Tumwebaze also has been declared.
For the first time, Zambali.
Amelia is back.
Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes.
Yeah, Zambali was struggling, but finally he made it to the finish line.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can see NRM is gaining.
That's right.
In some parts of Central, although of course what was termed as the red wave somehow stopped. The tsunami has been stopped at some point.
Yeah, the results we are receiving, of course, indicate a lot. There are evidence that many things have changed, and like you have alluded, the wave dictated the way people voted the previous elections. I was saying there was a change of guards in who the new opposition party was to compete with the ruling party. We had been acclimatized to seeing FDC being a running mate to NRM. The previous elections, NUP was ushered in. And normally, people want to give a chance to the new party as they expect to see changes here and there. But this time round, things changed. Some people went for the individual merit. It was not the business of taking the umbrella. Don't mind about the faces. No, people were looking at the individual. Yeah. Are you going to help our constituency? Yeah. Will you develop it? Will you take it to another level? And of course that has affected or has impacted on the results we are receiving.
Yeah, true. We have seen in some constituencies where, especially when you compare NUP and NRM, you have seen an MP for NUP has won in that polling station, but the NUP president has lost in the station, which means that people of Nup who voted for the MP likely also voted for NRM.
Yes.
Now that means that people were not only looking at the bus or the colors, but they were looking at the individual.
That's why I keep on saying that this election was very special for Ugandans, because it has been the slogan going on. This time around, we are not going to elect for storm. We want people that are going to serve us. And they would clearly tell some candidates, last time we didn't even know what we are voting. But I'm telling you, and you will find that those candidates have been voted out.
Sure.
You know.
So we are going for a break, and when we come back, we'll get a report from up country to update us on what is happening outside there, so that Ugandans are kept informed. And of course, that is what UBC definitely does, and does better so. So shortly, we'll be back after the break. Thank you. Welcome back from that short break, and before we went for the break, we had promised that we are going to have a report from up country, and Robert Onyango, UBC Robert Onyango, is currently in Mbarara and is following the election issues there, has been there at least as soon as the tallying started, and is going to be updating us on what is happening in Mbarara now. Robert, are you able to get to us?
Well, good morning, James. Good morning, Mr. Dean. Good morning, Big Sam. We are very live and you are very loud. Here in Mbarara, UBC has been the eye-catching station of every voter, every Ugandan. Yeah. They are watching UBC from morning up to the up to morning, I think, because they will be on UBC until they get the final results. So you guys, Uganda, all eyes is on you. And we want to appreciate the good work. You have left your comfortable beds, your good houses, but only to do one job of informing our country. So we have been fine the entire day in Mbarara, and I guess all things will move on like this until the end of the cycle.
Yeah,
Thank you,
we are here to burn the midnight candle. So can you bring us up to speed about what is now happening in Mbarara?
Yes, Mbarara has been quiet, cool, and it has been business as usual the entire day. People are doing their businesses, of course, after voting. The people at the TVs, they listen to radios, but business is going on in the other way, though there is strict monitoring of security agencies, but there is no any specific incident I can quote you that it has happened around Mbarara. So I guess the situation is still very calm and we shall go like this. But in terms of the voter turn up, the voting results, of course, entire day we have been receiving results. And what I can share with you, before we even head to Mbarara, I've seen and I'm aware that General retired General Jim Muhwezi from Rukungiri has managed to secure his slot as the Member of Parliament for Bujumbura. But then the exciting and most good news from Rukungiri is that Honorable now retired General Henry Tumukunde has taken the slot for Rukungiri municipality after garnering 7,115 votes. So he's just ironing his suit so that come the day for swearing in, he will be marching back to Parliament. We know he has been there as a minister, but now this time round, he's going to enter the August House as a Member of Parliament to represent the good people of Rukungiri municipality. Sure. So back to here in Mbarara, it has been a very exciting day. It has been a very, I mean, a lot of wonders have happened in Mbarara. If we go straight to the slot for district member of parliament in Mbarara, I can tell you that the Electoral Commission returning officer, that is Mrs. Violet Tuhura, has in the day declared, let's start from Mbarara City South. The incumbent member of parliament, it is bad news for him after being pronounced by the new political entrant, and this time round the NRM flag bearer, that is the Mwine Mpaka is the incumbent. He has lost that seat because he lost the NRM primaries and pushed ahead as an independent, but of course he has now lost another attempt, and this time round he was defeated by Norman Vincent Mugara, who was the NRM official flag bearer, and he garnered 26,399 votes. Then the Alliance for National Transformation came in there with a few votes, that is almost 441. Bright Muhumuza of NUP secured 524 votes, but of course they were not enough to give him victory, as well as Moses Mwewesa, who received 703 votes. So Mwine Mpaka has retained that position. Let me just make this clear. The incumbent member of parliament for Mbarara City South, Mwine Mpaka, has retained that position. I had just mixed up a few details here. Okay. He secured 26,399 votes. Where the incumbent has lost, done a mismatch, is the Mbarara City North, where the NRM flag bearer, that is Christopher Bakashaba, has been declared in the evening as the official winner of that poll after garnering 5,478 votes, defeating the incumbent Dr. Robert Rukari Mwesigwa. Mwesigwa also contested in the NRM primaries and things went the way we also, but he tried to give it another attempt, but by bad luck, I don't know if there's bad luck. Yeah, the second attempt has not also worked in his favor. Although it was a very tight race because he managed securing 4,802 votes, but they were not enough to hand him back to Parliament. So he has automatically missed out on going back to Kampala to represent the people of Mbarara City North.
Yeah.
We'll go to we will head to the Mbarara City Woman Member of Parliament position also has been secured by a newcomer. The incumbent, who is Honorable Atukwasa Rita, also lost that vote. But though she tried, because you look at the margin of the victory and the second runners up, because the winner, that is Honorable Charity Chibaju Komuhanda, garnered 23,413 votes. And Honorable Rita Atukwasa, the incumbent, who also decided after losing out the flag to come and test the waters, garnered 22,526 votes. I repeat, the incumbent garnered 22,526, but the winner of the slot, who is the NRM flag bearer, got 23,413. For those who are quick at doing mathematics, you can look at the margin where the incumbent has lost that seat to the new entrant, who is also an NRM.
Less than 100 votes.
Almost less than 100 votes. It's very, very painful, I think. That's why at times we hear that someone is bedridden, has been hospitalized, because you might look at this was very easy, this was possible. But of course, victory comes even when you have lost by one vote. The winner will automatically be declared.
Yeah, sure.
Then, just for emphasis, in Mbarara City, the president, who happens to be the flag bearer of the NRM party, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, garnered 45,000 votes, 215. I repeat, 45,215. Then Robert Kyagulanyi, who happens to be closing up of NUP, came in the second position with 9,958 votes. If you look at the 45,215 of candidate Museveni, then Kyagulanyi, who is in the second position, got 9,958 votes. Of course, the mathematics there speaks for itself. Then Mugisha Muntu of ANT got 1,445. It's not bad. I don't know if he's happy or surprised about the results, but that's what the voters of Mbarara City, I think, in their own understanding, thought it deserves to go to General Mugisha Muntu. But earlier on, when we were speaking with the returning officer for Mbarara City, she did emphasize and also clear this to the general public that the voting in Mbarara was entirely peaceful. There were no incidents reported apart from the failures of the voter verification biometric kits, but there is no any incident which at least can be counted on the voting day to have tampered with the voting. But then, Mr. James, before we just cross over, I have been following the debate there with Mr. Dina and the Big Sam. There's something the candidates and the Electoral Commission must think about in the future.
Sure.
It is about the process which leads us to the voting. If we don't iron out that, we shall have these discussions. Why this time the turn up of voters is smaller than what we had last time? Because the process, like you alluded, some voters who were saying we were waiting for facilitation, it is really absurd. If we still have voters who are going to keep at their doorsteps, in their beds, waiting for candidates so and so to call them to say, hello, Mr. Dean, where are you? What is your zone? Are you prepared? I'm picking you. then these people have not yet seen the value of voting.
Sure.
You look at the campaign process. What message are the candidates giving to the voters? Which will compel them? Which will appeal to them really under any other circumstance to wake up and go to the voting station at the polling center and cast their votes? Irregardless, we have seen President Museveni campaigning in the rain, under very hot sunshine. Do the voters really understand that they have to go through a lot of labor to go and vote for who will lead them in the next 5 years? Then it is a process. Some people yesterday were away. A voter turns up, he or she was not sure whether he was even registered. What kind of people are we having? But the voter exercise, it must be a process which we must all bring people on board, show them the clear path that indeed if you wake up and go and vote for a better leader, this is what you will take home. Don't look about the bread and the soap.
Yeah, sure.
Don't look about this. Look at the few provisional results the Electoral Commission has given us for presidency. If you tally the number of invalid votes and spoiled votes, it can be a good starting point for the 4 candidates. Honorable Munyagwa, Honorable Mavirizi, Honorable Kasibante. Imagine invalid and spoiled votes. A good number to walk away with. They can even put Mugisha Muntu somewhere. And simply because the candidates, what was their message? You find a voter who is, let me say, who is supporting NRM, you ask him, can you give me a breakdown of the NRM manifesto? He starts now scratching his head. If really the voters know nothing about our parties, how do we expect them to vote for us?
That's
I think,
yeah.
I think we need in the future to go and ask ourselves these questions. If we don't, we'll keep on having the same discussions. This time the voting, people came, people didn't vote. If we are telling people you start the polling station, someone is saying you vote and go away. These are minors.
Yeah.
Really, these people know what they are going to vote for. How important is this one vote they are holding as individuals?
Exactly. Now, Onyango, the other thing also, maybe for the benefit of our viewers, can you quickly paint us the picture, the mood in Imbarala after those the announcements of people who have won and those who have lost, especially at the parliamentary level?
Well, Mbara has been a very busy day throughout the entire day, up to even Kiruhura, this side of Shema. We have been in touch with those who have already been declared victorious. They have been celebrating, and I think these celebrations will go on until tomorrow, until they catch up with the presidential results. Okay. So those camps who have secured the victory, they're up in, they're preparing, they're calling their tailors, they're calling their housemaids to prepare food at home. Someone was telling us, I'm just for these remaining days making my home a restaurant where people will move in, eat, drink wine, I put the sound system. So it is very exciting to those who have gotten the victory. But of course, for those who have not been in position to, I will not say who have lost, but who didn't convince well the voters, of course, they are somewhere also just trying to nurse their wounds, and automatically, if in the future they can recollect themselves and count it as a loss, and then life moves on.
Next time, better.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much, Onyango, for that update. And it's very interesting that things are turning out in the countryside. A lot is happening, as gentlemen, you have heard that this excitement has also come with a number of surprises, and we're seeing a number of incumbents losing to the newcomers. But we also seen some of the places where the race is still tight, and up to now the results are still being watched. And we also have had issues of irregularities, and of course we'll, I think by tomorrow be knowing in which areas where we'll have some of the elections that have been maybe disqualified or suspended. But today, earlier on, our colleague Timothy Nyangweso was sitting down with the NRM Secretary General, and they were about this again, the trends of voting, and he put a number of questions to the Secretary General to explain what is happening, how are things happening. We're talking about voter education, about all these things, and let's hear what the discussion was between Bwana Nyangweso and the Secretary General of the NRM, Bwana Nyangweso and Mr. Tadong had a very nice discussion. Let's also follow it.
Welcome back to the National Tally Center here in Luboa, where the Electoral Commission is doing the tallying of both the presidential and the parliamentary elections that are happening and ongoing. We have had about 4 sessions with the chairperson of the Electoral Commission giving us exactly what's happening there. But right now I've been joined for an exclusive with the Right Honorable Richard Tudong, the Secretary General of the National Resistance Movement. Good evening, sir. How are you?
Oh, we are excited. Good evening and congratulations to the President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Congratulations to NRM Party and congratulations to Ugandans.
Your overview of both your campaigns but also how you've got here, is this the result you expected?
Definitely we expected this even before we got nominated, because we knew elections do come after every 5 years. So as an organization, you have to prepare that within this period, we shall be having election. And so you plan yourself through. And I'm sure you have seen that because we planned this earlier on, it was easier for us to manage the campaigns and to manage the process up to where we have reached. We started this by confirming and updating our members' register, because that was a very key thing to us. We needed to know who our members are, where they are they voters or they are not. When we did all that and we validated our record, we were now ready for the campaigns. And again, the next thing was our presidential candidate was demanded for by party members. That means the party itself had total confidence in the candidate, and they asked him to offer himself to run. Now the third one is the party organized itself in a way that the structures were involved in the campaigns. Every leader of the party got involved in this campaign. And so it became smooth for us to run through. And it was just a roller coaster, one after another. We're moving on so well with the campaigns, and up to where we are, we're just waiting for the declaration of our results.
Right, Honorable Tudong, when you look at this election, anything that is there for you to take home as the National Resistance Movement, but also the incidents that happened, you have heard of them. What do you think about them, and what do you think about this election process this time around?
Yes, unlike the past, this has been a little more smooth and peaceful, with those few incidents that happened. We know as a party that we still have a lot of work to do with the young people. We still have a lot of work to do in urban areas, because as you see the results that have been coming, we won everywhere in this country with the exception of a few places in the central region. Now, for some people might not be able to understand, the central region is like a magnet that has pulled people from all over Uganda, because our GDP, close to about 60% of the GDP of the country, is produced from the center here. And so this brings on board so many people who are coming to look for jobs or look for opportunities. And so the population mix in the center can blind you to think that this is a demonstration against the party or the party is not popular. But no, to us we believe these are a reflection of social pressures that these people find in the urban areas. And therefore their support to the party or lack of it are not ideological. They are just based on the social pressure and the conditions they face at a particular moment. And therefore, if we focus at fixing this, I am 100% sure that our performance will improve in these urban areas.
What is it about the national resistance message that resonated with the people, that the numbers begin to reflect that? What was that about your message?
The president is always a teacher. You know, when you're a good teacher, your teaching plans are always very clear. And when he starts to speak and you're a good student, you'll know, because he keeps reminding you of where you have come from, where you have reached, where you're going, and how you should go to where you want to go. And so he spoke about peace and security as a foundation to everything we are doing. And definitely the people of Uganda know that there is no another leader or a party that can handle the issue of peace and security better than NRM and President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Two, he spoke about development with its social and economic elements: roads, electricity, schools, health centers, water, all that, which are already there, the development infrastructures. Then now the third, he spoke about the people. We have peace and security, we have these socio-economic development infrastructures in place, but the people are not hooked to these projects. How do we get the people to benefit from these advantages that we have? And that is why I speak about household income, household poverty, making sure every household is productive, to the extent that they were even went with the videos showing around who has done what in this area. Now, to me, that was the masterpiece of this campaign. Bringing the wananchi, the voter, to understand that they have a lot to play in order to fight poverty in their households. It is not only government. Government will give you the enabling environment, but you as an individual, you have a lot of work to do to fight poverty in your household. So this message went around so well, and people received them, and it became a plus for us. Yeah.
I know you must have had a really hectic schedule, but my last question to you, Right Honorable Todong, is you are the leading party, the biggest, as you call it, the mass party. How do you galvanize this country to pull together, especially to ensure that the households you're looking at, the individuals, are got out of poverty?
We have been doing this through our preachings that focus at the mass line. The mass line means that we concentrate on things that unite the population, not things that divide the population. And all this infrastructure development we are talking about are things that unite the people, and just to empower them to be productive. Once you have what you're producing, and you know what to take to the market, your relationship with your neighbor will be product-market relationship. It's not about religion, not about tribe, but it will be about product. I produce soybeans, somebody else is buying my soybeans. So it is in my interest that the buyer of my soybean is peaceful, so that I earn. That is the kind of relationship we are preaching in Uganda. And it has worked up so well, to the extent that when government was doing rationalization of agencies, I don't know whether you recall, that you could see the debate in Uganda moving sub-region by sub-region, where sub-regions are protecting products. To me, that was lovely. And I challenge my people of the north that Buganda is speaking about coffee and matoke, Toro is speaking about tea, Ankole is speaking about dairy products, Busoga is speaking about sugarcane. What are we speaking about in the north? From Teso up to West Nile, what do we have for the market? We have advantage of cereal production. We need to improve our cereal production. And so this is about leadership. What can the leaders do? Lango sub-region, for example, is like the hub of cereal processing. But what is West Nile bringing on board? What is Karamoja bringing on board? What is Teso bringing on board? Yes, fruit factory, fruit farming and all that in Teso, but we need to improve them, to boost them. And so when we start zoning this country into product lines, you'll see how beautiful Uganda will be.
Right Honorable, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure having you. That was the Right Honorable Richard Tudong, the Secretary General of the National Resistance Movement, especially giving his flowers on what their master plan has produced, especially with the results that are going to be announced in a few minutes by the chairperson of the Electoral Commission. In a short while, he'll be joining us here to give us the last session for tonight about the results. So we'll be leaving.
Thank you so much, Bwana Timothy, for that update, and with the Secretary General of they call it the mass party, the mass NRM party, and Mr. Richard Tadrong, the Secretary General. Now, gentlemen, we have heard from this discussion, both from Onyango and Imbarala and from Timothy here with the Secretary General. Now, there are also issues that come up, especially when it comes to this, the voting trends. Like I said, some people waiting to be taken for voting, which sometimes is the candidates themselves, because, like I said, how many voters are going to turn out to vote will depend on how the candidates conduct themselves. Because then the voter will say, my vote must be counted. But if the voters are the type that who will say, you wait, and I have also seen it in one of the elections, the opponent sent a rumor, a message to the village, said, you people, our people, wait until we bring you the money so that you can. But he was now sending a message to the rival camp. So tell our people to wait until we shall bring them money so that they can go and vote. And these old men and women sat waiting, and they got annoyed and they didn't vote. So some of the things happens. But when you look at the trends again, which I also agree with the Secretary General, who is saying that NRM won almost everywhere, because NRM has structures in every village, and that enables it to reach people in all the villages, which is not the case with these other parties. And some of them don't even have district offices when they were competing. For me, I think that is where now the problem starts from. But back to Onyango's take in Mbarara. You guys, what did you gather from there?
I think we actually almost tackled this yesterday.
Yeah.
We threw more light on the biggest problem here is what is the job description of the office that someone is going to occupy.
Sure.
Because if that is known, that in this office we need a cleaner who is going to clean like this and this for these 5 years, then there is no expectation of someone saying, give me transport to come and vote for you. Because now they know the clear guidelines. But because even the audience at home, the Wananchis know that these guys are just going there to pay their bills, to get access to a better passport, to have access to go to other countries, have more investment. That's why they ask for transport. That's why they ask, give me something to vote for you. You understand? Because the people in parliament, they don't show why they're in parliament. So for me, you asked a question yesterday, what do we expect from this parliament around this time? We want a proper guideline of what is the role of a parliamentarian. And maybe next round, people will not, it should be a personal thing that everybody should know. You understand?
Because not many people will be speaking, and the parliamentarians themselves who are supposed to popularize that, will not be speaking like Lucy used to speak. That for me, my job is not to do with your roads. I think to some extent that the population has gotten to a level of used to being told things. There was a part of it.
Just to chip in and to add on what my brother Big Sam has just said, the issue is we all have to accept that our democracy is still work in progress. There are some positives that have been registered. We are somewhere, and we are still seeing some holes that actually need to be filled. And one of the holes is the packaging of our civic education, which will bring in the awareness and sensitization of which candidate should be given what, and what are the duties of that candidate for the 5-year term. I'm telling you, there are people, if you sat down, and even those who have gone to school, and ask them what are the duties of the member of a parliament, the LC5 chairperson, and the RDC, they will give you the same roles. Those three. See? And that is an issue of knowing who is supposed to do what and who is supposed to leave what. So we still have those gaps. Remember, the two, the LC5 chairperson and the MP, are voted. The RDC is appointed, but the rules and the clear guidelines are not known.
That's right.
Obscured in the eyes of the citizens of this country. Most citizens of this country, not all of, not the majority. But a habit translates into a tradition and culture. We are used to campaigns where people are given goodies so that people buy votes. And I'm happy that for starters we have one man in the names of Luzi, yes, who has started the journey of changing that line. I don't need to give you anything, but all I can promise you is if you vote me in, I'll do you A, B, C, and D. Yes, he may not have won the vote, but he garnered a lot of votes from the way he was campaigning. And for those who want to follow genuineness, not the clout of I'll give you A, B, C, and D, I'll get you heaven on earth, we're saying now this is the right man.
Exactly.
And if we go by that, if we can get 100 loses, this country will be very different, and also the people who will be voted into office will be a very different breed.
Yes. The chairman when you are campaigning, for example, to be the chairman in that area, what were you guys promising, for example?
Well, there comes some circumstance that you do things because that's what people expect.
Exactly, because it's culture.
And when you don't do it, trust me, you will not go through.
You won't get the vote.
And you just have to, okay. Someone asked me, oyongata tumulabanga kwano ngaze kuzika. I mean, do I have to go and bury everybody for you to understand that I am resourceful to this community?
You're not a priest.
I mean, really. And that's why I'm telling you, almost 80% of everybody that goes to parliament, they own a funeral home somewhere. Somehow, somewhere, they are supposed to be having an ambulance that will take the dead. There is something. That's what everybody expects. You know, when you want to become a member of parliament or a chairman at the village level, then you must have a small sound system there that you can give everybody who has lost someone and a tent. And then that is a good requirement.
You have to buy chairs for the weddings.
For you to become a leader in the community. And trust me, because of how the community has been channeled, even you genuinely, when you come up, you'll find another resistance. You know, so you find yourself doing exactly what they're asking for. I'm telling you, tugulire wano omwenge. No, I'm not.
I'm a pastor.
And when you say that, no, I cannot. You go. Seriously, the country has been corrupted by wrong people who have gotten everybody to believe that you can only do this way in order to get there. And if it starts, I agree with Luzi. Luzi has got his own problems as well, you know. But I just love the way he comes out boldly.
Exactly.
To say it the way it is. But maybe also Ugandans have gotten, I've grown up in this country, and I have seen some of the ways people say yes to mean no. And they say no to mean yes. So maybe when you come out straight, people will then shun away from you. One guy came here and said, the negative, I want to get into parliament so that I can eat. Can you believe that person went through? But someone who says, I want to get to parliament so I can help.
Also.
It's so funny. And definitely to answer you from the start is, well, I went through as chairman, but there are some things that I was actually forced by the community where I live to do because that's what they wanted.
That were not part of your manifesto.
That were not part of whatever that I'm interested in. That's why I'm speaking against it. Because then it leads someone to lie to you, and when they get into that office, they'll have to get back whatever they have put in order that they can now serve.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think it is also a true way, at least for you being a chairman of KAJJAT, you are always in a KAJJAT and people can always come to you whenever they have issues. But the issue, when it comes to Parliament, for example, you find that a person, now that they have won, will disappear for the next 3 or 4 years. You don't see the guy. He does not even come to meet the people. Even some of them will be, the kind ones will be going to do what they call Thanksgiving, to thank the voters and also thank God for that they went through. But some of them will not. So the 3rd year ends, the 4th year, because there's a 5th year, you come back to begin talking to a few people, go to a few churches. And the people are saying no, because last time we gave you, you went and ate. This time you also have to also give us before. But I'm sure if you are able to be with these people in their thick and thin, even your budget for the next campaign might be lower.
That's true, that's true.
Because they understand you, you are always with them, and you have their problems. But of course, also the other thing that Dean is raising that needs to be done at whichever level, that there must be clear demarcations so that the population understands that we are putting this man in the office of a chairman of LC5, and this is what we expect from him. And we're putting this woman in parliament, and we expect him or her to be able to do this. Because, for example, MPs, you have an MP of a smaller constituency, you have a chairman of the whole district, which has about 5-6 constituencies, but you also have a woman MP for the 6 constituencies. Now, what do you, unless you know the demarcations of who is supposed to do what. You lump up these people and expect them to do roads, to do schools, to do hospitals, all those good things that you have heard about.
Brother James, if we don't go back to the original ethics, we are going to have political prostitutes. These are people that don't stay in that particular area. They live somewhere else, but they find a loophole that I can win an election in that region. And they will come and rent a property there. And they win an election, but they stay somewhere else. They will keep staying wherever they stay. If we don't go back to that original ethic of where this whole thing started, Mayumba Kumi must be a stakeholder in that particular area. That's how we used to vote. Omukulu w'ekyalo, omukulembeze ku kyalo must be a stakeholder right there. He must have a home there, must have business there. Even if they have 5 women, they must be there. Yes. And that shows that you're a stakeholder, the development. Now, that person who is there, the welfare of everybody who is in that village concerns them. But these are political prostitutes. They move from one, they win, they lose an election in this area,
run to another,
and tomorrow
you find them in another place.
And I'll give you an example. In this election, one of them has just gone through. One of them, I don't know if I can mention it, but
you better don't.
They lost an election in one area, and today they have won in another one.
No, for me, let me give you a good one. There is one who was not known anywhere in that place, but she did come, and she hired a father. Say, now you are my father.
Can you imagine?
And
to an extent of hiring.
And hired a father, and then she went and got nominated. There were people, even that information, the issue came up to the Secretary General, I mean to the Electoral Commission of the NRM. And they said, but she has already now been put on our register, she can contest. And so then she contested, but where is this one coming from? Which school did she go to? Who? And now, eventually, I'm told she lost in the election. But we were like, supposing she went through, where were these people going to find her if they wanted to talk to her? Now, like you are saying, I can sit here in Kampala and do my calculations. I think this place has a weaker candidate.
Yes.
If I go there, I'll be able to knock.
Yes,
and go through. And if I go through, am I going to go back again? I'll be in Kampala, earn my money, and then next time maybe even not go back. Or by the time I go back, I'll have more money. I can even, if someone can pay for a parent, I can pay for something else.
I love comedy. There is a clip that I've seen that one MP who got through, went and did his own things. Now, in the last year, he came back. And when he came back, he's asking people, is this where our constituency is? And
he's not even sure of the demarcation.
The constituency is the other side. He's not even sure. But it's because of how he was voted into power. We vote people because of cheap popularity, cheap things here. And we forget that we are the ones that are going to live there for the rest of our lives.
Yeah, because like you said, besides the roles, we also don't look at that as stakeholders ourselves. Maybe your recommendations are the next time when a person goes for nomination should be bearing a letter from the letter of residence.
Why not? Why not? Why not? In the US, when you want to become a president or a leader, a councillor, we had one Ugandan actually that was a councillor in California. You bring a letter from LPD that certifies that you came from, you are actually, and you've lived there for this long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You cannot issues of attachment.
Yes. You cannot.
So Ndukudin, now when you look at this, you are talking about about Lucy because we'll be referring to him again and again, because he raises a number of issues as a candidate. And many people maybe didn't like him, but have also seen from the results that many people actually supported that kind of. Do you think this boldness can help us maybe move away from the current situation we are in?
It can. Why? Because we've had familiar situations, not necessarily the boldness, but if you take a look at what has transpired, more so in electing members of parliament, the twist was, if you look at the 6th parliament, the 5th parliament of this country, you will find that you had so many of the elite lot, high elite top, as compared to what you have today. But what happened? The trends changed. People started advocating for guys who have not gone so far in terms of books. And these have been getting elected and taking up seats for parliament. So I have belief that it is normally one person that lights off or tricks off, sparks off something, and then the rest of the guys will follow.
Yeah, sure.
So today we may have one Lucy. The next election you may have several of them advocating for, I'm not paying you. You actually should pay me.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes. And Dean, Lucy, this is not his first time to contest. He has contested before and failed. And he has promised people stuff and whatever, and he failed. Now, I think he has looked at what he has done before. Now he comes back and says, I need to face it.
It must be something new.
Yes.
Okay, but let's look at how the voting in Kampala went, and we shall see how this guy Luzi also performed, because we have these declarations for Kampala Central, where he participated alongside Minister Kabanda and Rubongoya. I think we have it.
We had quite a number that were nominated, and thank you for keeping the peace during that time of campaign. This is how the results were scored. I, Asacha Rashid, being the returning officer for Kampala Electoral District, having added the number of votes cast as recorded on each declaration of results form in accordance with Section 77, subsection 1 of the Parliamentary Elections Act, declared that the total number of valid votes cast for candidates are as follows. Agava Muzora, the party is anti, is scored 182. David Ruiz Rubongoya, nope, is scored 18,242. Kabanda MINSA Nabengo, NRM. She scored 22. Hello? Hello? She scored 22,332. Karuhanga Rina, independent, scored 124. Kasozi Abdul Wahab, Jema, scored 48. Kiwuwa Ronald, independent, scored 122. Kushava Susan, independent, scored 628. Lucy Abraham, independent. Independent is scored 4,973. Ruanga Alan, independent, scored 179. Minawa Farouk, FDC, is scored 143. Muhanji Moses Kapere, independent, is scored 1,981. Nakuya Aida, the party is Democratic Front. She scored 344. Natuherwa Fiona Destiny, independent, she scored 91. Tamale Idiwaswa, independent, scored 58. Walangirira Abdallah, People's Front for Freedom is scored 94. Sorry, is scored 74. 74. I repeated that one. The total number of valid votes cast for candidates, 49,538. Total number of rejected invalid ballot paper, 1,330. Total number of ballot papers counted, 50,868. The total number of spoiled ballot papers, 418. Are we there? Accordingly, as a returning officer for Kampala Electoral District, and in accordance with Section 77, subsection 1 of the Parliamentary Elections Act, Cap 177, I declare Kabanda, MINSA, Nabengo I declare Kabanda Misa Nabengo, who has obtained the largest number of votes, to be the elected candidate for Kampala Central Division Constituency, Kampala District. We wish you well.
Njagala kusooka kubaza bannakampala abataddemu obwesige. Akalulu tekabadde kangu naye nga nkayiseemu bulungi era nebaza Mukama akampisizaamu. Singa simaanyi ga Mukama saali kayiseemu. Kampala Central munene. Ekyokubiri mbadde nvuganya n'abantu abanene nga Secretary General Nuupu. Mbadde nvuganya n'abantu abalala bangi nnyo nga banene era ng'ebibiina bye babateekamu obwesige. Tubadde 16 ne bannondamu nga nsobodde okuba nga mpangudde Kampala Central Division nga MP waabwe era nga nkakasa nti bannakampala ngenda bakola kana akalulu si kange ka bannakampala kuno obuwanguzi si bwange bwa bannakampala era nsuubira nti bannakampala ngenda bakolera bulungi nnyo ngenda bawa service gye bateekeddwa okubeera ngenda bateesa mu Parliament nga ntwala ebirowoozo byabwe mu Parliament n'okudda mu community ndi munnakampala gye baagala mbimanyi era mmanyi tinja kusobola okubikolako nga bwe beetaaga. Yes.
Yavudde wano ng'agamba akalulu tekabadde ka mazima na bwenkanya era ng'agamba ne bw'oba gwe wangudde akalulu si ka mazima. Okyogerako ki?
Nze sobola nti si ka mazima kubanga nayise mu procedure zonna eziteekeddwa okukola. After nomination twatandika campaigns era n'entambula kyalo ku kyalo n'enkola meetings zaabwe ne meeting different categories of people. Nze ate simulanko ng'ayiseyo olukiiko yadde olumu bwe luti mu kyalo nti alukoze era nga nze mbadde ngamba nti bakalulu agenda kajjawa ne kakoze kano kanene nnyo kubanga mbadde entambula nga bunaku ntambula emyezi ebiri gye baatuwa ngenda kunju nkola rallies ngenda ku meeting different people abavubuka abakyala abasajja bonna abantu ab'ebigaali abatembeeyi bonna nga mbasinkana naye nga yesimulirako ng'agamba bannange bano basinkanye so nga neebuuza era nze ndowooza nti ekimwesezza akalulu kano ebadde umbrella.
Ekituufu ekikuwanguza akalulu kano naddala nga NRM erudde nga tewangula kifo ng'ekyo kiki kyolowooza ekyennyini?
Obukozi bwange ndi mukyala mukozi kyensooka okwogerako ti ndi mukyala mukozi ate ategeera Kampala mubaddemu era mumanyi Kampala mukoleddemu era munazaalibwa Kampala sibadde soose ku bukulembeze buno bwokka nali mbaddeko wa LC3 nali mbaddeko wa LC1 nali mbaddeko wa LC5 kati kino si kipya kyendimu bannakampala bantestingako ne balaba biki byensobola okukola nze muntu agamba nti si yawula mu bakyala mu bavubuka ne mu bantu aba bulijjo oba okulootya oba wakulootya sifaayo oba oli wa ddiini kyera sifaayo so nze nsubira nti bannakampala kwe basse ne baga nti nedda omukyalo naye hard working nze ndi hands on ebigambo nyiza okuba nga sirina bingi nnyo naye ng'ate nsobola okuba nga ndi practical so ensonga lwaki bannakampala bannesimbaga nti katumuwaka ki akalulu kaffe era nga mbeebaza pata abantu bayinza okugaa nti pata NRM tebajagala pata NRM abantu bajagala era baagala omuntu omukozi omukyalo omukozi nga nze singa tebampadde babadde bafiiriddwa obukozi bwange so nsaba bantu banneesige banteekemu bagambye akalulu si kange akalulu kaabwe era nsuubira nti kino kyengenda okukola si kyange kyabwe singa tebabadde bo saali baddewo so nsaba nera neebaza chairman owa NRM Meya Uhuru neebaza NRM secretariat neebaza gavumenti ya Uganda neebaza ne bakakuyege bange bonna including my family kubanga tukoledde wamu okulaba nga tukola ekintu kino bannakampala mikwano gyange bonna bakoze ekisoboka kyonna n'amaanyi ga Katonda ge tukozesezza okulaba nti tusobola okuwangula ekintu nga kino.
Ebibuuzo bibiri by'okulonda twandiyagadde okuwulira ku ekyo naye ate engeri gy'oli minisita wa Kampala nga kati ofuuse mubaka alindiridde okulayira ensonga ezikwate ku basuubuzi eziganye ng'okyali minisita ensonga z'emyala n'ebirala ogenda bikuluuti?
Kansooke ku nsonga y'eggaali nze saakozeseza ku ggaali n'emu ate n'omuntu gwoga nti wa ggaali aba mulonzi era kyensuubira nti alinayo seyali bufunye siyati yakozesaamu magezi maki malala sikiwa nti yali badde abufunye nze obwange buli bwabadde bwalaali benjogera ali bwabadde bwa mazima nga buli mu straight line abantu balonze naye alina we yampangudde nange nina we nakoze eki we namuwangudde so bazze bagattagatta kubanga akalulu ne bwakusinza kamu abakoze eki abakuwangudde temwabadde mu ggaali yonna kalulu kabadde peaceful nnyo kyensuubira ti akalulu akabaddewo jjo tekabeerangawokko mu Kampala kuba saalabyeko kintu na kimu kigamba nti kyekino tewali gwe bakubye tewali gwe bakoze batya naye ng'omuntu manyi bwe kuwangula munaku era ogamba bankoze bati banzibye bakoze batya n'obululu yafunye bungi nnyo mazima nga sirimbye yafunye bungi nnyo ze nabadde mmanyi tayinza kufuna obululu nga 5,000 naye bwe ndaba nga yafunye obululu obwero 1,800 yakoze nyera pate yeyamuwadde so sibawadde nga ye nko kubaga nti banne nsaba kalulu nti omuntu batambuddeko ku kyalo kino bekyalo kino ayinza n'okubanga n'ebyalo bya Kampala Central bw'obimugamu bineminga 1 by 1 tasobola kubijjayo nti ono Mbiro ono Kasaato ono Kakajjo ono Namaalwa oba ono tasobola kubinnyonnyola nga nze bwe nsobola kubinnyonnyola tibengenda mu civic center njaga nti wano bengenda mu industry njagamba wano bengenda wano nti Bajaba nze mbisobola obinnyonnyola kimu ku kimu ebyalo 135 naye ate ye takisobola kitegeeza tiyatambudde mu bantu tiyasabye kalulu kubaka n'akalulu kakutambula muntu ku muntu era nze sijja kugamba tinabadde nkasaba NRM bokka mbadde nnoonya akalulu ka President Museveni, mbadde nnoonya akange ne bafulaga bearers bonna abesimbyewo, naye nga nsaba nga siyawudde mu pate gy'okola ki gy'owagira, naye nga nze ndi wa NRM era buli muntu yenna akimanyi nti HAJJAT waki wa NRM. Naye bwe mansabira President wange akalulu ngamba ne Museveni mumuwe nange okole ki, so nompera ku merit eyo. Olina mpanga omukyala, olina mpanga omukyala omukozi, olina mpanga omukyala omusawo, olina mpanga munnakampala, olina mpanga omuntu amanyi okukwana mikwano. So yensonga lwaki nawangudde akalulu. Abatembeeyi balabagumya, abasuubuzi President yabalaba. Era ndoza myezi si wiiki singa 3 emabega n'abatwalibwa President lwaki ekisozi n'abasinkana n'abagamba agenda bawa ssente. Ng'omuntu abadde mu campaign aba tasobola kuwaayo ssente kubanga kiba kibi. N'agamba kamala okuwangula akalulu kano kensuubira naye agenda kawangula. Bw'amala okukawangula asobole okuwanga abakyala bano abakola abantu abasuubuzi abawa ssente. Era bo basaba biliyoni 20 biliyoni zagenda okuwa, era yagamba agenda ziyisa wa Prime Minister basobole ozigaba nga tugoberera lisiti y'abantu abo abaatuweebwa. Bonna amaduuka tugalina, abantu bagamba tugenda kukolako, nawulidde nga bagala biliyoni 10 basooke bazigabane, biliyoni 10 baziteeke mu saako basobole okuba nga bazeewula nga bazikola ki nga bazizaawo. N'ekyo tekiganye nga minisita w'e Kampala nakikolako. Ate era nsaba kukakasa nti nkyali minisita paka mu May lwe naalayira. So kitegeeza nti nkyaddamu ofiisi okukola emirimu gye sinnaba kukola. Ekisembayo maama, drainage system tuzikoze. Era kyemmanyi nti Kampala katakyasobola kuddamu kukola ki floodinga. Kubanga twayisa mu Allen Road, ne tuyisa mu Savannah Road, ne tuyisaamu omudumu omunene nnyo. Oguba ku guno omudumu omunene ogwa Ham. So kitegeeza kati amazzi tegakyaddamu kuyenja mu Kampala. Era ndoza mukirabe ng'enkuba bw'etonnya tewakyaliwo mazzi agakola ki, olwo kati olufumo twakifudde lufumo. Secondly, emyala nange ngamba abantu abandaba kati emyala egyo gyaffe si gya KCC, tulekerawo giwa mu kasasiro. That's why they voted for me, because I was born in Kampala, I've been working in Kampala, and all my business are in Kampala. And I've been in Kampala for a long time. So that's why I think I was the best candidate.
What are you going to start on?
Of course, I have a manifesto. The manifesto we are going to use for the president, for the government, because I'm NRM. We have our manifesto. So we shall follow the manifesto and start with what is supposed to be done. No, but when you lose, of course you have to say whatever you want. But because it's not so easy to accept that they have defeated me. But I'm happy all of them have accepted that I've defeated them. I want to work with them and to improve Kampala, because we want only one Kisanja. So come next, after 5 years, they should contest and come and contest. They should come back and contest as MPs. I don't want any second Kisanja.
Yes, I, Abraham Luzi, Bawasala, Sala is told. I am hereby congratulating Honorable MINSA KABANDA upon this success and winning the Kampala Central race. I should say that I have done what I could, and may the best candidate win, and it has been so. I congratulate her, and I always align with her. Press the reforms that have been agitating to make sure government changes in the infrastructure, budgeting. We've been saying 72 trillion budget is quite low. If at all we are to have a proper service delivery, we should increase it to 250 trillion. And I'm saying all Ugandans are tax evaders and avoiders. Therefore, 99% Ugandans cheat this government of tax. We are saying these reforms, to make sure government improves on its income, we must formalize the informal sector, register all businesses, and government strictly puts in measurement of all avenues to make sure they reduce their reckless expenditures. And I believe I am ready to render my service, expertise and exposure in these budgeting preparations and making sure that service delivery can reach to the people. To be honest, I may not go into the nitty-gritties of what possibly led to this not winning, because if at all we go into the dissecting of whatever happened, we will not move forward. I want to say I have done enough, and whatever that couldn't favor me, maybe it was not in my reach. But I want to say that I am congratulating Honorable MINSA and above all His Excellency the President, because I have been also telling you Ugandans that Mr. Museveni is the best candidate. And our request as the electorate this time around is to unite our people, make sure that these reforms we've been agitating, they get his ear. And we are saying, Your Excellency, people have voted you overwhelmingly, so this is the time. Let's do the right thing. Let's motivate all the stakeholders, civil service, servicemen. We thank them for whatever they've done, and we need to improve on what we think can be done better. Yeah. No, I believe the reforms we've been agitating for are pro-people, and they cut across all members and groups, whether politically oriented to either side. They are for Ugandans. And we are saying they can only be achieved if at all we raise the budget from 72 trillion to at least 250 trillion. And Ugandans have the capacity to raise all this kind of revenue, and we stop the unnecessary borrowings and a lot of losses in the budgeting and the expenditure of this country. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. You have set a very rare example of conceding defeat shortly after announcing the results of your opponent. It's very rare to the current situation in the country now.
Yeah, we believe it's a mentality that and the mindset of Ugandans that need to change or needs to change. We are saying competition and electoral voting is not business, and we are saying it is sacrifice that you give to the people. Therefore, in the event you are not elected, it was voluntary. So may the best candidate win, and we are lying behind civil people. This is what they should do. And I call upon whoever we've competed with to unite people, forgive each other, and we steer this country to the brim and develop. Yeah, that's all.
But you know that many people don't concede defeat. It's rare.
Yeah, maybe normally they are selfish. They come with ill motives, and possibly they commercialize all these operations. But I have been always teaching and sensitizing our population that I'm too busy. I am someone who is doing multiple businesses based on the situation that we have a conducive business environment in Uganda, much as we need to improve here and there. So I was like, my time has been a sacrifice. And even in the event I'm not elected, I'm not hurt or even affected, because I did not expect something irregular. So I want to say that it is out of culture that whoever comes to competition of this nature, they should be doing something. They should be busy. They should be well off. It's not a do or die. Yeah.
Do you still regret joining such elective positions?
No, unfortunately. Why? I really take into account and appreciation of whoever has been behind me. And it's been fun for me interacting with people and changing the mindset and calling upon the fellow youth who have joined me. I love the narrative that opposition, they have been in my support, and even government. So we've been uniting people. So it's been fun for me at the same time. And I have loved when people really learn, and so many accreditations I've got. People want to join me in the commercial mechanical farming and the commercialized farming. So I feel good when I've taught things and people are really getting what they have.
There are very many people who are inspired by a lot of the words you've been speaking through the social media. But they are asking how much have you put in these campaigns, and maybe how are you going to recover this?
No, to be honest, I've been teaching people that don't put in too much money, don't commercialize politics. You'll be disappointed. And even you are trying to divert the mindset of our population by promising them money and this and that.
You, how much did you put?
I don't think I've put more than 50 million. Yeah, it's been relative and within my accommodation. So I am not regretting whatsoever, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much, viewer, for being here with us for this deep of the night. I know many people out there are watching and following UBC, both here at home and outside the borders of Uganda. And we thank you for all this time that we have been with you, and also thank you, gentlemen. We go for a break now, and we shall come back to look at exactly what Lucy is saying and see if it resonates with the population today and with the voters today and with what others are promising today. Thank you so much. Don't go away. We are back shortly after this short break.
your general overview projection of how far the election has been on your side, Honorable?
First of all, I need to thank the viewers who are tuned in to the national broadcaster. I want to congratulate all Ugandans who took part in the election exercise countrywide. Personally, I went and voted in Masindi Chijura, because you cannot promote protection of gains when yourself you don't take part in the process. So I want to thank the Banyoro and all Ugandans who have demonstrated their love to the president. On average, in Bunyoro, in Masindi, His Excellency the President, he has 72% using the district declaration form. In Hoima City, it's close to 70. In Bulisa, 71. Chiliandongo, 72. Chikube, 82. Kagadi, and all the other districts of Greater Chivale. Generally, in Bunyoro, we have done well. All our members of parliament, flag bearers, went through, apart from Hoima City, where Honorable Asinas Nyakato of PFF and Honorable Ismail Kasule of Alliance for National Transformation have emerged victorious, and they were declared by the Independent Electoral Commission. In the first place, I need to thank Justice Simon Byabakama and the commissioners, plus the staff at all levels, for organizing the most transparent, peaceful, and credible election that many observers, I'm sure, their statement will credit it one of the best elections organized in Africa. I want to thank our Independent Electoral Commission. Every 5 years, I see they are improving quite much. The transparency of this election is even shown at the Tally Center, the National Tally Center, where we are now, whereby you click in a polling station, the district, sub-county, polling station, it gives you the accurate figure, the same as what is on the declaration form. And each candidate was allowed to have polling agents who picked their forms. Many people, this is an election which has been honestly transparent, because many big dogs have been thrown out. As you could be aware, a couple of colleagues, ministers, have been let down. They have been by the voters. That is how credible this election is. Political parties also have casualties. Honorable Semujunganda is no more. Honorable Segona is no more. Honorable Mpuga is close to no more. They have all lost. That is how strong this election Ugandans have demonstrated. And they cannot blame any RM that any RM cheated. They have not been won by any RM people, other than, actually, it's other parties. Honestly, like now look at Honorable Semujunganda. He lost to Council Musisi from National Unity Platform. Another National Unity Platform is winning in Mutundwe Masaka. Another National Unity Platform person is leading. So that shows how credible the process has been.
Honorable.
In Jinja, which we call a big city in the east, NRM flag bearer has lost to 3 new people, and we accepted. Even here in Kawempa and other places, they might win us. So what my appeal to Ugandans, especially to political parties and supporters, let us respect the outcome of the election. Then as regards to my projection as a mobilizer, we have done our work with our chairman, the president, the SEC members and Secretary General, plus the structures, all the structures. Our campaign was structure-based. Campaigns were conducted at all levels of the structure, right from the grassroots, from the family to the LC10 ward, to the ward, to the sub-county, to the constituency. So this election has been one of the best well-organized elections. Now,
Honorable, before we go very far, what is your basis when you talk about transparency and how organized this election was? We did talk to some observers and agents from different political parties, and they are not actually accepting what has been part of the information that has been declared by the Electoral Commission.
You see, some observers observe on NTV, on UBC, they are not observing in the field. You cannot get someone who's observing by ear talk at a border stage, and you call that one an observer. Observer should be able to trail the vote where it is cast in the village, at the polling station in the village. How many of them have been able to reach Bulisa? How many of them have been able to reach Noya? How many of these observers have reached Obongi? How many of them have reached Koboko? Very few will confirm that they have gone there. So what I know is this election is one of the most transparent elections. That is why you find even in opposition parties winning other opposition parties. That is, I mean, that is credit where any of them had candidates. Because where they are winning us, we had candidates. Like in Jinja, we had the candidates where we lose members of parliament, where we are losing colleague ministers in constituencies. I mean, they are being won by either independents or other parties. Let people learn to respect outcomes of election. And I want to thank our president for his stamina. Actually, our president could have done even 600 rallies, but he was over-controlled by the Secretary General, who wanted him to do less rallies a day. But the president could have done 4 rallies in a day.
That was by choice?
No, not by choice. The president wants to reach everywhere. But also, it is nice that he didn't cover the whole country, reaching every constituency. That was very nice. He would have even scored 96.
But he was in every district, right?
Yeah, every district doesn't make every constituency. We have 4 constituencies in some districts. Like in Kampala, sorry, in Ruero, Bamunani, Kadia, a couple of constituencies. So our previous campaigns, we used to go to every constituency. Now this new method of campaigns, we are going to only one venue in a given district.
Honorable, you did talk about transparency and how credible so far the process has been.
The process is credible and very transparent. That is why you see every party which participated in the election, they have observers here, tally center observers who are taking part in the tallying.
The polling agents.
They have been given a computer with a link where they can compare what they have and what is being declared. So far, none of them has challenged not even one polling station. So every result given to this computer or given at this center, it is verified, satisfied, and accurate. Even there is one of the polling stations where Muzai didn't get so many votes and Chagulanyi got votes. I've seen it is there.
Honorable, the fact that the internet was shut down, we do have a few people we've talked to outside there in the field, and they are already willing to challenge so far what has been said out by the Electoral Commission.
No, if they challenge, it is a constitutional right to challenge. You see, now that is a civilized way of doing things. If someone wants to challenge an election legally, he has a right to, because he or she will present what basis of our suit. So, I mean, I don't see any problem. Someone challenge, it's a constitutional right. It's by law. And they will always go and challenge, and the president will win them. Because the president is a very humble man who respects the law and who wants everything to be done in a proper way. He wants the will of the people to be respected. Where the member of parliament has won, he says the will of people must always be respected. I've never seen a kind, humble man like that man.
Honorable, you did talk about...
As to internet, initially UCC said they had switched off, probably for security reasons. But then the latest I'm getting from my friends in Mombasa, a ship was passing by, it hit an internet cable into 2. So they are trying to locate the other piece to connect it.
Honorable, that is information we cannot justify right now, but because the UCC did release a letter that all Ugandans are actually following right now.
That is okay.
Even if
internet will be reinstated. The person who brought internet is the person you have voted. That is one of the gains you have. Did you have internet in 1986? Did you have it? Did your mother tell you that they had internet? But it was the country not running.
But things are changing, Honorable. We are moving in a world that is digital.
It's just a matter of days, maybe 2 weeks or 1 week, or they are working, our technicians are working to restore it. Let us trust in the president. The one who brought it will restore it. He's working around the clock. Our technicians are working closely. So what UCC told you, they have a right to tell you, and the facts that we know, as people who work in that telecom sector, we know that the cable was affected. And they are restoring it, they are fixing it.
How do you justify this? Why does this happen in this electoral process?
You know, the problem with you young people, you're wasting a lot of time on TikTok instead of listening to the message of the president. And those ones who have listened to the message of the president have voted him overwhelmingly. Can I tell you, the president won in Arua Central. He has never won in Arua Central. For all the times we have had elections in Uganda, he has never won in Arua Central. He's the winner of Arua Central. Arua, what we call Central Division. He's the one who won. So people are loving the president. Now there are districts where you know where he is not to get so much support like Etugum, Noya, those other districts. He's doing so well. He has done so well. Everyone has listened to the man's message, and they are rewarding him.
Honorable, very many youths have been using the internet. They have been surviving on the internet, feeding their families. But this is something that has been off for now about 2 days, going into the 3rd day. Very many businesses have been affected.
I'm sure the technical team the technical team and security, they are working around the clock to see that that is resolved. That shouldn't be a problem. That internet shouldn't be a problem. They are working on it.
Honorable,
cares about young people.
You talked.
He's the president of young people.
You talked about people accepting results and as and when things results keep coming in. Are you ready to face that challenge just in case things don't go your way?
You see, now this is where sometimes journalists you go wrong. You can't say things don't go my way when in opinion polls our candidate was leading by 80%.
It is not yet done.
Yes, the other day when you had an interview with him on election day, he told you his projections about 80%. I've told you this several times personally, that the way I've gone to every district of Uganda, personally, in my capacity, I anticipate we can score between 68, 69 or 70. We can. Because we have other factors held constant. So I believe 70 or 69 or 68, we can do it. We can score that. So I want you to believe in the process. So I cannot say, will I accept the outcome? Yes, I will accept the outcome because I will be declared the winner. Our party will be declared the winner.
In your opinion, Honorable?
In opinion, we will be declared the winner because even at 70% of votes collected, of declaration form collected by EC, our party is leading by 75%. Why don't I say 90%? So I believe the more they collect is the more other candidates are also earning. I've seen one of the candidates who had 5,000. Now this evening I've seen he has risen to 37,000. Then Honorable Chagulanyi had 1.2 million. By this evening is at 2.8 million. And our President, Yoweri Museveni, is close to 7 million. So I believe by the end of the process, when all polling stations are filled in, our candidate could score. Our projection was 13 million, but we have gone short of 13 million due to minimal or low turn-up, voter turn-up.
What could be the cause, Honorable, in your own opinion, your view?
The reason for low turn-up, one is Ugandans are very busy with work. Ugandans are busy with...
It's a public holiday, Honorable. Yes. Public holiday from yesterday and today.
Public holiday does not stop a farmer, does not stop someone rearing his pigs from working. The Ugandans who value public holiday to make money. People are making chapati, others were making mandazi, others are on their farms. Women are busy with their poultry projects, others are feeding their pigs. People are quite busy. So that could be one of the reasons. You see, when a country is economically prospering, when a country is prospering, the economic activities are honored and respected. So that is what I think the turn-up could have been due to the business of Ugandans who no longer have time to make oye, 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 shout.
Honorable, you did move around Kampala. Are you convinced with what you saw on the different streets here within Kampala region?
Yeah, we had a public holiday yesterday and today. I hope you are aware. So when it's a public holiday, some people are resting in their homes, especially government workers are resting in their homes. Now, UBC staff, if you didn't have this broadcast, you'll also be resting at home. So we expect less turn up, and then we are crossing into the weekend. So when we cross into the weekend, unless unless the Secretary General or the President announce a victory party. Many Ugandans will celebrate in their homes. I have a friend who bought a goat and 2 crates of beer and a crate of soda, only waiting to announce the President that Mzee has won.
Honorable,
people want to celebrate in their homes.
The D-Day is tomorrow. What should Ugandans expect after declaration on whoever will be the winner and thereafter?
I'm appealing to all Ugandans to celebrate in your homes, those who can celebrate. Those ones who can receive the results on Entebbe Road as we head to Kampala, well and better. But I'm appealing to everyone in their different districts to celebrate in a minimal way, because now people don't have so much money to celebrate all the time, and we don't want to block traffic that we are celebrating on streets, which will not be different from the other people. So we can have a minimal celebration of the technical team, of the working people here, so the people who are at the Tare Center, engineering people. So we can have a few people celebrating, delivering the certificate to our candidate or to his office. So we can have, people should expect a minimal celebration around Kampala, a minimal celebration around Kampala. But I want to thank Ugandans who have won, congratulate those colleagues who have won, colleague ministers and members of parliament. And then also I need to thank my president for allowing us work and putting in an enabling environment that has made many Ugandans participate freely in the electoral process. I want to honor the president, and I want to thank Mama who protects and who provides food to our father, the president, for making our president healthy and able to do the sacrifice. Like the president told you, he doesn't need you, you need him, because you need his brain, you need his experience as a bus driver. We cannot give our country to amateurs, people who don't have manifestos to run. So many Ugandans heard the president's message, and that's why they are saying we cannot lose this old man with a heart. We can't lose him. Let him continue ruling us. Let him continue taking Uganda to the next level. So
Thank you.
on behalf of my colleagues who are here, the Secretary General, my senior brother Byarwanga, Moses, and everyone, please let's wait for the Electoral Commission at all levels, not even in the constituency levels. Let's wait. The law allows 48 hours to declare results. So let us believe in the Electoral Commission. The results will be released. We have only 30% left to trail in. Maybe by the last brief today, we will be at 80%. Hopefully, we shall have our results and certificate tomorrow. I congratulate all the winners, and I sympathize with the colleagues who didn't make it.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister for the Youth.
I want to appeal to my brother Bobby Wine to rethink of his future by not wasting time in politics. Maybe he can take a lower level, like being a member of parliament. Always the president can deploy him to work in one of the departments, because I worked with him. If I can run the youth docket well, I believe Bobi Wine can be a good ghetto president under the president's office. Okay. And he can do some good
Thank
work.
you so much.
That's my appeal to Bobi Wine.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Now, gentlemen, before we went off for the break, and we thank Nduku Nyangweso and others for the information that has been coming to the people of Uganda, especially at such a time when we are in this dispensation of the elections that have involved the president and the members of parliament. Of course, we are going to go down to others as the timetable was released by the Electoral Commission. Now, we were talking about Kampala, and we were talking about this man, Luzi, and the vibe that he brought in this election, and which earned him about 5,000 votes.
Specific 4,973.
Exactly.
5,000 about.
And that's not a small number.
No.
I think he comes as in the third.
He's third.
In that line. Then you realize that maybe there are also people out there who are thinking the way he was thinking, saying you remember there was this man who was a chairman of Ruengo, Mutabazi, who was lashing people for forcing them to do things that he thought they should do. And he much as hated, he was also very loved, even by the very people who were beaten.
Yeah.
No, sometimes I think when you are a leader, you don't have to be with the carrot always. The stick also has to work. So how do we make of this translation of about 5,000 votes from a man who people at one point thought was a comedian or was an arrogant kind of a politician?
To start with, you can tell that the ideology he was selling to the masses or to the people in Kampala had some gist in it.
Yeah.
And you have to start from somewhere. Today it is Luzi with his ideology, but also as they were reading names and the votes garnered by the different contestants and candidates for the post of Member of Parliament Kampala, among the people that were applauded was Luzi. And why? Because the votes got by Luzi have a moral tag.
I love that. I love that. I really love that.
They have a moral tag given what he was selling to the masses, given his manifesto, that look here guys, I'm willing to do A, B, C, D, but I'm not rolling the wheel the way you are accustomed to. I'm going to work for you, expect results, but I'm not going to pay you to work for you.
Yes, yes. Yeah.
He said pay me.
Exactly. If possible, pay me. But you're already paying me because members of parliament are receiving a salary.
Yes.
And it is from the taxpayers' money.
Yes.
And that was his message, a clear message. That, and two, there were also other connotations that if I pay you through the campaign, like Dr. Big Sam said, I will need to reward myself.
Yes.
And I will leave the plot. But also, there will come issues of accountability. How can you tell a man to account if he has paid you off? It becomes hard, you see. There are always issues of conflict of interest. So there was this, there was the number says a lot. But we want to congratulate Honorable MINSA KABANDA for winning this. The semantics were clear. From her talk, you could see she knows Kampala.
Yes.
See, my brother here talked of political prostitutes. And with due respect to all the candidates, but probably some have suffered that. But also there have been issues. You see, you have to look at the trends. This particular seat has been for NRM for quite a while.
Yes.
The incumbent, who is Honorable Muhammad Nsereko, has been an independent but leaned to NRM. But also he's been defeating opposition. There was a close contest with I think the brother to the principal of NUP. But even in the second running, it was the same case. So he's defeating the same parties at that level. So you can't say that probably he's cheated. No, the lady has cheated. NRM has strength in this particular constituency. So these are some, you ought to be very clear on how things are trending.
Yeah, you can see even the transition that the incumbent is NRM leaning, but also a Muslim.
Exactly.
So the constituency maintains more or less.
Yeah, it maintains the same qualities of a candidate. But what is also beating the opposition? Look at the number of contestants.
Yeah.
You have 14 contestants, and the one next to Honorable MINSA KABANDA, who is Wana Ruwongoya from NUP, garnered 18,000 plus 2 votes. So Honorable was ahead of him by around 400 votes, roughly. So if you no, I was ahead of him by around 4,000 votes.
Yeah, 4,000.
So if you lose his votes, which are 5,000, and Muhanji, the man in boxing, which are almost 2,000 votes.
Yeah, exactly.
That alone is enough to compensate for Rubongoya taking up or getting ahead of MINSA KABANDA. So some of these issues come into play.
The pain is self-inflicted.
Exactly. This is where people have to sit down and make coalitions or ally to defeat a common enemy.
No, I just love it. I really love it. And for me, I have had late chats with MINSA KABANDA, minister, and she has done great. I mean, wherever that she has been,
she's a performer.
She's a performer. And she knows all the dark corners of where she comes from. You know, and that beats all the other people that are competing with her, because they will not go into the other details. But I wanted to slash more on the new era that we are having from this man called Luzi. That new era, really, I pray we get more 20 or 50 Luzis next in the next contesting time, because Luzi says, I spent 50 million comfortably in my campaign. Now, mark my word, comfortably. That means I did not go to get a loan
from the bank or mortgage.
Or I did not sell my house so that I prove that I want to work for the people. People must understand that leadership is a service. You give to a particular group of people to take them from one level to another. You understand? You don't need to sell your property to prove that you're a leader. You don't need to.
Yeah, sure.
You know, we have leaders in my community that wanted to resign And the people are saying, no, 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 no.
Please don't.
You just need to prove that you have the right vision where you need to take these people.
Exactly.
We have members of parliament here that sell property, that take loans.
I know one who sold a very good house in Munyonyo.
You can imagine, to come
to serve
and be a self-servant to the community. That is not worth it.
And you sell before you're sure that you will even win.
People collapse.
That is almost
People
gambling.
get high blood pressure.
No, as we speak today, the number of members of parliament who are in hospitals.
You can imagine.
Yeah.
You can imagine. Being a leader is not a do or die.
Doesn't have to.
No. And if we can borrow Lucy's kind of, the only challenge I have with Lucy is the arrogancy, that you know, the way it embeds it with it. You understand? Because you must understand the kind of people that you're talking to.
Yeah, but also, Big Sam, this is not the first time Lucy is contesting.
That's right, that's right, that's right.
But it's the first time we bring up the new ideology.
If I can bring you the Lucy of the other election, and this Lucy, you will think they are totally different, but carrying the same face.
It's now the pole of soul.
The other one. Yeah, that's it. You know, so I think he learned from his past and tried to, you know, get it inside of him and accept it, and then he wants to bring it out.
Yeah, sure.
Many people think that he's a project of NRM.
Too many projects.
Yeah. You know, then they say he has nothing to lose. He's a project of stuff. But for me, I like the idea that because there's a lot of sons of NRM that don't come out clearly to tell the people that this is the right thing.
That particular ideology.
Yeah.
You understand? So I just love it. I really love it.
Okay. Now, Dean. Do you also realize, or maybe your opinion, when Luz talks of spending 50 million, and in fact yesterday we talked about the thing, can we as a country come up with a threshold from a law saying that for a member of parliament you can only spend up to so much, and then you have also disclose where you are getting this money from? Either it's coming from your salary saved, your savings, your businesses, or something, because that is one area, because then we would be able to hold our leaders, all those who are coming to power, for accountability.
I think I'm in support of that. It is a bit hard to accomplish a task if you're financially not able to move hand in hand with the financial needs of that task. Either you'll end up cheating or you'll end up corrupt. And this is what we are seeing. Most people target those positions because of what they have to benefit. I understand the issue of saying, does it mean it is only those that are favored that will earn some of those positions? No. You can work your way up to that level. That is all it means. You can work yourself, first get financial stability, and then get to ask for anything you want. Get to become a candidate for a particular position. Like my brother here said, it is not a do or die. Because what we've witnessed, some of the candidates that have lost elections today, is because they went for something higher than what they can manage within their means.
Sure.
And they failed to perform. And not because they actually failed to perform, but they just couldn't cope. So to protect them from themselves, that's where the law comes in. That's where you have to come up with a law. Yesterday we were discussing of people earning zeros. Why? Because they cannot afford to have agents in all parts of the country. But then, supposing, maybe miraculously, this person becomes a president, what will happen?
Sure.
They will rob the country. Just like that,
Yeah.
in order to cope. So we need laws that can look into that, so that, one, you'll have contestants, you'll have candidates coming in to stand who are actually worthy candidates. You have a list of 14 guys standing in for the position of MP.
Sure.
But when you look at the credentials of these fellows, apart from Luzi, who came out with an outstanding ideology, and probably Mohanji, whom we know that has done a name in sports, in the field of boxing. The rest are not known.
In fact, I have not heard about many of them.
Even me, I only know about 3.
The first 4 people are known, and that says it all. So the issue of coming up, like you said, coming up with laws that will continue shaping what we talked over as work in progress are needed. And you see, as you continue shaping, you introduce more laws.
Yeah, because as a society...
I once upon a time looked at the Constitution of the United States of America. It's like an encyclopedia. If you compare it with ours, ours is a small booklet.
Yes.
The one of US that have had to protect and to build on that democracy is as big as this.
It's a volume.
It's a volume full of what? Laws and regulations and amendments. So we need that. There's no harm in that, because as you introduce more laws and regulations, you're shaping the democracy practices of a particular area of or a country.
Sure, yeah.
My senior Dan, I want to just differ a little bit on the issue that he asked first about should we now regulate and put so much money that you should have in order for you to go into your campaigns. I don't think that will solve the problem because some constituencies are smaller. What I need to win in Kapiripiti or whatever.
No, it is here in Imbarala. One was winning with 4,000, another one was winning Eresua with 26,000.
Yeah, so that money, I mean, if you say 50 million, whoever that is there maybe just needs 10. And here in Kampala, you'll need 100, you need 50. But what will actually help us is, number one, to make sure that everybody that is going in any office is a stakeholder. They have business worth, and what is their net worth? It's very important. You cannot just come and you want to be an MP and you're renting where you're staying. Really. You understand? What is your net worth? And the money, because someone can say, if you say, oh, you need to, after paying whatever that you need to pay, then you need to have money and you show it. I can borrow that money. But what is the net worth that shows that you have been paying tax in this company.
You've been earning.
This is your earning, and it can be proved. You understand? They need to have that track so that we don't have passerbys here. I know one person who is contesting to be town clerk, no, not town clerk, town council LC3 chairman. In that particular place, he's renting one room. Jesus Christ. How can we trust you?
On that bad morning when the landlord says you are no longer going to be in my Muzigo.
Then the chairman of the LC3 chairman will go to another village. Really, there's something that we just need to correct, and I think that will be okay.
You know, sometimes you look at certain situations and you're like, how did we get even? Because we one of the problems that President Trump has had, because it's still there, is the issue of tax evasion, and it has stuck with him, I think, for the entire his presidency. Because they say this man has been evading taxes, and that record is clear because you cannot forge it. Now, I think we also need to have that this person, you need a clearance certificate from Uganda Revenue Authority.
Thank you.
That you are a payer of taxes. And to be able to pay taxes, it means you also involved in some production of sort, that you are doing something that even without being paid by taxpayers' money in Parliament, you still can survive on your own. You have been, there is a track record that you have been surviving. But this issue of a person, and we are not saying that people should not come from school and go to Parliament, but a person just escapes from a school, university, or because the law says senior six. After your S6 and you now feel that there is a vacancy where you can go and you get to Parliament. But what are you going to discuss? Because you are going to represent the people. Do you even know the needs of those people you are representing? And you are going to build the roads and the schools, sincerely, if you don't even have a house of your own. So some of the discussions that I think this country needs to look at, that when it comes to leadership, let's be serious, that we don't subject the position of a president or a parliament or such a person of a district to whoever may be interested, but we need to look at people who are tested and can sit down and talk and look at the issues of the people and see how to sort them. But otherwise, because not everyone, you can be a politician, fine, but you may not be a leader.
That's right. That's right.
So these are some of the discussions that we need. And now, when you look at this Kampala Central, it gives us a picture. Because we heard from HAJJAT when she was saying that she can name some of the places, the small...
Actually, all the 135 villages.
She can name them.
Of Kampala. It now resonates with what you are saying of the prostitutes, that a person can walk from some place and finds a place somewhere and sits and now begins to campaign and becomes a leader in that place.
Yes, yes.
But you heaven's sake, you are not one of those people in that place. But because there's money exchanging hands, you can bribe your way to whichever position you want. No wonder we're having some of these problems.
And we must not fear to put these guidelines straight. Because someone also was saying, what about some of us who stopped in Senior 4? Can't we be good leaders? There is a guideline. We need Senior 6. Let me tell you, you cannot represent the disabled if you are not disabled. Yes, you might know about disabled people, but they want you to feel there. you must act. So you're going to Parliament to represent businessmen in this country.
Professor.
Who are investors. You are not an investor. No, excuse me. You can't. How can you be a mayor of a city? One of the most prestigious titles. A mayor must be a stakeholder. You are a host of every guest that comes to
the city.
And the mayor doesn't have a house there. Jesus Christ, how do you do that? And this is happening in Kampala, in Uganda.
I know of, talking of a mayor, of course, when we were growing up as children, whenever you'd hear of a mayor, you'd remember those Christmas carols when a mayor will come up in chains and the children are given biscuits, you know. Now, there is this time when one of the cities, the mayor was elected, I think 2 days after election, we found this mayor because he used to have a workshop and also had hardware. Now we found this mayor carrying spanners and Jesus, and was in the town now trying to sort out the sewage system. People are like, oh, we are dead.
I can imagine.
But I think also Dean talked about it, about the issue of qualifications in this city and this country. At one point, there was a movement of people who wanted to have at least representation in parliament for not having gone to school.
True.
And it became very popular, by the way. And we find very many men and women saying, no, we also need representation. Now we're wondering, what are you going to be discussing in parliament? That people shouldn't go to school?
The benefits of not going to school. Jesus
but that is how crazy things can be when people are not guided.
Yes.
So I think what we are saying is that we need some of these things to be put in the books of the law that can guide.
Even Bad Black has ever wanted prostitutes to be represented in parliament, so that we can have a chief prostitute who will be in parliament. You know, I don't understand.
Terrible.
Some of the things we laugh about them, but you know,
God,
Uganda is big fun. Now, Dean, as we are looking at these figures, you realize that, and again, it's something that we had discussed about yesterday, when you go to a polling station and you don't have a candidate. Today we have figures coming from Electoral Commission that the country has about 57,000 polling stations. Now, sometimes for MPs, we were talking about the presidents, but we have also had cases of MPs who could not also provide polling agents in their polling stations. But you know, these are about maybe 15, they could not be more than 10,000 in a constituency. Then where is the problem?
One, people have different intentions, most especially when it comes to campaigning, but at the same time standing in to contesting for certain positions. There are those that are always rooting for the position itself, and of course they have to put in the work. There are those that are rooting for the tag to be seen as having participated, and on their CV somewhere they will present that I was a member of parliament candidate, and somehow it will be beneficial. So such a person will not put in a lot. They will be a part, but they won't contest. The ones that normally are close in terms of competing are the ones who are rooting for the position. So that is the reason as to why you'll find that some of these members may fail to have agents at the polling stations of that particular constituency. But then there are those who don't even have the money or the capacity, like he said. And they are praying and saying, okay, let me try to put a member here, an agent, a representative at polling station A, B, C, and D, where I expect to get some votes, and then it will be done. So those are some of the reasons at the lowest level.
I can add on two. One, in Uganda here, there's a word they say, echinyumu. Someone goes for that office just because other people have gone for the office.
Exactly.
And you think you will. You understand? You have not understood the clear guidelines. What is required of you, how much are you going to spend on it? But because, the other guy who went in that parliament, he bought a BMW, and he does. Now you also want to be to go. So that creates that picture where people get into something and they don't know. They don't have actually representation in many polling stations because we're not ready for it. You understand? We're not ready at all. And then another thing is people are not trained and taught that this is what it is. At my school, when you come looking for a job and you want to teach P7, I ask you, what is the role of a P7 teacher? You must give me everything because you want a job. And someone comes and then you're not ready for this job. You understand? So if we have what he says and these two, I think we will have a better country.
Yeah, so gentlemen, we are coming to the top of the hour, and we've been looking at the results as they were coming in, at least for today. Most of the results, according to the Electoral Commission, more than 80% have been received by Electoral Commission, and we are seeing President Museveni with about 7 million, and the next contender, Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, with 2 million, 0.1. And the rest have gone down that way. Nandala, with the first-time participant, has more than Mugisha Muntu, who has been there twice. And I was told Nandala was involved in yesterday during the elections. As we got the report that he was injured after in the election because he had gone to another polling station to vote after voting for himself, where he lost. To President Museveni, also went to a polling station to vote for another person, and he was injured in the process there. And I was told this morning that he was hospitalized, and we wish him a quick recovery. Other than that, we have seen that the results are more or less what as one would expect, because we didn't expect Kasivantis and others to get more votes than the Nandala and Mugisha Muntu. So the trend is on. And some of this, like you said, maybe people also want appearances, that at least appeared as a presidential candidate like Katumba Oye, and is very okay with that. So
probably to come in.
And that will also be your closing shot.
Okay. The issue of Nandala leading Muntu. Muntu has ever been president for FDC. But Muntu's ideology or political ideology, if you follow him closely, is not to own the party. Is always to serve the party. FDC has lived long enough to outcompete ANT. That in as much as is the president of ANT, but FDC has been established long enough to support even the current candidate to garner as many votes as possible. So, and yet ANT is in its development
and offshoot
stages. So that is expected, that there would be followers and supporters of FDC that exist all over the country in bigger numbers as compared to the ANT party, which is headed by General Muntu.
And of course, I think that also, first of all, I think his basic thinking about leadership was the reason for his departure from the FDC, but also that FDC over time, like you said, has put structures, and if they were together, I think they would now be rivaling the movement in having structures. One of the disadvantages that NUP is having is that they don't have structures into the grassroots. It is a movement of the willing, but they are not constituted and grounded in terms of structures. Some places they don't even have offices. I think that's why. But they support. People support it.
Unfortunately, when General Muntu was the president of the party, he never got the chance to stand in as the presidential candidate for FDC.
Yeah, but at the same time, he was the one who was responsible of establishing structures within the FDC. And of course, the issues of money, when issues of money started.
When money issues come through.
So, Big Sam,
yes,
we can be having your closing shot on this, and then we'll also go and have some sleep.
I just want to thank Ugandans for having a peaceful election. And I always want to speak wisdom. And today, as we go out of here, I want you to think about being on someone's profile picture or drop picture as you were there. It does not mean that you are their favorite. If you don't believe me, then you should check out a picture of a cockroach on a doom spray. It is there as a very nice picture of a cockroach, but inside the doom spray is what will kill it. We are into elections. Uganda is not going to go away. Please have wisdom. The biggest price that you can ever pay to your community, your country, your family is peace. God bless you.
Of course, I will never want to be on someone's profile picture. Just as a cockroach. Ndukudini, you can have your closing shot.
I won't differ from what my brother said about peace, because me, I believe peace is the first heaven on earth.
Yes.
If you have peace with your neighbors, you actually experiencing heaven. But before I close, I also want to congratulate the MP of Busiro East, where my home is in Buloba, Magola. I'm not a supporter of his party, where he's been, but I'm a supporter of his resilience.
Yes.
Because I've watched his story.
He's been there for a long time.
He first started this journey as the spokesperson and campaigner of the lady that defeated Honorable Sevalu. I think the lady was
Susan Nakauchi.
Susan Nakauchi. He did the job well. in all parts of Busiro East. And when the lady won, somehow they went separate ways. It was not so rosy. So next, he has been the runners-up of Honorable Segona, but he didn't lose heart. The lowest of everything is when he expected actually to get the ticket of NOP, and he was denied the ticket. He had even removed the posters and everything until things changed, and he was called upon to run as an independent, and now is MP. The story is rosy, and congratulations to Honorable Emmanuel Bagola for the resilience.
Oh, sure.
But of course, Busiro East is waiting for what you've promised them for almost over 20 years. You have now the chance to deliver.
Yeah, that's the challenge.
That's the biggest challenge.
That's the challenge. Well,
but also, I congratulate everyone who has won elections and those that have participated. For us in Olympic spiritism, because I understand the sports, there is a theme that whoever participates is a winner.
Is a winner.
Because without other competitors, you can't have winners.
You can't have a winner alone.
Yeah. So those are my closing remarks.
Thank you so much.
And God bless you all.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dean. Thank you so much, Bwana Big Sam, for Doctor and LC Chairman. For this time of the night has gone, it's getting of the morning now. And thanks to the UBC team that has been behind this important production. I also thank Ugandans who have been following this. I know there are people who are also burning the midnight candles to find out whether their candidates have won or they have lost, or they themselves have either won or lost. And we congratulate you all for participating, but also for the peace that has been exhibited in most, of course, or almost all the parts of this part where we have had elections. We will be back here tomorrow again, and like the Electoral Commission has promised, I think it's true that tomorrow we'll be having the final results from all the polling stations of Uganda, and basing on that, the Electoral Commission will now declare the winner, presidential winner of 2026 election. Until then, we'll be also on UBC watching, but as we retire now, we anticipate that more programs are coming, so please don't go away. But you can, for now, also have to retire, because soon we'll be back on air with more results and with more arrangements by the Electoral Commission on what happens next. And from here, we are continuing, like the police man was saying, that until May, when we shall have a new government, we are now going to have a transition for the next 3 months. Even when President Museveni wins and is declared tomorrow, he will be in the transition for the next 3 months.
He will be president-elect.
For the next 3 months until we have finally a government in power by May, which will be sworn in until then. So thank you so much. Until tomorrow is when we shall be meeting. God bless you and have the best of the morning.
Let's talk peace. Now, as we draw close to the election day, I'd like to address you as critical stakeholders in the future of Uganda. As mothers of this nation, I call upon you to use your platform to promote peace. We are the cement that fortifies the house of Uganda. We can therefore protect the peace of our country because one cannot raise dust on a cement floor. Therefore, if we learn to do what ensures that we get results, that is to pray to the loving, living God who has kept this country for close to 40 years in peace, then we will preserve the peace. If we say no to violence, then there will be no violence. God will give us the victory that will open doors for us from this day to know that we can be unstoppable.
Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
We are into the political season. The atmosphere is highly charged. There is a lot of excitement everywhere you look. But elections come and go. We all remain the same people staying in this one country. We must prioritize peace. We do not want to witness violence. No one should be throwing stones. No one should be using inciting language or abusing others. No one should use a stick against a fellow citizen. No one should use bullets or even tear gas against citizens. Instead, we should sit as brothers and sisters, as Ugandans, and discuss issues that may appear different, one camp from the other. I look forward to seeing an NRM supporter sitting with an NUP supporter and taking coffee. I want to see somebody from Arua sitting down for a cup of coffee with someone from Bugisu, from Chigezi, from Buganda. Let's learn to tolerate each other, even when we have differences between us, because that's how we are created. We are not the same. What we should appreciate is that we can all live together. Uganda is big enough for everyone. So we should respect one another. We should not incite violence. We should not in any way participate in anything that breaches the peace. That's my call to all Ugandans during this season.
Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
I am the Most Reverend Dr. Stephen Samuel Kazimba Mugaru, the 9th Archbishop of the Church of Uganda, but also Chair Council of Presidents for Intelligence Council of Uganda. It is your God-given opportunity to go and elect your leaders. Some people are wondering whether this is just a constitutional right. Not only that, it's a biblical mandate from Proverbs chapter 18, verse 18. The Bible says, casting a vote settle disputes. So casting a vote is biblical and it's God-given. Now I want to call upon all Ugandans. In the morning, wake up, go and vote, because it is your God-given mandate. But also I want to invite that people, everybody, we keep the peace, because peace is very, very important. We belong to different parties, but we are Ugandans. We should remember that voting or elections is just an event. It's a seasonal thing for this particular time, and once it's done, we put leaders in place, and then life must continue. No reason of hating, no reason of promoting hatred or even fighting. And I want to call upon the security agencies, please do your job of protecting the people, so that after the end of it all, we'll come back as Ugandans.
Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace. Hi guys, we are going into the elections as a country. My job, your job is to pray that God himself will choose for us the best leaders, whether they are in this party or in this party. As long as it is God who has chosen them, then he will be with them. May God help us as we vote. Also, I encourage all my young people, make sure you stay alive to see your future. Be peaceful, don't fight. Someday I saw a guy getting a rock and telling a guy with a gun, Okolechi, Okolechi. I'm like, come on, you have a future to protect. Make sure you are peaceful. Even though your wife, your sister, your brother does not vote your side, make sure you stay alive together as you wait for the future that you are believing for. Stay peaceful, stay calm, and pray.
Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
As we go into the final lap of the electoral campaigns and into polling, we are calling upon all the people of Uganda to conduct themselves peacefully. First of all, the candidates, we call upon you to use suitable language that shows respect and tolerance, and language that promotes peace and unity, because we are all Ugandans and elections should not divide us. So we call for language that is respectful of people's cultures, people's views, and is tolerant, because we all have different views, but we all want to have a very, very united country, Uganda, and a progressive one at that. So we are calling upon you to conduct yourself peacefully as we go into the final days of the campaigns, and on polling day, to respect the views of others and to accept the results of the elections, and know that after the elections, there will still be a Uganda, and we need each other as citizens of Uganda. I wish you a peaceful electoral process, and I call upon you to be peaceful. Peace-loving Ugandans. God bless you.
Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
This venue of the National Tally Center for the 2026 presidential elections. Lord Chairperson and Commissioners, you're welcome. The Chairperson of the Electoral Commission, you're welcome. You may take your seat, please. Please. The Chairperson of the Electoral Commission, the Deputy Chairperson, Commissioners, Acting Secretary, the agents of presidential candidates in this presidential election, in this general election, representatives of political parties, heads of missions that are observing these general elections, local and international, representatives of civil society organizations, the heads of clergy that are in the room, members of the press, staff of the Electoral Commission, and all Ugandans that are following these developments here at the National Tally Center for the presidential elections of 2026. You are all welcome to this evening session at which the Commission is going to inform you about the developments so far in the presidential elections. And without much ado, I will hand over to the Chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Justice Byabakama Mugenyi Simon, to convene us and lead us in this session this evening. Lord Chair, over to you.
Thank you very much, Julius. distinguished guests, I think in our midst we wish to recognize the presence of the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament. You are welcome. And the other dignitaries who are here present. Once again, I wish to welcome you to this session, the third session of the day, when we let the people of Uganda know further preliminary results of the presidential elections that we have received at this study center so far. The total number of registered voters, 21,649,67. That is 067. Total number of polling stations, 50,739. Total number of polling stations from which the results have been received so far, 35,491, which represents 69.95% of the total number of polling stations. At this hour, the performance of the presidential candidates is as follows. Bulira Frank Kavinga, 35,315 votes, representing 0.44% of the valid votes cast for the candidates. Kasvante Robert, 24,564, representing 0.31% of valid votes cast for candidates. Kyagulanyi Sentam Robert, 1,709,474, representing 21.33% of valid votes cast. Mabirizi Joseph, 16,813 votes, representing 0.21% of the valid votes cast. Mugisha Gregory Muntu Oyera, 44,367, representing 0.55% of the valid votes cast. Munyagwa Mubarak Serunga, 22,232 votes, representing 0.28% of the valid votes cast. Nandala Mafavi James Nathan, 157,111 votes, presenting 1.96% of the valid votes cast. Yoweri Tuhaburwa Kaguta Museveni, 6,003,657, representing 74.92 valid votes cast. Valid votes in total are 8,013,533. 8,013,533. That is the total number of valid votes for all the candidates. Invalid votes, 202,808, which is equivalent to 2.47% of the total votes cast. Total votes altogether, 8,216,341, representing 37.95% of the registered voters. Spoiled votes, 27,740. That is the position that we have as of this hour and minute. And the next briefing will be at 10 o'clock. The next briefing or update of the results will be at 10 o'clock. I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Lord Chairperson and Deputy Chairperson of the Commission, members of the Commission, the Secretary of the Commission, all invited guests. Ladies and gentlemen, on the screen as you see, and as earlier indicated, that's a breakdown of the particulars that have been presented. Evening tea is served. Make sure you pass by the service tents that are upstairs there, on the upper side, outside this main tent, and take some tea. Supper will also be served before convening here at 10 p.m. Both have been prepared for you. Those of you in the room here, the ones that are watching on various platforms on TV, please find some tea and supper, and then we'll see you again here at the EC grounds in Roa at 10 p.m. Here where we are, for those who are watching for the first time, we are at the Electoral Commission grounds in Rubowa, in Rweza, in Makinde Sabagabo, and on these premises is where the headquarters, the first permanent headquarters of the Electoral Commission are going to be constructed. So in many ways we are part of making that history with this place serving as the national tally center for the presidential elections of 2026. You are welcome. For now, please feel at home at this home of yours, of the Electoral Commission, your Electoral Commission. Have some tea, have some conversation, and we see you again at 10 p.m. My name is Julius Muchunguzi. I am the head of public relations and spokesperson of the Electoral Commission. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Justice Simon Byabakama, together with his commission, has just concluded giving us an update, but of course informing us that he will be coming back later at about 10 p.m. to give us probably the last update of the day. But as of the way things look right now, out of the 50,000 polling stations, so far we have covered about 35,000, that is 483, that is about 69.95% according to the different polling stations that we have covered so far. That means we have about 40% of the different polling stations that we have covered so far from this particular time. But results coming in from the different candidates, that is the presidential, according to how information is coming in, Bulira Frank has actually not made any adjustment when it comes to percentage. Has about 0.44%. That is coming in with 35,315. When you do add some mathematics, he has done some addition there in Kasibante Robert. He has moved an inch from 0.30% to about 0.31%. Robert Chagulanyi Sentamu right now has about 1,709,474. That is making it 21.33% from 20.71%. Mabirizi Joseph coming in there, sticking from to 0.21%. Actually, from the time Justice Simon Byabakama started announcing these results, Mabirizi Joseph has been on that percentage, 0.21, coming in there with 16,813. Gregory Mugisha Muntu coming in there with 44,367. That is 0.55%. Monyagwa coming in with 0.28%. After adding in, that is about 22,232. Nathan Nadala Mafabi coming in there with 1.96%. That is 157,111 coming in there. And Yoweri Kaguta Museveni right now having that percentage over 74.92. Now it looks like it is over, but it is not over yet, because now it is now clear that the tussle is between Robert Chagulanyi Sentamu and candidate Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. I want to see if I can get some opportunity to talk to some of these people who are there, so it is very important we shall be having that opportunity. However, Ugandans didn't have a choice, or still have a choice, because it was done. It is done, and what we wait for is tomorrow to see how best can we get to that, because the tussle being between Yoweri Kaguta Museveni and Robert Chagulanyi Sentamu, this is the second time they are meeting on the ballot. Who will take it away? President Museveni, candidate Museveni rather, has always been saying that he has to win this with beyond 80%. How can we get to this? That is something we shall be justifying that come tomorrow from Justice Simon Byabakama. But the other candidates also still have hopes to see how best they can get there. So the question is, will Ugandans send back the same candidate to lead the nation? That is making it the 5th decade. That is, if candidate Museveni goes through, that will be his 7th term. come from the time he came into this position, that is in 1986. So those are some of the things that Ugandans have to put in place. Those are some of the things that people must think about. We have very many observers here. We do have very many important guests. I have seen the Right Honourable Speaker of Parliament, that is Right Honourable Anita Among. So it is very important. Just as my camera person can show you, I want to see if I can talk to some of these people. It is very important. If the speaker is in place, what needs to be done? We shall be getting at least a word, one or two, so that she shares her opinion right live on UBC. Yes, the Right Honourable Speaker of Parliament is still going through some of the issues. The map is displayed by the Electoral Commission, so she has to look at how things have been unfolding. But when we do get an opportunity, we shall have to understand what does she think. I do understand she does have an overview of the entire picture. Polling has been going on, but what do Ugandans have to understand from the Right Honourable Speaker of Parliament? Looking at how the polls have been coming through, you will realize that Ugandans have tried so much to ensure that they abide by what has been put in place by the Electoral Commission, by the way, but also putting in mind that the police has also did put up a number of measures, and these are things that Ugandans now need to abide to. We did have the first national vice chairperson of National Resistance Movement, that is Haj Moses Chigongo. He did appear here. He did observe what happened. He did observe actually the second reading of Justice Simon Byabakama. And right now we do have the Speaker of Parliament, Right Honourable Anita Among, and also the lawyer of the National Resistance Movement, that is Edwin Karujire. And those who have been following the different nominations, those who have been seeing what has been taking place, he is one of the agents of the National Resistance Movement. So we shall be understanding from some of these people, that is, if we do get an opportunity, but also putting in mind that part of the observers that we do have coming in from the different parts of the country, we do have those from European Union, but they were given guidelines, because I do understand tomorrow there will be a presser that is at about 10 a.m. To address the nation on what has been observed. 2 days down the road, this is a democratic journey that very many Ugandans have been waiting for. So the question is, how best can this be achieved? If the process has been free and fair, how did we get to that? We do have different opinions from some of these leaders. So it is very important, if we do get the people who are behind the entire process. Justice Simon Byabakama has always been hinting on a number of issues, how they did follow the law and how to ensure that Ugandans actually abide by what is put in place. This is something Ugandans have been waiting for, but the most important thing is tomorrow. If Justice Simon Byabakama says that tomorrow by about 4 p.m. we shall be in position to understand that what will be the final declaration. Now, how will it be? All right. Now, as we do wait for the Right Honourable Speaker of Parliament, that is, if we do get a chance to speak to him, we also do have other dignitaries around. I will be giving a chance to Michael Jordan Lokomwa to give us a debrief for our Luganda audience to also get a feel of how things are unfolding as of now. Jordan.
Yes, Jethro, thank you so much. We are still coming to you live from the National Tally Centre, much as yes, every kind of duty has challenges. It could be people, it could be individuals. Yes, it could be people that stand in the way of others as they execute their duties, but of course we have to give you whatever is happening here. There are so many dignitaries that are in this place to ensure that in different capacities, observers from region, international, observers of the political parties. Political parties have sent their leaders here. You have seen the NUP leader, you have seen the NPP, the NRM has theirs here, the Right Honourable Speaker of Parliament, the Right Honourable Chiwanda of the National Consultative Council, and we shall have a chance to talk to all of them because we are the national broadcaster. It is not a mistake to talk to any of them because we know our duty at the end of the day. Now mu Uganda okuwaako gwali ku Star TV okuwaako maybe ku byakafulumizibwa omulundi ogwokusatu chairman Justice Simon Byabakama atuwadde bifulumiziddwa ebirala nga bino bivudde mu polling stations emitwalo 3.5 mu 409 nga wetwogerera bibitundu 7 ku mitwalo 5 eza polling stations zetulina mu Uganda. Frank Bulira aine emitwalo 3.5 mu 315 nga bibitundu obutundu 44 ku buli 100. Kasibante aina emitwalo 2.4 mu 564 bwe butundu oba 0.31%. Kyagulanyi Robert Sentamu owa NUP aina akakadde kamu n'emitwalo 7 mu 9 mu 407 mu 4 nga eyo 21 butundu 21 mu kamu n'obutundu 3 ku buli 100. Mabirizi Joseph Elton aina emitwalo gumu kakaga mu 8 mu 13 nga bwe butundu 21 ku buli 100. Then Jeno Muntu aina emitwalo 4 mu 367 nga bwe butundu 5 ku buli 100. Munyagwa Mubarak Serunga alina emitwalo 2.2 mu 232 bwe bulubwalina bwe butundu 28 ku buli 100. Then Nandala Mafabi wa FDC alina emitwalo 15 mu 10 obulubwe yakafuna bwe butundu 0.96%. Ate Yoweri Museveni wa NRM alina milioni 6 n'obululu 6 mu 3,657 bibitundu 74 n'obutundu 9 so wetwajidde wali emabega wabaddewo embeera ey'okugamba nti okwebuuza bituuka bitya wano bisembera bitya wano webiri ababireeta bituuka bitya Electoral Commission efuna etya byefunye. Twayogedde ne Justice Byabakama ku makya natugamba ngenda kulagira abantu bange bateke ku screens nga boolaba emabega wali balage bituuka bitya okuva ku polling station okutuuka wano wetuli. Bituuka bitya ku polling station okutuuka wano wetuli. Yes. Honorable Chiwanda, kiki kyoyinza okuwa omuntu weewamwe ekasanda kifaananyi kikyolaba?
Wemutiana? No, first of all, ekintu ki okusinziira ku bingeri results ezijja wano twabadde twemulugunyiza ku makya kubanga okuva jjo obwera tuweebwa percentages era ntukyogerako nga twagala tulagibwe percentages zino engeri gyezibadde zitambula mu districts kuba n'abantu bagala okulaba district zaabwe balonze batya so tuli basanyufu nti Electoral Commission okuva li yatandise okutulaga etulaga percentage district ku district nene bwe yagala ogendera ddala paka ku polling station. Buli kibiina ekiri wano ekyasimbyewo candidate kirina omukisa okuba nti kiteekawo kirabira ddala kutuukira ddala paka ku kyalo kuba buli kimulina ekiri wano waliwo ebibiina 8 ebyasimbawo ba president kati osobola okugjayo results zo paka ku kyalo paka ku polling station ezavuddeyo. Naye ekisinga obukulu mu byonna mpulidde nti abantu abadde bakyemulugunya eyo balangidde n'ensaba bannayuganda tukuume emirembe. Teri muntu yawangudde kalulu kuba member of parliament atagenda kulangirirwa. Buli muntu ajja kulangirirwa naye tukuume ensi yaffe nga ya mirembe tetwonkya ensi yaffe tubere nga tusobola okubeera because tulina nsi ndala.
Ngowa National Consultative Council oyogeddeko ne banna abalala bwe muli mu bibiina ababadde naddala ababadde beebuuza feedback kijjofunye?
No, bwe njogeddeko n'ebibiina 8 ebyateekawo ba candidates of course ng'ogyeko ekya NRM ate kyenvaamu bakandidate abalala bagenze bamanya kubanga nabo bonyini bafunye results okuva mu byalo by now ba candidates bago kuba president abasinga DR forms bamaze zifuna ba agent babibogedde nabo ne bababuulira era ndowooza nti kino kyakoze bulungi okugenda empola mpola yegenda empola mpola kuba bamala okulangirira abantu baddamu ne bakuba amasimu n'amanya eyo nakoze ntya ali nekyala kati kituyambe n'okuba nti results kati zigenze ku screen ku pieces zaabwe buli muntu kati bwaba alina kyayagala okuwakanya akirako naga nti kino si kyabadde wano so the process has been okay.
Entambula y'obululu nga buli omu bwafuna obaddeko mu kalulu ogiraba otya?
Entambula y'obululu ku level y'aba president ekisooka nti President Museveni has there it has been a landslide. Tebana electoral commission tenalengirira bisembayo ne bolaba difference wakati wa milioni 6 ne milioni 1 n'okusoba oba olabadanga difference nene nnyo naye era kivudde ku difference nga bw'ogira ku districts kubanga obadde olaba district ezisinga President Museveni ali mu bitundu 8 ali mu 9 mu 7 I think Bukedia is 96 point something a district like Ruhura is 99 so all these ones is an indicator because kino kyonna nakyo kiva mu ngeri gundi gye abantu engeri gye balonze this is a reflection of what has been done on the districts and the polling stations.
Okay, bitambula bitye goyinza okutuwa update kati
tutambula bulungi ba MP okusooka nze nga chairman wa National Consultative Forum naye ate ng'ogyeko ekyo ate ne mbadde coordinator nze mbadde team leader owa Greater Mubende ina ba flag bearers 20 aba NRM but by now ba flag bearers 16 abadde ba NRM bawangudde mu Greater Mubende muli mu district nga Kasanda, Mitiana, Mubende, Kyankwanzi ne Kiboga mulimu constituent ba member of parliament 20 but out of 20 NRM already ifunyeko a member of parliament 16 so that's a great improvement. Of course electoral commission yeyinawo obuyinza obusembayo okulangirira abawangudde ne constituency yange gyemvamu eya Mitiana North Mwami Kibedi yawangudde Honorable Nabakoba yawangudde nga member of parliament omukyala yes these are confirmed Honorable Makumbi wa Mitiana South yawangudde Mitiana mu district ya Kiboga ba member of parliament bonna basatu Mwanyinaze Desire Muhoza Lule Elik Dr. Kefa then bogenda mu Kyankwanzi tubadde ne member flag bearer waffe Entwetwe Dr. Chikabi tubadde ne flag bearer waffe Butemba Patrick Bingi ne member parliament omukyala Anna Maria Nankabirwa bonna basatu yes ate nova bwe tugende Kasanda Dr. Bukenya that is Bukuya abaddemu Dr. Bukenya abaddewo then katateneka ne constituency nda Kasanda South ebadde ya Nupu Mwami Kabuye gyabaddemu nayo tugiwangudde Haji Bisasa awangudde member parliament omukyala ebaddemu Honorable Kabuye then ndabaddemu Nabagabe member parliament omukyala wa Kasanda member parliament Rebecca naye awangudde so olabanga constituency esinga ezibadde za national inter platform naddala mu Buganda tuzijjeeyo tusobodde okununula constituency nyingi olwalaba already Wakiso tutunudde constituency 3 Busiro South tugitutte Busiro North tugitutte then tuyina Busiro South kati member for parliament wa NRM yawangudde Busiro North wabadde wali Sematimba kati wabadde yes wabadde Mwami Bukenya then Busiro wabadde Mwami Nsubuga Busiro North Mayanja yagiwangudde Busiro North then era tuna constituency 3 so far mu Wakiso Kampala naye mugiwulira etambula boilinga etambula and we have and buli constituency gyolya mu Buganda tunonyeyo nnone tuyinza okubanga ku mulundi guno tujja kusukka abaka parliament abava mu Buganda abadde 332 abadde 331 tuyinza okuyingira abaka nga 6 mu Buganda Masaka sinafuna no information yonna no simple sinawulya bisembayo kuba zino zenjogerako. I was in charge of these very districts. So njagala kwebaza abantu abatuwadde akalulu era mmanyi nti mube bakakka mu mikwano gyange mwenna. Ayina mu abawangudde muleme kulowooza nti mwe musoose okuwangula. Ayina mwe bawangudde mulowooza nti mwe musembeyo okuwangulwa. Just become and we see what to do. Ensi yaffe, let's become tukakane, tujagale, and we move on.
Bwaka chimwine eri abavubuka kubanga buli ombe yeralikira nti abavubuka bagenda kola kino bagenda kola kino.
Ekisooka abavubuka kye balina okumanya nti omuntu yenna akutwala mu kintu kyo ekimenya amateeka ye mulabewo kubanga oyo yennyini akutwala ye obuvubuka bwe yabukwata bulungi n'abaako byabukolamu. Gwe obuvubuka bwe ayagala obumalire either mu kkomera oba omale ng'oliko ekizibu ku mubiri gwo. So kye tubasaba abavubuka mulina okukimanya nti abavubuka it's not a destination. Obuvubuka myaka gy'okozesa it's a stage. Ffenna twali tubaddeko abavubuka Museveni, President Museveni n'ekigungu yali abaddeko omuvubuka n'omukadde oyo golaba ku kyalo asemba yali abaddeko omuvubuka.
Naawe
nange nali mbaddeko. I came to parliament nga n'emyaka 23. I was 23 years, much younger than you. Olwayagala okwekalakaasa nenjagala okukutegeeza emyaka gye gy'obuvubuka engeri gy'ogikozesa nkulu nnyo kwaba onoogikozesa obubi gigenda kufuukira omugugu mu maaso.
Abakulembeze ensonga abavubuka ze beemulugunyako oluusi eziyinza obbateeka mu mbeera bwe zityo mu oluusi mutazirowoozezaako ekyo kyogerako kubanga nabo tebava mu bbanga singa balalu singa bali butabika.
Tukubiriza wano abavubuka baffe abantu baffe abakulembeze
bakubiriza bayise bulungi naye mumufaayo ku nsonga z'abavubuka. Mbadde njogera ne Hono Balamu programu zino zabadde atambula eyo naye ng'osangulusa akazibu katono nnyo akabadde keetaaga okufikisinga nga kabavubuka nga katono nnyo. So kye twetaaga tukubiriza abakulembeze baffe naddala mu abawangudde tubeere sensitive nnyo tufeeyo nnyo si ku nsonga z'abavubuka zokka but let's be close to the population. Obuzibu bwabwe tebuba bungi nnyo bwe tunaabukolako tujja kusobola okuba nga tubeerawo emyaka mingi nga National Resistance Movement. Ninamu abavubuka lekerawo okulowooza nti gwe babeere nga bakwata bukwasi nga giraasi bwaba nga lwo programu za gavumenti ezigenda maaso please gyenyigiremu. Waliwo PDM etambula emyoga weegiri please get involved. Beeramu nawe beera mu class tolowooza nti gwe bagenda kukugira bugizi. So nawe weebeereremu kitegeeza yes faayo beera mu class goberera bw'otagoberera ensi ejja kukuleka gwe nga wayita muvubuka the next day ojja kuba nga tokyali muvubuka ng'oli mu bantu ate abasinga obukulu. Kale sebo atulaba ku Star TV byebyo nga bwe bitambula. To you watching us on UBC TV, we thank you so much. That is how we are here at the National Tally Center. Yes, we had endeavors to talk to the Speaker of Parliament, but I think it has failed. I would say we are blocked and we may not have her. Yes, that is it. We are blocked. We may not have her, and it is an opportunity that we may not push to have. We thank you so much for watching. Keep it with us. We'll give you more updates here from the National Tally Center and other parts of the country. Thank you so much for watching.
And accordingly, as the returning officer of Kakumiro Electoral District, in accordance with the Parliamentary Elections Act, I hereby declare Nabanja Robina, who obtained.
Honest Baguma declared Nabanja Robina as winner for the position of woman member of parliament for Kakumiro district.
Congratulations, and here is evidence of your victory.
Atobululu wange nga buli organic. Tebuliko fertilizer, tebuliko chi. This landslide victory is a result of good performance from the president, the NRM government, and the people. I want to support the idea of the people of Kakumiro that NRM is the best party. It's the mighty party.
Later, Nabanja explained why the NRM party enjoys overwhelming support in Kakumiro district.
The people of Kakumiro support peace and security. Our people are happy with the development, the roads, the Tamaka roads. And they know it is only the president and the NRM that can bring more development in this area. So for them, they decided to vote development. PDM, household income, Emyoga, and many other government programs.
Baguma also announced President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni as winner in Kakumiro district.
Chagulani Sentamu Robert of Nook obtained 9,260. Yoweri Tibuhabura Kaguta Museveni of the NRM obtained 109,027 votes. So subsequently, the results will be declared by the Electoral Commission chairperson. So hereby.
In Buganga's South, Professor George William Rubega Amoti trounced incumbent Josephat Tumwesige, while Onesimus Twinamasko emerged winner for the Buganga's East constituency.
Thank you very much. I promise to serve you. I promise to fulfill whatever I promised you. Kakumiro district, you have also spoken very loudly and supported our president with the overwhelming majority. I thank you for recognizing his service for this country.
Today, thank you that we have ended the electoral process for presidential candidates and the woman MP plus members of parliament. We are happy that the president in Kakumiro district has won with over 91%. This has been a joint effort, of course, as NRM, with the command of Regional Prime Minister, woman MP, and all the NRM people. We have got 91%. And this one has been because the people of Kakumiro, they have used PDM, they have used the FOECA model, they have used government programs to get out of poverty. When you are out of poverty, you will support government. Even those of opposition have not supported NRM. It's because they are still poor. They think government can give them money every day, but also we shall talk to them so that they can benefit from government programs. They can use their land to become rich. When you are rich, you will support government. Kakumiro district, they have a chance to support NRM because they have roads, they have schools, they have hospitals. We thank you very much. I appreciate the people of Kakumiro. They have supported Right Honorable Nabanja. They have supported Professor Rebecca for Buganga's South. They have supported Nosimas for Buganga's East. We have maintained our flags. This has been a joint effort, and I encourage them to forgive one another. Those have been giving propaganda that someone who killed his and so propaganda of tribalism, they should forgive one another. And I caution them in the coming elections, they should be very careful, they should focus on their vote. And also, The people of Kakumi, now we have ended the election. Those who have not been working, targeting money from politicians, now the time has...
The chairperson of the Electoral Commission giving us exactly what's happening there. But right now I've been joined for an exclusive with the Right Honorable Richard Tudong, the Secretary General of the National Resistance Movement. Good evening, sir. How are you?
Oh, we are excited. Good evening and congratulations to the President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Congratulations to NRM Party and congratulations to Ugandans.
Your overview of both your campaigns but also how you've got here, is this the result you expected?
Definitely we expected this even before we got nominated because we knew elections do come after every 5 years. So as an organization you have to prepare that within this period we shall be having election. And so you plan yourself through, and I'm sure you have seen that because we planned this earlier on, it was easier for us to manage the campaigns and to manage the process up to where we have reached. We started this by confirming and updating our members' register because that was a very key thing to us. We needed to know who our members are, where they are they voters or they are not. When we did all that and we validated our record, we were now ready for the campaigns. And again, the next thing was our presidential candidate was demanded for by party members. That means the party itself had total confidence in the candidate, and they asked him to offer himself to run. Now the third one is the party organized itself in a way that the structures were involved in the campaigns. Every leader of the party got involved in this campaign, and so it became smooth for us to run through. And it was just a roller coaster, one after another. We're moving on so well with the campaigns, and up to where we are, we're just waiting for the declaration of our results.
Right Honorable Tudong, when you look at this election, anything that is there for you to take home as the National Resistance Movement, but also the incidents that happened, you have heard of them. What do you think about them, and what do you think about this election process this time around?
Yes, unlike the past, this has been a little more smooth and peaceful with those few incidents that happened. We know as a party that we still have a lot of work to do with the young people. We still have a lot of work to do in urban areas because as you see the results that have been coming, we won everywhere in this country with the exception of a few places in the central region. Now, for some people who might not be able to understand, the central region is like a magnet that has pulled people from all over Uganda, because our GDP, close to about 60% of the GDP of the country is produced from the center here. And so this brings on board so many people who are coming to look for jobs or look for opportunities. And so the population mix in the center can blind you to think that this is a demonstration against the party or the party is not popular. But no, to us we believe these are a reflection of social pressures that these people find in the urban areas. And therefore, their support to the party or lack of it are not ideological. They are just based on the social pressure and the conditions they face at a particular moment. And therefore, if we focus at fixing this, I am 100% sure that our performance will improve in these urban areas.
What is it about the national resistance message that resonated with the people, that the numbers begin to reflect that? What was that about your message?
The president is always a teacher. You know, when you're a good teacher, your teaching plans are always very clear. And when he starts to speak and you're a good student, you'll know, because he keeps reminding you of where you have come from, where you have reached, where you're going, and how you should go to where you want to go. And so he spoke about peace and security as a foundation to everything we are doing. And definitely the people of Uganda know that there is no another leader or a party that can handle the issue of peace and security better than NRM and President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Two, he spoke about development with its social and economic elements: roads, electricity, schools, health centers, water, all that, which are already there, the development infrastructures. Then now the third, he spoke about the people. We have peace and security, we have these socio-economic development infrastructures in place, but the people are not hooked to these projects. How do we get the people to benefit from these advantages that we have? And that is why you speak about household income, household poverty, making sure every household is productive to the extent that they even went with the videos showing around who has done what in this area. Now, to me, that was the masterpiece of this campaign. Bringing the wananchi, the voter, to understand that they have a lot to play in order to fight poverty in their households. It is not only government. Government will give you the enabling environment, but you as an individual, you have a lot of work to do to fight poverty in your household. So this message went around so well, and people received them, and it became a plus for us. Yeah.
I know you must have had a really hectic schedule, but my last question to you, Right Honorable Todang, is you are the leading party, the biggest, as you call it, the mass party. How do you galvanize this country to pull together, especially to ensure that the households you're looking at, the individuals, are got out of poverty?
We have been doing this through our preachings that focus at the mass line. The mass line means that we concentrate on things that unite the population, not things that divide the population. And all this infrastructure development we are talking about are things that unite the people, and just to empower them to be productive. Once you have what you're producing, and you know what to take to the market, your relationship with your neighbor will be product-market relationship. It's not about religion, not about tribe, but it will be about product. I produce soybeans, somebody else is buying my soybeans. So it is in my interest that the buyer of my soybean is peaceful, so that I earn. That is the kind of relationship we are preaching in Uganda. And it has worked up so well, to the extent that when government was doing rationalization of agents, I don't know whether you recall, that you could see the debate in Uganda moving sub-region by sub-region, where sub-regions are protecting products. To me, that was lovely. And I challenge my people of the north that Buganda is speaking about coffee and matoke, Toro is speaking about tea, Ankole is speaking about dairy products, Busoga is speaking about sugarcane. What are we speaking about in the north? From Teso up to West Nile, what do we have for the market? We have advantage of cereal production. We need to improve our cereal production. And so this is about leadership. What can the leaders do? Lango sub-region, for example, is like the hub of cereal processing. But what is West Nile bringing on board? What is Karamoja bringing on board? What is Teso bringing on board? Yes, fruit factory, fruit.
Independent, 458 votes. Odege, John Michael, Independent, 402 votes. Okweli, Benjamin of NRM, 103 votes. Ministers, independent, 308 votes. The total number of votes cast for all candidates are 81,400. Total number of rejected votes, 1,072 votes. Total number counted, 82,493 votes. As the returning officer for Uganda District, with section 77, subsection 1 of the Act, Cap 177, declare David Bishop, who has obtained the largest number of votes to be the elected candidate of Kenya County, Uganda District, Member of Parliament. Asante Yubat, 74, 3,001, Mawilizi Joseph votes. Mugisa Mutoyera, 51 votes. Bomba Sirunga, 1,028 votes. Unity Government Citizen 109,900 votes. The number of votes cast for all candidates 14,862 votes.
Mukedia is purely NRM dominated. So the competition was between an NRM. There were those who were independent, but they're also part of NRM. So that's why I was actually the point saying that the competition was between NRM, though for them they stood as independent. Me, I was holding the flag. And I had to defend a flag which was handed to me, one, by people during the NRM primaries. And then secondly, I also had to defend the president who handed me the flag on the 5th of November. I had dropped the flag, or if I had failed, it means I would have disappointed the people, primaries, and I would have disappointed the president in person, also handed me the flag. That's why the team who came to support me in the campaign, the importance and the love of the party, that actually saw me achieve what I have today. I think because of campaigns, like I said earlier before, it's not because it's the issue about transforming ideology and also giving them the message party has been giving them before. I had to follow and I also had to follow my own manifesto. And those things are actually beyond all my other competitors, where no other person spoke about what manifesto they had. Instead, they resorted into of character assassination, which is not the principle of as a party. NRM as a party is a uniting force, development. They believe in so many other things, and unity, the things which the party is actually standing in. So that to achieve what I have gained, of transforming with the services, not just with the excitement.
Yes. Yes, as you've heard, the vibe which is behind me here hyped, but I want to tell you that Honorable Becha Mokware won with 1,000 votes, which is a big margin. So I want, Mama, how does it feel to have your candidate win? No, the Okos candidate MP Bukedia County, Yalamite, Nesi Ibala Sobe, Bukedia Keda NRM, Egogodi Langi, Jimmy NRM, Anejai, Ebicham Okwere David, Angeda Botinui Po, Otomo Bukedia district, Nesi Kuju. So basically, HAJJAT. NRM is very sweet and they feel like carrying Honorable Okware. So I'm one of the campaign managers. Yes, how does it feel to have a win?
My dear, I can speak. I am overwhelmed with happiness. We have worked this and we shall continue working with him. We are very excited as and we are happy. We want to thank Right Honorable Speaker and Papa for really giving our candidate a flag. And therefore, we are going and we shall continue guiding our candidate to make sure he fulfills the manifesto.
Thank you very much. And your name, and this is one of the elders we have. Tell us, how does it feel to live in a time where politics is changing?
Laboratory Margaret are my names, and I have been in this from 1997 up to today. I feel very, very excited and happy. I have been foundation for Bishop, Vice Chairperson, Motors, and I'm very happy that is there. And I predicted, comment, direct.
So let me hear the mood. How does it?
You're welcome, Lord Chairperson of the Commission and the Commission, please, you may have your seats. Everybody, please have your seats. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, the heads of delegations that are here, the representatives and agents of presidential candidates, representatives of political parties, heads of missions that are observing these elections, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, Lord Chairperson of the Electoral Commission, you're welcome, and I would like to take this opportunity to hand over to you to address the nation, which is waiting for the message of the Commission this evening. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and good evening, our distinguished guests who are here, and the fellow Ugandans who are watching us on the various TV channels. We are here once again to update you on the current status regarding the provisional results of the presidential elections that took place yesterday. Now, this session is the fifth we are making since yesterday in releasing the provisional results. Registered voters remain 21,649,067. The total number of polling stations, 50,739. Total number of polling stations from which the results have been received so far are 41,177, constituting 81.15% of the total polling stations. The performance per candidate so far is as follows. Bulira Frank Kabinga, 39,488 votes, representing 0.42 of the valid votes cast for the candidates. Kasivante Robert, 28,080, representing 0.30 of valid votes cast. Kyagulanyi Sentamu Robert, 2,105,921, representing 22.66% of the valid votes cast. Mabirizi Joseph, 18,847, representing 0.20% of the valid votes cast. Mugisha Gregory Muntoyera, 49,259 votes, representing 0.53% of the valid votes cast for the candidates. Munyagwa Mubarak Serunga, 25,480 votes, representing 0.27% of the valid votes cast. Nandala Mafwabi James Nathan, 175,331, representing 1.89% of the valid votes cast. Yoweri Tuhaburwa Kaguta Museveni, 6,851,406, representing 73.72% of the valid votes cast. Total number of valid votes for all candidates, 9,293,812. Invalid votes, 230,897, representing 2.42% of the total votes cast. Total votes altogether, 9,524,709, which is 44.00% of the registered voters. Spoiled votes, 32,760. So that is the position as of now. The next release or update will be tomorrow at 9 a.m. However, we are going again to screen the details of the summary of what I have been reading to you on our screen, so that the members can internalize where we are deriving these summaries or these figures from. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for your patience, your cooperation, and for the keen interest you have exhibited in getting to know what is unfolding in the results arising out of yesterday's elections. We shall continue to update you until we reach the final tally, which should be tomorrow before 5 o'clock. I thank you and I wish you a blessed night. See you tomorrow, God willing.
ate ogenda watuula.
Thank you very much and good night.
Okay, we are coming to the end of today's broadcast, and we are closing with another update that we have just received from the Electoral Commission chairman and the whole commission, where he has shared another update of the results that as they are coming in, flowing in from the polling station up country now. And from there we have received, so far we have now received 41,177 polling station, which is 81.15% of the total polling station. Remember, the polling stations in general are 57,000. Yes. So, from those, Bulira Frank has 39,488 votes. That is 0.42%. Kasimante has 28,080 votes. That's 0.03%. Chagulanyi Robert Sentamu has 2,105,921 votes, which is 22.66%. Mabilis has 18,847, which is 0.20%. Muntu, General Muntu, has 49,259 votes, which is 0.53%. Munyagwa Mubaraka Serunga has 25,480 votes, which is 0.27%. And Nandala Mafabi has 175,331 votes, which is 1.89% of the vote. And Yoweri Kaguta Museveni of the NRM has 6,851,406 votes, which is 73.72%. And all that is of the 9,293,812 votes cast, the valid votes cast. Yes. Mu Uganda kusta.
Before the good night, please, there is dinner if you have not eaten.
Gwe atulaba ku Star TV. Tufunye obululu obusembayo nga buno bunzi emitwalo 4,177 nga bibitundu 8 n'obutundutundu 15 ku polling stations emitwalo 5,700 nga bwe ziri awamu twakafunako ebitundu 8 kakati ku bululu obwo bwakaveeyo Frank Bulira ayinako emitwalo 3,488 bwe butundutundutundu 42 Kasimante alina emitwalo 28 n'obululu 8 bwe butundutundutundu 3 Kyagulanyi Sentamu Robert wa NUP ayina $2,000,000 n'emitwalo 10,521 bwe butundutundu 22 n'obutundutundutundu 66. Mabirizi alina omutwalo 18 ne emitwalo 18,887 bwe butundutundutundu 2 ate General Muntu alina emitwalo 42,259 bwe butundutundutundu 53. Munyagwa Mubaraka Serunga alina obululu emitwalo 2.448 bwe butundutundutundu 27. So nga Nandala Mafabi wa FDC alina emitwalo 17,331 ke katundu kamu n'obutundutundu 89. Yoweri Museveni wa NRM alina obukadde 6 obululu obukadde 6 mu emitwalo 85 mu 1,406 bwe butundutundu 73 n'obutundutundutundu 72 obululu bwonna omugatte obubaliddwa nga bulamu buli obukadde 9 n'emitwalo 29 mu 1,382. Bano kwe bafunye bonna buno obwayononese buli emitwalo 23 mu 897. so ng'obululu bwonna awamu ng'ogasa obwonoonese ne bano bwe bafunye buli obukadde 9,52,119,700 kakati bonna bwe batyo bwe bayimiridde we twogerera. Tugenda kuddamu okufuna okumanyisibwa obulala obunaababuze enkya ku ssaawa 3 ez'okumakya. Bwekito bwe kiyimidde tukwebaza okubeera nti obadde ogoberera. So another update will come in early morning tomorrow at 9 a.m. Just keep it UBC TV, Star TV to have the update. We thank you so much for having been with us, the interviews we had, the whole coverage that as it has gone today and all the other 2 days when we started. Thank you so much. My name is Michael Jordan Lukomo. On behalf of the whole team here, we wish you the best of the night. Let's catch you tomorrow as we continue with the update. We expect the final result and the announcement of the winner, presidential, tomorrow here still at the National Tally Center, Lubowa, Machindi Sabagabo, Wakiso District. Thank you so much for watching. Good night and back to Broadcast House.
day, and not forgetting that tomorrow will be the final day on when he will be making the final declaration on who will be the presidential winner. Who will it be? Will it be candidate Yoweri Kaguta Museveni? Will it be candidate Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu? Will it be candidate Gregory Mugisha Muntu? Will it be Nathan Nandala Mafabi? Remember, there are still 8 candidates in the race, but so far from the different polling stations, news that we have covered so far, 35,483 polling stations, those so far that have actually sent in their results coming in, making it 69.95%, and when you do round off, you get to around 70%. But I'll be having a discussion with the Honorable Minister for the Youth, that is Honorable Balam Barugahara. He will be giving us his projection, his overview. How has he seen this general election? Talking about democracy, is this the democracy that we talk about? Talking about internet, youths out there, we all have youths. If you're a parent, you have a son, a child, a daughter who is a youth, and part of the things they're asking about is the communication, the internet devices. A number of jobs have been affected. How will all these be compensated in one way or another? Honorable, you're live on UBC. Thank you for sparing time. Your general overview, projection of how far the election has been on your side, Honorable.
First of all, I need to thank the viewers who are tuned in to the national broadcaster. I want to congratulate all Ugandans who took part in the election exercise countrywide. Personally, I went and voted in Masindi Chijura, because you cannot promote protection of gains when yourself you don't take part in the process. So I want to thank the Banyoro and all Ugandans who have demonstrated their love to the president. On average, in Bunyoro, in Masindi, His Excellency the President, he has 72% using the district declaration form. In Hoima City, it's close to 70. In Bulisa, 71. Chinyandongo, 72. Chikube, 82. Kagadi, and all the other districts of Greater Chivale. Generally, in Bunyoro, we have done well. All our members of parliament, flag bearers, went through, apart from Hoima City, where Honorable Asinas Nyakato of PFF and Honorable Ismail Kasule of Alliance for National Transformation have emerged victorious, and they were declared by the Independent Electoral Commission. In the first place, I need to thank Justice Simon Byabakama and the commissioners plus the staff at all levels for organizing the most transparent, peaceful, and credible election that many observers, I'm sure, their statement will credit it one of the best elections organized in Africa. I want to thank our Independent Electoral Commission. Every year, every 5 years, I see they are improving quite much. The transparency of this election is even shown at the Tally Center, the National Tally Center, where we are now, whereby you click in a polling station, the district, sub-county, polling station, it gives you the accurate figure, the same as what is on the declaration form. And each candidate was allowed to have polling agents who picked their forms. Many people, this is an election which has been honestly transparent, because many big dogs have been thrown out. As you could be aware, a couple of colleagues, ministers, have been let down. They have been by the voters. That is how credible this election is. Political parties also have casualties. Honorable Semuju Uganda is no more. Honorable Segona is no more. Honorable Mpuga is close to no more. They have all lost. That is how strong this election Ugandans have demonstrated. And they cannot blame any RM that any RM cheated. They have not been won by any RM people, other than, actually, it's other parties. Honestly, like now look at Honorable Semuju Uganda. He lost to Council Musisi from National Unity Platform. Another National Unity Platform is winning in Mutundwe Masaka.
another national unity platform person is leading. So that shows how credible the process has been.
Honorable.
In Jinja, which we call a big city in the east, any of them flag bearer has lost to 3 new people, and we accepted. Even here in Kawempa and other places, they might win us. So what my appeal to Ugandans, especially to political parties and supporters, let us respect the outcome of the election. Then as regards to my projection as a mobilizer, we have done our work with our chairman, the president, the SEC members and Secretary General, plus the structures, all the structures. Our campaign was structure-based. Campaigns were conducted at all levels of the structure, right from the grassroots, from the family to the LC10 ward, to the sub-county, to the constituency. So this election has been one of the best well-organized elections. Now,
Honorable, before we go very far, what is your basis when you talk about transparency and how organized this election was? We did talk to some observers and agents from different political parties, and they are not actually accepting what has been part of the information that has been declared by the Electoral Commission.
You see, some observers observe on NTV, on UBC. They are not observing in the field. You cannot get someone who's observing by ear talk at a border stage, and you call that one an observer. Observer should be able to trail the vote where it is cast in the village, at the polling station in the village. How many of them have been able to reach Bulisa? How many of them have been able to reach Nwoya? How many of these observers have reached Obongi? How many of them have reached Koboko? Very few will confirm that they have gone there. So what I know is this election is one of the most transparent elections. That is why you find even in opposition parties winning other opposition parties. That is credit where any of them had candidates. Because where they are winning us, we had candidates. Like in Jinja, we had candidates where we lose members of parliament, where we are losing colleague ministers in constituencies. They are being won by either independents or other parties. Let people learn to respect outcomes of election. And I want to thank our president for his stamina. Actually, our president could have done even 600 rallies, but he was over-controlled by the Secretary General, who wanted him to do less rallies a day. But the president could have done 4 rallies in a day.
That was by choice?
No, not by choice. The president wants to reach everywhere. But also, it is nice that he didn't cover the whole country, reaching every constituency. That was very nice. He would have even scored 96.
But he was in every district, right?
Yeah, every district doesn't make every constituency. We have 4 constituencies in some districts, like in Kampala, in Ruero, Bamunani, a couple of constituencies. So our previous campaigns, we used to go to every constituency. Now this new method of campaigns, we are going to only one venue in a given district.
Honorable, you did talk about transparency and how credible so far the process has been. But
the process is credible and very transparent. That is why you see every party which participated in the election, they have observers here, tally center observers who are taking part in the tallying.
The polling agents.
They have been given a computer with a link where they can compare what they have and what is being declared. So far, none of them has challenged not even one polling station. So every result given to this computer or given at this center, it is verified, satisfied, and accurate. Even there is one of the polling stations where Muzai didn't get so many votes and Chagulanyi got votes, have seen it is there.
Honorable, the fact that the internet was shut down, we do have a few people we've talked to outside there in the field, and they are already willing to challenge so far what has been said out by the Electoral Commission.
No, if they challenge, it is a constitutional right to challenge. You see, now that is a civilized way of doing things. If someone wants to challenge an election legally, he has a right to, because he or she will present what basis of our suit. So, I don't see any problem. Someone challenge, it's a constitutional right. It's by law. And they will always go and challenge, and the president will win them. Because the president is a very humble man who respects the law, and who wants everything to be done in a proper way. He wants the will of the people to be respected. When the member of parliament has won, he says the will of people must always be respected. I've never seen a kind, humble man like that man.
Honorable, you did talk about...
As to internet, initially UCC said they had switched off, probably for security reasons. But then the latest I'm getting from my friends in Mombasa, a ship was passing by, it hit an internet cable into two. So they are trying to locate the other piece to connect it.
Honorable, that is information we cannot justify right now, but because the EC, UCC did release a letter that all Ugandans are actually following right now.
That is okay.
Even if
internet will be reinstated. The person who brought internet is the person you have voted. That is one of the gains you have. Did you have internet in 1986? Did you have it? Did your mother tell you that they had internet? But it was the country not running.
But things are changing, Honorable. We are moving in a world that is digital.
It's just a matter of days, maybe 2 weeks or 1 week, or they are working, our technicians are working to restore it. Let us trust in the president. The one who brought it will restore it. He's working around the clock. Our technicians are working closely. So what UCC told you, they have a right to tell you, and the facts that we know, as people who work in that telecom sector, we know that the cable was affected. And they are restoring it, they are fixing it.
How do you justify this? Why does this happen in this electoral process?
You know, the problem with you young people, you're wasting a lot of time on TikTok instead of listening to the message of the president. And those ones who have listened to the message of the president have voted him overwhelmingly. Can I tell you, the president won in Arua Central. He has never won in Arua Central. For all the times we have had elections in Uganda, he has never won in Arua Central. He's the winner of Arua Central. Arua, what we call Central Division, is the one who won. So people are loving the president. Now there are districts where you know where he is not to get so much support like Etugum, Noya, those other districts. He's doing so well. He has done so well. Everyone has listened to the man's message, and they are rewarding him.
Honorable, very many youths have been using the internet. They have been surviving on the internet, feeding their families. But this is something that has been off for now about 2 days, going into the third day. Very many businesses have been affected.
I'm sure the technical team the technical team and security, they are working around the clock to see that that is resolved. That shouldn't be a problem. That internet shouldn't be a problem. They are working on it.
Honorable,
cares about young people. He's the president of young people.
You talked about people accepting results and as and when things results keep coming in. Are you ready to face that challenge just in case things don't go your way?
You see, now this is where sometimes journalists you go wrong. You can't say things don't go my way when in opinion polls our candidate was leading by 80%.
It is not yet done.
Yes, the other day when you had an interview with him on election day, he told you his projections about 80%. I've told you this several times personally, that the way I've gone to every district of Uganda, personally, in my capacity, I anticipate we can score between 68, 69 or 70. We can, because we have other factors held constant. So me, I believe 70 or 69 or 68, we can do it. We can score that. So I want you to believe in the process. So I cannot say, will I accept the outcome? Yes, I will accept the outcome because I will be declared the winner. Our party will be declared the winner.
In your opinion, Honorable?
In opinion, we will be declared the winner because even at 70% of votes collected, of declaration form collected by EC, our party is leading by 75%. Why don't I say 90%? So I believe the more they collect, is the more other candidates are also earning. I've seen one of the candidates who had 5,000. Now this evening, I've seen he has risen to 37,000. Then Honorable Chagulanyi had 1.2 million. By this evening, is at 2.8 million. And our President, Yoweri Museveni, is close to 7 million. So I believe by the end of the process, when all polling stations are filled in, our candidate could score our projection was 13 million, but we have gone short of 13 million due to minimal or low voter turn-up.
What could be the cause, Honorable, in your own opinion, your view?
The reason for low turn-up, one is Ugandans are very busy with work. Ugandans are busy with...
It's a public holiday, Honorable. Public holiday from yesterday and today.
Public holiday does not stop a farmer, does not stop someone rearing his pigs from working. The Ugandans who value public holiday to make money. People are making chapati, others are making mandazi, others are on their farms. Women are busy with their poultry projects, others are feeding their pigs. People are quite busy. So that could be one of the reasons. You see, when a country is economically prospering, when a country is prospering, the economic activities are honored and respected. So that is what I think the turn-up could have been due to the business of Ugandans who no longer have time to make oye, oye, or shout.
Honorable, you did move around Kampala. Are you convinced with what you saw on the different streets here within Kampala region?
Yeah, we had a public holiday yesterday and today. I hope you are aware. So when it's a public holiday, some people are resting in their homes, especially government workers are resting in their homes. Now, UBC staff, if you didn't have this broadcast, you will also be resting at home. So we expect less turn up, and then we are crossing to the weekend. So when we cross into the weekend, unless the Secretary General or the President announce a victory party, many Ugandans will celebrate in their homes. I have a friend who bought a goat and 2 crates of beer and a crate of soda, only waiting to announce the President that Mzee has won.
Honorable,
People want to celebrate in their homes.
The D-Day is tomorrow. What should Ugandans expect after declaration on whoever will be the winner and thereafter?
I'm appealing to all Ugandans to celebrate in your homes, those who can celebrate. Those ones who can receive the results on Entebbe Road as we head to Kampala, well and better. But I'm appealing to everyone in their different districts to celebrate in a minimal way, because now people don't have so much money to celebrate all the time, and we don't want to block traffic that we are celebrating on streets, which will not be different from the other people. So we can have a minimal celebration of the technical team, of the working people here, so the people who are at the Tally Center, any other people. So we can have a few people celebrating, delivering the certificate to our candidate or to his office. So people should expect a minimal celebration around Kampala, a minimal celebration around Kampala. But I want to thank Ugandans who have won, congratulate those colleagues who have won, colleague ministers and members of parliament. And then also I need to thank my president for allowing us work and putting in an enabling environment that has made many Ugandans participate freely in the electoral process. I want to honor the president, and I want to thank Mama who protects and who provides food to our father, the president, for making our president healthy and able to do the sacrifice. Like the president told you, he doesn't need you, you need him, because you need his brain, you need his experience as a bus driver. We cannot give our country to amateurs, people who don't have manifestos to run. So many Ugandans heard the president's message, and that's why they are saying we cannot lose this old man with a heart. We can't lose him. Let him continue ruling us. Let him continue taking Uganda to the next level. So
Thank you.
On behalf of my colleagues who are here, the Secretary General, my senior brother Byaruhanga, Moses, and everyone, please, let's wait for the Electoral Commission at all levels, not even in constituency levels. Let's wait. The law allows 48 hours to declare results. So let us believe in the Electoral Commission. The results will be released. We have only 30% left to trail in. Maybe by the last brief today, we will be at 80%. Hopefully, we shall have our results and certificate tomorrow. I congratulate all the winners, and I sympathize with the colleagues who didn't make it.
Thank you.
Muzora, the party is anti, is scored 182. David Ruiz Rubongoya, nope, is scored 18,242. Kabanda, MINSA, Nabengo, NRM. She scored 22. Hello? Hello? She scored 22,332. Karuhanga Rina, independent, scored 124. Kasozi Abdul Wahab, Jema, scored 48. Kiua Ronald, independent, scored 122. Kushava Susan, independent, scored 628. Lucy Abraham, independent, is scored 4,973. Ruanga Alan, independent, scored 179. Minawa Farouk, FDC, is scored 143. Muhanji Moses Kapere, independent, is scored 1,981. Nakuya Aida, the party is Democratic Front. She scored 344. Natuherwa Fiona Destiny, independent, she scored 91. Tamale Idiwaswa, independent, scored 58. Walangirira Abdallah, People's Front for Freedom, is scored 94. Sorry, he scored 74. 74. I repeated that one. The total number of valid votes cast for candidates, 49,538. Total number of rejected invalid ballot paper, 1,330. Total number of ballot papers counted, 50,868. The total number of spoiled ballot papers, 418. Are we there? Accordingly, as returning officer for Kampala Electoral District, and in accordance with Section 77, subsection 1 of the Parliamentary Elections Act, Cap 177, I declare Kabanda, MINSA, Nabengo I declare Kabanda Mr. Nabengo, who has obtained the largest number of votes, to be the elected candidate for Kampala Central Division constituency, Kampala District. We wish you well.
Yes, yagala kusooka kwebaza bannakampala abataddemu obwesige. Akalulu kabadde kangu naye nga nkayiseemu bulungi era nebaza Mukama akampisizaamu. Singa simaanyi ga Mukama saali kayiseemu. Kampala Central munene. Ekyokuli mbadde nvuganya n'abantu abanene nga Secretary General wa NUP. Mbadde nvuganya n'abantu abalala bangi nnyo nga banene era ng'ebibiina bye babateekamu obwesige. Tubadde 16 ne bannondamu nga nsobodde okuba nga mpangudde Kampala Central Division nga MP waabwe era nga nkakasa nti bannakampala ngenda bakule kana akalulu si kange ka bannakampala kuno obuwanguzi si bwange bwa bannakampala era nsubira nti bannakampala ngenda bakolera bulungi nnyo ngenda bawa service gye bateekeddwa okubeera ngenda bateesa mu parliament nga ntwala ebirowoozo byabwe mu parliament n'okudda mu community ndi munnakampala gye baagala mbimanyi era mmanyi tinja kusobola okubikolako nga bwe beetaaga. Yes.
Yavudde wano ng'agamba akalulu tekabadde ka mazima na bwenkanya era ng'agamba ne bw'oba gwe wangudde akalulu si ka mazima. Okyogerako ki?
Nze sobolaga nti si ka mazima kubanga nayise mu procedure zonna eziteekeddwa okukola. After nomination twatandika campaigns era n'entambula kyalo ku kyalo n'enkola meetings zaabwe ne meetinga different categories of people. Nze ate simulanko ng'ayiseyo olukiiko yadde olumu bwe luti mu kyalo nti alukoze era nga nze mbadde ngamba nti bakalulu agenda kajjawa ne kakoze kano kanene nnyo kubanga mbadde entambula nga bunaku ntambula emyezi 2 gye baatuwa ngenda kunju nkola rallies ngenda nga different people abavubuka abakyala abasajja bonna abantu abebigaali abatembeeyi bonna nga mbasinkana naye nga yesimuliranko ng'agamba bannange bano basinkanye so nga neebuuza era nze ndowooza nti ekimweseza akalulu kano ebadde umbrella.
Ekituufu ekikuwanguza akalulu kano naddala nga NRM erudde nga tewangula kifo ng'ekyo kiki kyolowooza ekyennyo?
Obukozi bwange ndi mukyala mukozi kyensooka okwogerako ti ndi mukyala mukozi ate ategeera Kampala mubaddemu era mumanyi Kampala mukoleddemu era mwenazaalibwa. Kampala sibadde sose ku kulembeze buno bwokka nali mbaddeko wa LC3 nali mbaddeko wa LC1 nali mbaddeko wa LC5 kati kino si kipya kyendimu bannakampala bantestingako ne balaba biki byensobola okukola. Nze muntu agamba nti si yawula mu bakyala mu bavubuka ne mu bantu aba bulijjo oba okulootya oba wakulootya sifaayo oba oli wa ddiini kyera sifaayo. So nze nsubira nti bannakampala kwe basse ne baga nti nedda omukyalo naye hard working nze ndi hands on ebigambo nyinza okuba nga sirina bingi nnyo naye ng'ate nsobola okuba nga ndi practical. So ensonga lwaki bannakampala bannesi baga nti katumuwaka ki akalulu kaffe era nga mbebaza pata abantu bayinza okuga nti pata NRM tebajagala pata NRM abantu bajagala era baagala omuntu omukozi omukyalo omukozi nga nze singa tebampadde babadde bafiiriddwa obukozi bwange so nsaba bantu banneesige banteekemu bagambye akalulu si kange akalulu kaabwe era nsuubira nti kino kyengenda okukola si kyange kyabwe singa tebabadde bo saali baddewo so nsaba nera neebaza chairman owa NRM Meya Uhuru neebaza NRM secretariat neebaza gavumenti ya Uganda neebaza ne bakakuyege bange bonna including my family dewamu okulaba nga tukola ekintu kino bannakampala mikwano gyange bonna bakoze ekisoboka kyonna n'amaanyi ga Katonda ge tukozesezza okulaba nti tusobola okuwangula ekintu nga kino.
Ebibuuzo bibiri by'okulonda twandiyagadde okuwulira ku ekyo naye ate engeri gy'oli minisita wa Kampala nga kati ofuuse mubaka alindiridde okulayira ensonga ezikwata ku basuubuzi eziganye ng'okyali minisita ensonga z'emyala n'ebirala ogenda bikuluta.
Kansooke ku nsonga y'eggaali nze saakozeseza ku ggaali n'emu ate n'omuntu gwoga nti wa ggaali aba mulonzi era kyensuubira nti alinayo bwobuluteyali bufunye singa teyakozesaamu magezi maki malala sikiwa nti yali badde abufunye nze obwange buli bwabadde bwalaali benjogera ali bwabadde bwa mazima nga buli mu straight line abantu balonze naye alina we yampangudde nange nina we nakoze eki we namuwangudde so bazze bagattagatta kubanga akalulu ne bwakusinza kamu abakoze eki abakuwangudde temwabadde mu ggaali yonna kalulu kabadde peaceful nnyo kyensuubira ti akalulu akabaddewo jjo tekabeerangawokko mu Kampala kuba saalabyeko kintu na kimu kigamba nti kyekino tewali gwe bakubye tewali gwe bakoze batya naye ng'omuntu manyi bwe kuwangula munaku era ogamba bankoze bati banzibye bakoze batya n'obululu yafunye bungi nnyo mazima nga sirimbye yafunye bungi nnyo nze nabadde mmanyi tayinza kufuna obululu nga 5,000 naye bwe ndaba nga yafunye obululu obuwera 1,800 yakoze nnyo era pate yeyamuwadde so sibawadde nga ye nko kubaga nti banne nsaba kalulu nti omuntu bantambuddeko ku kyalo kino bekyalo kino ayinza n'okubanga n'ebyalo bya Kampala Central bw'obimugamu bineminga 1 by 1 tasobola kubijjayo nti ono Mbiro ono Kasaato ono Namaalwa oba ono tasobola kubinnyonnyola nga nze bwe nsobola kubinnyonnyola tibengenda mu civic center njaga nti wano bengenda mu industry njagamba wano bengenda wano nti Bajaba nze mbisobola obinnyonnyola kimu ku kimu ebyalo 135 naye ate ye takisobola kitegeeza tiyatambudde mu bantu kyasabye kalulu kubaka n'akalulu kakutambula muntu ku muntu era nze sijja kugamba nti nabadde nkasaba NRM bokka badde nnoonya akalulu ka President Museveni badde nnoonya akange ne bafulaga bearers bonna abesimbyewo naye nga nsaba nga siyawudde mu pate gyokola ki gyowagira naye nga nze ndi wa NRM era buli muntu yenna akimanyi ti HAJJAT waki wa NRM naye we mansabira President wange akalulu ngamba ne Museveni mumuwe nange okole ki so nompera ku merit eyo olina mpanga omukyala olina mpanga omukyala omukozi olina mpanga omukyala omusawo olina mpanga munnakampala olina mpanga omuntu amanyi okukwana mikwano so yensonga lwaki nawangudde akalulu abatembeeyi balabagumya abasuubuzi pulezidenti yabalaba era ndoza myezi si wiiki singa 3 emabega n'abatwalibwa pulezidenti lwaki ekisozi n'abasinkana n'abagamba agenda bawa ssente ng'omuntu abadde mu campaign abadde tasobola kuwaayo ssente kubanga kiba kibi n'agamba kamala okuwangula akalulu kano kensuubira naye agenda kawangula bw'amala okukawangula asobole okuwanga abakyala bano abakolaki abantu abasuubuzi abawa ssente era bo basaba biliyoni 20 biliyoni zagenda okuwa era yagamba agenda ziyisa ku prime minister basobole ozigaba nga tugoberera lisiti y'abantu abo abatuweebwa bonna amaduuka tugalina abantu bagamba tugenda kukolako nawulidde nga bagala biliyoni 10 basooke bazigabane biliyoni 10 baziteeke mu saako basobole okuba nga bazeewula nga bazikola ki nga bazizaawo n'ekyo tekiganye nga minisita w'e Kampala nakikolako ate era nsaba kukakasa nti nkyali minisita paka mu May lwe naalayira so kitegeeza nti nkyaddamu ofiisi okukola emirimu gye sinnabakukola inshallah ekisembayo maama drainage system tuzikoze era kyemmanyi nti Kampala katakyasobola kuddamu kukola ki flooding kubanga twayisa mu Allen Road
been cordoned
Closed,
off.
okay.
Yes, unless otherwise.
You know, Robert, I always tell people if they are being hoodwinked into forms of violence, if you see that candidate is not fronting their family in that act, violent act, please desist from it. Because if their families are home safe, why would they employ you to go and participate in violent acts? And after all, you are going to face the repercussions alone.
Indeed. For me, I just want to tell them that it is you who suffer. Yesterday I saw young boys being rounded up, you know, because they were trying to provoke HAJJAT. So, please be very careful. It is you, it is your family. Don't engage in such things. If we have members of parliament who have lost honorably, and they're at their homes, can you imagine this election saw Matthias Mpuga out?
Indeed. Lots of big wigs, all gallant, elegant men on the floor of parliament, men and women that have left that August house as a defeat in this particular election cycle. And Robert, I know you've been looking at some of those names that have been quite a shock so far.
I'll go with Matthias Mpuga because he was so famous and people thought he would make it. Now Matthias Mpuga is out.
That is Nyendo Mukungwe.
Nyendo Mukungwe. I haven't yet come to terms that Uganda, Kira is out.
Yes.
The most outspoken. One time I would even ask myself, do we have only Uganda in parliament? It seems every time it's the catching the eye of the speaker. Uganda is gone. Now we have Abdu Katuntu.
Yes, he's also
a
out.
very well composed legislator who has experience, also out.
That's Bugweri County.
Bugweri County. We have Muwanga Chivumbi Butambala, and I think this is the person who was heading NUP in Uganda.
Vice President.
President of NUP in Uganda. Muwanga Chivumbi out.
And as for Muwanga Chivumbi, in fact, we should keep him in prayers because it's not easy to lose an election and at the same time have to deal with your own mother. Very sick.
Very sick, yeah.
Early morning yesterday, the reports were flying all over the place that the mother had passed away, but by end of day yesterday, the report was that she is still alive but critically sick. She's under critical condition. So it's quite a tough time in regards to emotions.
We pray for him. Then Dr. Bedi Wanika, he's also out, defeated. Medad Segona. Now we are talking of members of parliament who have been very vocal, very prominent,
very articulate
in the 11th house.
That is Busiro East.
Busiro East. Now we go to Sechikubo. General Shande did not spare him.
Remiyaga County.
He's gone. He's been there for the last 25 years in that constituency. He's no more. He won't see the 12th parliament.
And of course, Sechikubo reminds you of the so-called in quotes rogue MPs, as you would call them under the NRM party.
The rebel ones.
The rebel MPs. That means you also talk about Barnabas Tinkasemere.
Now we have also Asumani Basalirwa. Now Asumani Basalirwa, even he was the only member of parliament for his political party.
Jema.
That is it.
Jema in the house. We have Aida Nantaba.
Aida Nantaba is also out. I wonder if I know she had a stiff competition between her and is it the niece of Kalangwa? So I'm yet to find out or get the facts that if Kalangwa's niece actually beat her to it.
Then moving on, you have Odongoto.
Yes.
Tulabieko. Geoffrey Ekanya. You come to Lutamaguzi.
Lutamaguzi is also out.
Semakula, that is Nakaseke.
Yes.
Now, when you look at Lutamaguzi, he also joins the other group of very articulate, very composed members of parliament that have gone. We have Aisha Kabanda. She was not another district of Butambala. She was not another district of Kampala. In NRM, very strong, then close to NUP,
yes.
Made it, but now she's also gone. Barnabas Tinkasemere, like you have said, also there, Barnabas and Sechikubo, you can tie them in the same bag. Now, You also, I think,
Is Joyce Bagala coming?
No,
Joyce Bagala is not coming back.
Mm.
Geoffrey Lutaya,
Geoffrey
not coming back.
has gone, but of course there are those, like I was looking at those that have been very, very vocal.
Yes.
Joyce Bagala, to some extent, Geoffrey Lutaya does not fit within this group.
The vocal group, yes.
Vocal group. It's like when you talk about this one that Dr. Hildeman, what is this?
I mean,
Dr. Hildeman.
Hilary Chiaga.
Hilary Chiaga.
Yes, they have been in parliament, the likes of him, Geoffrey Lutaya, but there are different breeds.
Yeah.
From
Kaziwe Bashir, that is the...
Not a different. Now, Kaziwe Bashir, to be honest, he's been in parliament but almost absent. You know?
Yes, and even the former manager of this musician.
Kayemba Solo.
Kayemba Solo also out. It's in that category.
Many of the people who came, I don't want to, but 2021 brought in a lot.
Yeah.
Because of what they termed then as the wave. 2026, when you look at the outcomes, I think the wave has not done much in terms of parliamentary. Because if it was the wave, there is no way Mwanga Chivumbi, vice chairperson, would go. If it was the wave, there is no way Rutamaguzi Semakula would go. If it was the wave, Aisha Kabanda, you know? If it was the wave of this stage, she's called Namuga something.
Namuga Gorete, Maogola South.
Yeah, there's no way she would go. You know, because these
she's been vocal, by the way, even in media stations.
And within the party that had the majority in parliament in 2016. Now, when we look at some parties, are you aware Ant has fronted a candidate this time? PPF has also fronted about to. So 12th parliament is going to be, I want to say, with this breed of people gone, maybe the likes of Gerard Karuhanga coming up.
Yeah, coming back, yes.
Because Gerard Karuhanga matches the breed we are talking about that has gone in terms of parliament.
Yeah.
But also was disturbed Ugandans. When we look at 230,897 invalid votes, how do you tell me that these people, 230,897, went to the polls and didn't know what to do? How do you leave home, take breakfast, you know, or go line, and then you reach this huge number, then you reach the Benson and you don't know? Because there's a difference between a spoiled and an invalid vote.
Now, invalid also counts for what exactly Ugandans understood for invalid. Because as I was following what was transpiring in Zimbabwe, thanks to Ivan Kahwa, there was that moment when the vote counting had started, and there was a ballot that had a tick against their candidate, but unfortunately that tick just went outside
the box
not into any other candidate's features, but just outside of the boundary.
The line,
yes.
Okay.
So there was a conversation and a question of was this ballot invalid or valid? But ideally it was evident that this person had ticked against their candidate, except that it went past the line of the boundary. And that's it. It never went to interrupt any other candidate.
Now,
and they ended up counting it as an invalid vote.
Now, two things that come out clearly that sometimes cause the confusion. First, the Electoral Commission is clear that the tick must be within the box of your candidate. The tick must be within the box of your candidate, not outside. Even if the boxes are here and you don't tick, well, I don't know how I'm going to demonstrate, but let me try. These are boxes and are boxes. Now, you go in that box, but you tick out, not inside the box. But it's clear that you wanted to tick part of that box. One would say the intention is clear. We can know who he wanted. Because at first there was a confusion. That's why the Electoral Commission came up and said, inside. Because they are saying as long as the intention, like Julie, where I would say as long as we can see who this person intended to vote for, we should count that. But that was causing confusion, because one would say even a tick that begins in one's box and then stretches into the other, at least you can see that this first tick was in Chirabo's box. So they left the intention and went to strictly the box.
So the exception to the rule was ruled out ideally.
Yes, it has to be in the box. And I think was watching, also there's another thing, I was watching some local TV station. There was a shamefully, I'm sorry to say, there was a member of parliament who had participated in an election. Then there was a senior journalist, I would say, but they couldn't differentiate between what we call a spoilt vote and an invalid vote.
A spoilt vote and an invalid vote.
Can you?
Of course you can.
Differentiate a spoilt vote and an invalid vote.
Because a spoilt vote is a vote, for example, someone has ticked more than 2 candidates.
Or makes a mistake.
Or draws something or makes a mistake. And an invalid vote could be someone ticked below the candidate.
Or crossed.
Or crossed. So it can be differentiated. Unless if you say a spoiled ballot paper and an invalid vote. That could be so obvious.
Interesting. Now,
but of course, it all zeroes down to.
That is the thing I told you.
It all zeroes down to the Electoral Commission. Maybe next time they can amend their laws, and maybe for the kind of illiterate Ugandans, they can make provisions for something like that if it is within the candidate's demarcated area. But
indeed, and
that
that
is
some
causing confusion. Because if we look at intention, that would mean even if someone ticked, these are the boxes, let me try to do it here. These are the boxes. And now I tick like this. They will say the intention is obvious. He was ticking this candidate.
But unfortunately, the intention was ruled out.
So that's why they said, if it is not within here.
No, I think that wouldn't really add up because
now I
look
definitely look forward to when we can have
Mr.
Paul Bukenya to just clarify and teach us on these things. But one of the comments from different observers, election observers, was the fact that voter education was still lacking. And it's a recommendation that has been given to the Electoral Commission that as they plan for the next election cycle, voter education and civic education must be a point of emphasis. Now, the Saturday Monitor is out already. And of course, the headline there is vote count, Big Falls surprise comebacks. And looking at the big losses, some of which Chirabo has made mention of, but those are the big losses that have been part of Parliament and now have been defeated. But the big losses altogether that the Saturday Monitor looks at, Betty Amongi for Lira City Woman MP. Therein is Beatrice Anywa Mama Mabida for Kitgum Municipality, Henry Oriem Okello for Kitgum Chima East, and Joyce Moriku Kaduchu also defeated as Moyo Woman MP. Agnes Nandutu Bududa Woman, and as now for Agnes Nandutu's story, one would wonder why. First time in Parliament, never enjoyed her reign.
She said she was baptized with fire.
First time as a minister.
As a member of Parliament even. Both, yes, member of Parliament.
To be a minister, her joy lasted shortly, I would say.
Yeah, her reign has been shortly.
She said she was
She goes into the primaries, she is defeated. Generally, she has, gone out altogether. Of course, Matthias Mpuka there, Nyendo Mukungwe and Mwanga Chivumbi for Butambala County. And the big wins that we are looking at, it would surprise you in case you have not been following. But the Honorable Norbert Mao is coming back to Parliament representing Laropeche Division, and Judith Nabakoba there also coming back. Henry Tumkunde is coming back for Rukunjiri Municipality, and in there is Molly Kamukama Karo Woman MP, and Elioda Tumwesije Shema North coming back. This is Elasa Serunjoji for Butambala County. That's a big win there, and Gerard Karuhanga for Ntungamo Municipality. That is an update from the Saturday Monitor. But also Museveni opens up big lead, and polls beginning of new school term postponed due to the polls. Yes, here in the Saturday Monitor, beginning of new school term has been postponed. Want to know the detail of that? Get yourself a copy of the Saturday Monitor. And of course, let me just see what the Lizard has to say. The Lizard says, time for premium tiers. Taiwan.
Premium Pro.
Vote count, Big Falls, surprise comebacks. Indeed, time for...
The rich also cry, the incumbents.
Remember that song?
Yeah,
it was a Nigerian movie.
Really? It was a Nigerian? I've not watched it, I think.
The rich also cry.
So this time, the incumbents And
because you couldn't be in parliament when you're poor.
and the
Don't forget
famous
that.
ones.
First, 2021, getting to parliament, you had to inject a lot of money. 2026, I'm told you had even to inject more.
More money.
So
Yeah.
it was the rich one.
Someone was,
the house.
someone was giving just a bit of a picture, painting a picture of what injections you had to have had in order to go through this campaign. 500 million.
Yeah.
Your 500 million settled there
How did
first.
Zambale then make it?
I think
That's your Mukasa.
You know, a journalist.
and of course, and of course, Robert, you know, he's so lucky. He's so lucky because
if we're
already
talking about having 500
million. So you're sure he doesn't have the 500?
I'm not saying he doesn't, but I'm just saying.
We know our work.
And
just
besides,
wondering, are we paid less?
Anyways, a reminder, colleagues, a reminder that at 9 a.m. Justice Simon Byabakama will be coming back to give us the 6th provisional results from the Electoral Commission, and that's where we'll definitely be getting an update. Now, by 5 p.m. today,
hopefully
will be by 5 p.m. strictly. By the time it's 5 p.m., you will know who your next president
that is
is.
if we have.
But by indeed, that is if we have
50 plus 1.
50 plus 1% vote.
But you see that not happening according to what we are seeing
already. Yeah,
if you look at about how many polling stations have come in?
About
41,177 polling stations so far. That is at 81.15%.
So the remaining at 20 something.
I mean, as we speak, the lead, the one in the lead, and that is candidate Museveni, is at 73.72%. So
in my opinion, I don't see this likely to change. If you look at the difference between the one in the lead and the one following.
And the polling
it's also
stations.
possible. It's also very possible that at 9 a.m. when Justice Simon Byabakama comes to give us that update, it could be the final results. Because the statement is by the time it clocks 5 p.m. you will already know. You will have known.
So it could be 2, it could be 9, it could be 11, it could be
whatever
time he appears.
Should be wide.
But for me, as a person who tried to study some statistics, when you look at how statistics are moving, how information is coming in, you look at how many polling stations have been covered, the percentages, you look at the differences so far.
You can't tell.
Unless it rains soda.
And now looking at some of the percentages, and I guess you'll be able to interpret this for us, Robert. Bulira Frank, by yesterday at the 5th provisional results, he was at 0.42% with 39,488 of valid votes. Robert Kasibante was at 28,080, and that is at 0.30%. Robert Chagulanyi was at 2,105,921, bringing him to 22.66%. Mabirizi, aka Mabrizi, as back in the day, Mabirizi was at 18,847, bringing him to a percentage of 0.20%. Muntu, candidate Muntu, was at 49,259, bringing him to 0.53%. And Munyagwa was at 25,480, bringing him to 0.27%. Candidate Nandala was at 175,331, bringing him to a percentage of 1.89%. And candidate Yoweri Museveni was at 6,851,406 votes, bringing him to a percentage of 73.72%. Now that is as far as their percentages stand. And if you're looking at the percentages, it's interesting that candidate Museveni at 73.72%, and candidate Muntu at it's at 0.53. I'd seen it as 53%.
Oh,
yes, that's why I was trying to get the marks
also
ahead.
don't forget a percentage of polling stations. What have we received so far in terms of percentages?
In 81.15%.
Now you have 81.1%.
15%. Yes.
Now, percentages are out of 100.
Of course.
Right.
Now, if you look at 100, if in case of percentage, and you've received 81%, results that have come in.
Let's consider
so
the leading, the
I want to come to that. I want to come to
that.
that. That's what I'm telling you. Now, that means if you've so far received 81, let's even leave the percentage. of the points that fall in one.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
the rounding
that
off
means
and
if it's out of 100, 81% of the polling stations, they have been tallied, they have been confirmed by the Electoral Commission, and we have had their results. Now that means what is remaining, that's why Julie said that even by 9, he may come and announce, because what is remaining is so little in terms of percentages. But now when you go to the 81%, 0.15 that have come in, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the NRM candidate, has 73.72%. Now that means when you come to his next, because I want to go to those that have 0.00.
We can consider the first 3. That is
I look at the first 2
Chagulanyi and Mafabi.
I won't even go to Mafabi. Reason being, when we look at the differences in percentages, this person has 73.72%.
Out of the 81?
Out of the 81% of the polling stations of votes that have come in. Now, the next has 22.66%. It is very hard for you in terms of percentage to move from 22 maybe to make it to
that is
70
a whole 51 something
percentage.
The difference.
It is very hard. If it is almost next to impossible
with the remaining
stations. Because you can't tell me that with this percentage the man has already had from 81 polling stations. It is not very possible. It's not very possible. Even if you are to look at the number of votes, you may find that Chagulanyi is still in 1 point something, 1 M point
1
something.
million. Right.
And Yoweri Kaguta Museveni is in 6 million point something. So how are you going, when you look at this, we've not yet gotten the final results. It is the Electoral Commission that has the mandate and the powers.
Of course, these are just our views. These are
preliminary results already indicate how are you going to shift from 1 million and you get about 5 million votes, so that maybe the NRM candidate fails to get the 50 plus 1, so that you have maybe a rerun. How are you going to do that with the remaining polling stations?
Almost impossible. Almost impossible.
One of my friends, Ruben, likes saying it can't rain soda. But of course, we still wait and see
what the Electoral Commission.
Indeed. Now it's 5 minutes to 7 a.m. here in Uganda Standard East African Time. In case there's whatever way you're watching us, which is because we are in the dark. Whichever way. I am surprised that for some reason Ugandans will tell you that I was on X, I was on social media and I saw this and I'm thinking, oh.
Yeah, but I've seen that mostly the people in the diaspora.
I've been shocked. Not even diaspora. I've seen some, are they called bloggers?
Bloggers, yeah.
Bloggers, yeah. When you use the ways that are available legally today, you find they're live and how did this guy
what other legal ways exist?
I personally don't know how to access the
internet.
Has not given
We are in the dark as Ugandans.
How are they? How come the online? When you go in some WhatsApp groups and use what we have here, you find that some people.
And when you ask them, how are you accessing, they don't mention it.
Exactly.
They're just putting laughing emojis.
But let's look at some more names of those who lost and won, and just to hear the views of each one of you. Of course, we've talked about Zambali Blasio Mukasa, who won Nansana on the NUP ticket. Rashande won Remiyaga on the NRN ticket. Dixon Kateshumbwa won Shema.
Wow.
One of the highlights or memories I have of Dixon Kateshumbwa, as commonly called as Katesh, is during the 2020-2021. He trended on the internet because of having bought undergarments for women in his area, and it made such rounds as to how he would think of all issues affecting a human being in his area. Undergarments would be on the table. But well, he made it to Parliament and he has come back for another 5 years. Of course, Kabichu, as we've mentioned, she's out. Dr. Acheng winning Lira district. Ivan Cheyune.
First wait, Dr. Acheng.
Yes, that is Lira.
That was a very winning Lira city.
Yes.
That was another hot. I remember when the president was campaigning in that area, he was asked to intervene.
Yes, by the Speaker of Parliament.
By the Speaker of Parliament, between the two ministers, Dr. Jane Ruth Acheng and the Minister
Betty Amonge.
Betty Amonge, Gender, Labour and Social Development. Now,
And they're both cabinet ministers.
Yeah, and I think the president said, let the will of the people be. It has been a hotly contested area, and of course there are so much of counter accusations. But Dr. Jane Ruth Aceng retains the seat. Retains the seat because Honorable Betty Amongi had crossed
from another, yes. From Oyam.
From Oyam, and came to this. She was Jane Ruth Aceng was the NRM candidate, official NRM candidate. She was, the other was UPC.
Of course, she is.
She is actually. UPC. And maybe people still believe that UPC, you know, there are some areas where there was still being that UPC is strong. Indeed, when I look at the list of MPs so far,
has one candidate.
Has one candidate now, and yet we thought that the Northern by then, but NRM has swept Northern Uganda so much, and I think UPC is dying out.
Actually, no, UPC has two candidates so far.
And I'm looking at the shift from Oyam. Betty Amongi was the Oyam South MP. Yes. Why didn't she remain in that constituency? Because she was she was the current MP there. So I think it would have made more sense if she decided to come as a candidate still for Oyam South. But indeed. I think when she moved, not I think, but when she moved to Lira, she financed the rehabilitation of a certain road. I think that gave her confidence. Maybe the residents.
And they did have a stiff competition.
And of course, the Lira City Division that then halted all private constructions and rehabilitations of roads, because they banned actually of all such politicians that are carrying out such works, because I think they noticed it would come to unfair political play.
Wasn't it quite obvious though?
Even standards. Because if you're doing something privately, how are we sure that you're working according to the standards?
And it's by law, by the way. By law, yeah. As a private investor, you're not allowed to. Yes, it's by law, really. But speaking of which, just to put a katiao on who won, who lost, so far by the morning, at least so far what we have as numbers of representation in Parliament, NRM so far has 188 candidates already in Parliament. And independent, we have 38 members of Parliament already ready to represent in the 12th August House. NUP has 22 members. That is, it means independent is winning. NUP so far. FDC has 9 members of Parliament representing. DP has 5 of them. Of course, this includes Honorable Norbert Mao. UPC has 2 members so far. PFF has 2 members so far. And ANT has 1 member so far. As by this early morning, of course, as the day goes by, because Kampala, not all divisions have been mentioned, so we still have hopes of these numbers going up for each party.
You know what is interesting here?
Yes.
PFF.
Having representation.
That's a new political party.
Indeed.
But a political party that has candidates who have been in the political scene. But I don't think it's quite, you know.
No, when you look at registration,
it
is a new political party.
It is.
It is a new political party.
It's less than a year.
Look at it as
is it a year already?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
I think
PFF, because remember they had issues of colors, then this. So PFF, that is the Katonga best. I think they have done good to have 2 members of Parliament, one would say. Then also ANT, I think this is their first time to present a member of Parliament, though I stand to be corrected.
No, ANT had, I think, last night there was
before 2021. It must have been actually Gerald, who the one who has come back.
No.
ANT had, I think it was a lady, if I'm not mistaken. My mind is not being correct.
Well, I'm going to cross-check that, but I stand to be corrected. It looks to me like it's another party that is fronting. Now, all these are going to benefit from some monies that are given to political parties that have members in Parliament and are also part of IPOD.
Right.
Now, this is money. Asumani Basariwa was one for his political party.
And it was a one-man army.
But means, he got, I think, he didn't get less than 500 million. So remember, there is that money. If you have a member of parliament, parties that are represented in a parliament,
there's that money that comes.
They get that good money, depending on numbers. So yes, there is something there for you. And of course,
why are you making it about money, Robert?
That is the truth. But you know, one of the things that had.
Asked why. There was a political party that had refused.
There
was a political party that refused to join IPOD.
Yes, of course.
Yes.
Now I want to show you the power of money in politics. Now there came a time and we changed our law said if you're not a member of IPOD,
you cannot get the
you cannot get that money. I want to tell you, I saw a political party typing, asking, requesting to be included.
And asking for feedback.
So money is very vital in politics because one, you have a lot of work that you need to do.
Indeed.
And it requires money. And Ugandans are not usually very generous. If you see them in church that they are not willing to give, then how much are they willing to give in political parties?
Now,
some even later come out and announce, I used to give money.
Julie, I'm looking at the number of independents and the number of opposition MPs. The fact that the current opposition party that has the lead of opposition had over 59-60 MPs, and already the independents are 38. And if the FDC has 9, DP has 5, and the rest 2 to 1. I'm wondering how it is going to be when it comes to the number of independents in the House.
This is something I was actually, I even posed to Robert yesterday, and I beg that you would reiterate it for one who missed that conversation. But usually the leader of opposition, of course, comes from the biggest number of opposition members.
Party.
Yes, against the ruling party. Now, what if this time round in the 12th August House, we do have the number of independents more than those on the opposition side? What exactly happens? And I love that you painted the picture of the multi-party, the movement system that was at that time versus the multi-party system that we have this time round. But I wonder what it will look like in case it's what it is as.
Now, very interesting is the leader of opposition comes from the opposition party that has the majority of members in parliament. Now, the independents are not opposition. They're not opposition. The framers of our constitution, leave alone the drama that has come along the way. When they were looking at independence, they knew and believed that much as we have gone in multi-party dispensation, or when we go into multi-party dispensation, they knew that there will be Ugandans who will not want to belong to any political party. And indeed, I want to believe there are those Ugandans that for them, they don't want to belong to any political party. They are still inclined in the movement system. They simply don't want, but they want to take positions of leadership. So that's why they say that the ruling party will sit on this other side to differentiate that this is the ruling party. Then those in the opposition also have their sitting area. Then the independents will be in the middle to signify. For us, we are either NRM, we are neither NRM, we are neither opposition. Now, today what we call independents actually are not the real independents that the framers were looking at. Because today you have independents that align and confess political parties.
That are leaning or affiliated.
Leaning, affiliated, and are registered members.
Of certain parties.
Of certain political parties. This number, 38, we have those that we know are NUP.
Of course, and NRM.
We have those that we know are NRM. And even when they reach in parliament, you find these people are loyal to NRM.
Their parties, yeah.
They are loyal to National Unity Platform. They are loyal to whatever political party they come from.
That is what I wanted to talk about, Julie. Do you think they're going to be...
In terms of discussions and deliberations, I want to tell you very few of these will stand. You're going to see if there is anything that requires the opposition to boycott. You see them in sync with opposition. If there's anything that requires NRM, they are passing a bill, and you see them in bed with NRM. And NRM previously used to do this thing, that if you're their member, if you're an independent, and of course they know, maybe you felt cheated, maybe the primaries weren't fair to you. Now, when you passed through as a member of parliament, they used to sign what they call memorandum of understanding with you. When you get to parliament, you sign a memorandum of understanding. Now, that memorandum of understanding bids you to concur with the decisions and the sides of NRM. Nope. Earlier had said that Secretary General Louis Rubongoya, unfortunately, is not going to be in parliament because he was defeated. A party Secretary General was defeated. But what is going to happen is, for him, he said that for National Unity Platform, if you stand as an independent, you cease to be a member of NUP. You have to go through a rigorous process to be accepted again as a member of NUP. But when I see the outcomes of this election,
it's imperative that even the independent who are leaning
may tempt NUP
to accept its members.
To recall.
That is what I was telling Julie. I wanted to tell you about that. Although, of course, he has mentioned because I wanted us to...
Because the situation, you know, some laws are not... Laws can be changed. We've seen amendments. Maybe there's a time you get to and think beyond and say, you know why? Now we can no longer hold this.
And if you say that, I'm reminded of the speech, the victory speech that the one who won Busiro, is it East, where Medad was defeated? And that is now the Honorable Magola. Yes, I watched his victory speech, and he said that this win is for Magola, it's for Matthias Walukaga, and it's for NUP, my party, to be represented. So ideally, you can't tell me that you can tell someone of that stature that because you went in as an independent...
Even first said, I'm happy I've won, but I'm not yet 100% happy because I don't know the results of my president, Magola, in his speech, rightly showing I came as an independent, but I'm NUP, it is open. I'm going to be loyal to National Unity Platform. I'm even waiting for the result of my president. Now, for me, I find that hard to come out and say that, yes, these are independents.
Indeed.
That, yes.
So now here is something, things for us to discuss. As you can see on the screen, parliamentary results. Looking at a status check. Now, James Kaberuka, winner under an NRM party for Kinkizi West in Kanungu. And NRM General Emmanuel Rashande, Remiaga County, and still the
That's
NRM.
My OB. That's
Rashande.
my OB. Yes,
oh,
it is
wow.
my OB.
It's very well, very well. Very pleased to know.
Actually, we
who
used,
studied.
I think before he graduated, we used to sit in the same hall for some of the exams.
Ah, interesting.
Yeah.
What a wow. Henry Musasizi Rubanda East, representing the NRM party now for Kanungu. I can imagine one of our power men here on set, Godwin, must be excited, representing Kanungu there for the NRM party. Let's see what other members whose status we are checking. Majagere. Honorable Robina Nabanja for Kakumiro District, and still Chris Bariomusi. For some reason, we thought Honorable Chris Bariomusi was defeated at the primaries. For the longest time, I thought he was defeated and was on independent ticket. But there he is, representing the NRM party for Kinkizi County East. And of course, Moses Mayanja.
That's a surprise.
Not a surprise anyways. Not a surprise because 2021 he contested, though not for MP, but contested for LC5 chairperson Wakiso. And he was defeated. But his campaign is ruthless. He goes all in. He does not spare any space. And his win this time has not surprised me, given that
of course, for some
the fact that it is an opposition.
In Busiro North, that has been predominantly opposition. I think that's where the surprise comes.
Perhaps so.
That is what I was talking about.
So,
he did a lot of work, and I want to congratulate him because people who are breaking, not because it's NRM, but people who are breaking some of these areas that we normally thought either it was NRM and now you see an opposition take up, if it, you know, that are changing history.
Exactly.
Right.
So he's one of the people who have changed history.
And he's also,
especially Busiro North.
That he comes out as an NRM.
Right. And he's also, by the way, he also won.
And Mr. Kabanda.
Mr. Kabanda,
yes,
that's a quite a yes.
Mr. Kabanda, I think on Kampala Central.
But I think for me, even with their campaigns, for this gentleman, Mayanja, his campaign, he goes all in. Last time he was defeated because of the wave, but he is so detailed that he even reaches your contact number, asking for that vote on your phone, on your mobile phone, you know, for as long as he knows that you are under Wakiso. And even for this time round, as Busiro North, I still was not surprised. He won, obviously, NRM chairperson in the SEC. He's representing that side as the NRM chairperson. But let's move on to other NRM reps. Lule Eric for Chiboga West, a winner there representing the NRM. Jen Ruth Acheng, Lira City Woman MP. And Gerald Karuhanga coming through as an independent. I actually thought he was coming as aunt.
No.
And he's the one I thought was aunt previously, before 2021, but anyways, I thought he was under aunt. but he comes through.
FDC was he on the
He was FDC.
He was FDC. He was
yes.
FDC.
He
Yes.
was FDC. From university, he entered politics.
Right.
He was FDC, and now he
And of course, when you talk about Chiboga, there is also the Honorable Minister Lilian Abba. That is Chiboga.
She also won that. I believe we'll see her on the list there. Let's move on to other candidates.
Before we move on,
yes, before we move on,
we're looking at big shots, vocal people that have left Parliament.
Right.
But I think here comes in Gerard Karuhanga. He's one of those we believe are going to be a replacement, who are articulate, very vocal, and all that.
I hope he's not alone, though. You know, when it's a team of
combined
vocal,
efforts.
Yeah, look at those in the opposition that maybe Betty Numbers also could be. But of course, when you talk about the likes of who have left the Mpunga, Zamuanga,
yes,
Lutamaguzi, Semakula.
It depends on in what context he is. Betty Numbers is very vocal in. I wouldn't want to say. No. Exactly, I don't want to use the word propaganda, but for lack of a better word. But when it comes to legislation, pure legislation, scrutinizing the Attorney General's report, Auditor General's
report. Maybe in case Joel Senyonyi makes it back, of course he will be with Karuhanga there in speech.
I hope
and
Jonathan Odori is back.
Right. Looking at Jim Muwezi, that is Rujumbura County under the NRM ticket, and Betty Namboze Bachireke coming through for NUP, and of course Mukono Municipality, and on independent leaning towards NUP. Emmanuel Magola.
From FDC to NUP to independent.
Magola was in FDC?
FDC, yes.
Oh, interesting. He now comes through as independent, and from his victory speech, he's really ready to put up the manifesto that NUP holds as the Busiro East member of Parliament. Let's see other members of Parliament that are now ready to serve in the 12th August House. Bruce Balaba, Rubanda West under the NRM ticket, and still under the NRM ticket we have Evelyn Ninsima, woman MP Rubanda, and still NRM winner Molly Kamukama Kazo, woman MP. I think she has served as a presidential advisor. Yes, she has served as a presidential advisor, and they're in NRM for you. Looking at other members who are serving in the 12th August House. Lydia Wanyoto
finally
defeating Galiwango.
She
has really,
a person I've posted a number of times, both radio and TV.
Okay.
And she has tried.
Yeah, she has really fought for that position. Yes.
Really?
Finally, she's come through.
Oh, yeah, I wonder how the brother is doing.
Yes, yes.
In northern
division.
Yes.
Yes, indeed. But Lydia Wanyoto defeats Galiwango there. Galiwango was only independent, but NRM leaning. And Lydia Wanyoto was the flag bearer.
She's done much for the party. She's very vocal for the party, passionate about the party.
And beautiful.
And finally, she's made it to Parliament.
And a passionate politician. A passionate politician.
She's a person who call at any time to speak about issues of her party, and she'll be here. Either 5 in the morning or whatever time Lydia Wanyoto will be.
No disappointment. I'm coming. You see now I cannot. Okay.
More NRM cadres that are making it to the 12th August House. Ismail Lubega, Kakuto County.
Is replacing Geoffrey Lutaya?
I'm not so sure, but
Kakuto
Geoffrey Lutaya, yes.
It's Geoffrey
He's actually replacing Geoffrey Lutaya.
NRM takes over Lutaya was NUP.
Yes, Lutaya was NUP. In Parliament. Yes. MINSA KABANDA, HAJJAT MINSA KABANDA comes through. NRM direct MP Kampala Central.
Replacing
very few women.
Sereko Muhammad, who was an independent.
When you look at parliaments that have come in, the 11th, the 10th, very few ladies come on direct.
Direct MP, yes.
Now, when you see a woman winning a constituency, a direct seat, there are not very many. Actually, the 11th Parliament, we had over 500 members of Parliament, but you can't find 100 who are women who came on direct seat. There are less than 50 who came on direct seat. So, Mr. Kabanda, she makes two.
She's a woman of steel. Yeah, the number of candidates who are in that race.
On independent and also Kampala Central that had for some time wasn't so grip on the hands of NRM in terms of members of parliament.
Indeed, looking at more, and allow me start from my right side, which is your left side, you the viewer, in the name of, you know, women who have served this country. Amelia Chambade comes back to Mawokota North after having been swept away by the wave in the last election. She put up another fight this time round, and she defeated Hillary Chiaga. Keep in mind, by the way, just to for you to keep in mind, so far by early morning hours, we had 188 members of the NRM ready to serve in the 12th August House. And there is a fellow in the field of mass communication and journalism, Zambali Blasio Mukasa, comes through for Nansana municipality under the NUP ticket. And Frank Tumwebaze comes through again for Chibare County as the NRM cadre on there. Looking at other members who are looking forward to serve in the 12th August House, will be definitely getting more of them.
I want to, you know, there is something that if you're a government worker and you stand for such seats, you resign first. I mean, I wonder what goes through the candidates' minds when, in case you don't go through, do I go back to my job? Am I accepted again? Or once you do not get to parliament, that ceases you cease to have to be an employee of that company. I think something should change a bit, according to me.
The framers of our
You know,
constitution
they say
and of that
in
law
Uganda,
never wanted conflict of interest and people misusing resources in their campaigns. But I've also had some analysts who say that this has kept away a number of would-be good politicians from participating, because someone says, why was if I resign my job and go into politics and I lose, what next? Because the law does not permit that there is automatic return to your job. And many of them have lost their jobs,
and
they have not gone through in parliament, and when you meet them, they are living horrible lives, because they gave up their career and now they have gone into politics. So some are even saying, if you could amend that.
That is my opinion.
But remember, if you resign, for example, you resign for 6 months or a year 2, who is going to take over your job?
But you see, I think there are conversations, as they say in Uganda, in Jovuteremerero Masanga Gayo. It's also a saying in one of the African countries. For them, they say that in Kenya, actually in Kenya amongst the Maasai, that an elephant never fails to carry its own ivory. Its trunk, rather, yes. So by the time you know you're going to serve, if at all your idea is to serve, these are things you plan 4 years ahead. You know what financial status you need before you step down from your 5 to 8 to go and campaign.
8 to 5.
8 to 5, pardon me, yes, 8 to 5. You generally have a plan. You do not go there for
absolutely, Julie, but
you know, some people who resign their jobs and have lost.
And that's the thing, you plan. Because you know that at the end of that day...
I've seen many, many even cry out even to the president, help
because
me,
at the end of that day, you know you're going for this.
Julie, you're totally right. But I'm not the Electoral Commission. I'm not the voters. I'm just trying my luck.
Exactly.
So the law should be amended.
That's why you plan accordingly.
It should be amended.
But
in case
I'd love to engage you guys in a very interesting conversation, and I'm really looking forward to your 2 cents. But before that, let me just give you an update. NRM 188 candidates, independent 38 candidates, rather 38 members of parliament.
That's true.
Yes, NUP 22 members of parliament so far, FDC 9 members of parliament, DP 5 members of parliament, UPC 2 members of parliament, PFF 2 members of parliament, and ANT 1 member of parliament. Now I'd love for us to take a listen or another listen to what Honorable Balam Baragahara had to say on the issue of the internet shut down in Uganda, and thereafter I'll definitely hear your 2 cents as to what you think about this particular conversation. Let's have a listen.
Present what basis of our suit. So I mean, I don't see any problem. Someone challenge the constitutional right. It's by law, and they will always go and challenge, and the president will win them, because the president is a very humble man who respects the law and who wants everything to be done in a proper way. He wants the will of the people to be respected. When the member of parliament has won, he says the will of people must always be respected. I've never seen a kind, humble man like that man.
Honorable, you did talk about...
Regards to internet, initially UCC said they had switched off, probably for security reasons. But then the latest I'm getting from my friends in Mombasa, a ship was passing by, it hit an internet cable into two. So they are trying to locate the other piece to connect it.
Honorable, that is information we cannot justify right now, but because the EC, UCC did release a letter that all Ugandans are actually following right now.
That is okay. Internet will be reinstated. The person who brought internet is the person you have voted. That is one of the gains you have. Did you have internet in 1986? Did you have it? Did your mother tell you that they had internet? But it was the country not running.
But things are changing, Honorable. We are moving in a world that is digital.
It's just a matter of days, maybe 2 weeks or 1 week, or they are working, our technicians are working to restore it. Let us trust in the president. The one who brought it will restore it. He's working around the clock. Our technicians are working closely. So what UCC told you, they have a right to tell you, and the facts that we know, as people who work in that telecom sector, we know that the cable was affected. And they are restoring it, they are fixing it.
How do you justify this? Why does this happen in this electoral process?
You know, the problem with you young people, you're wasting a lot of time on TikTok instead of listening to the message of the president. And those ones who have listened to the message of the president have voted him overwhelmingly. Can I tell you, the president won in Arua Central. He has never won in Arua Central. For all the times we have had elections in Uganda, he has never won in Arua Central. Is the...
Forgive me for laughing. Oh, my goodness. That was the conversation that Honorable Balam Bargahara had gave to our very own Jethro Kasaija. And of course, in regards to the internet, he says that first and foremost, it was for security reasons. But then later on, he found out that in Mombasa, a ship hit internet cables that were disrupted, and thus the cutoff of the internet in Uganda. Now, of course, keep in mind that on the 13th of January at 6 p.m., before 6 p.m., it must have been probably 4 p.m. or 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours before 6 p.m., it's when a directive and a message was released by the UCC that in the next few hours, then the internet would be shut down from Uganda. And at that time, it caught most Ugandans off guard. Well, there was a suspicion that internet would be shut down at that time, but not as abrupt and getting caught off guard as it happened on the 13th of January. And true to form, at 6 p.m. exactly on the 13th of January, internet was cut off and Uganda went dark. However, the Honorable Minister says that there was a cable that was hit by a ship in Mombasa, and he went ahead to say that anyways, why do we complain? Because the one who brought the internet is the one who we are voting for anyways. And of course, he made mention of the fact that their technicians are doing everything possible to make sure that the internet comes back. And of course, the fact that Ugandans were wasting a lot of time on TikTok instead of listening to the message of the president. And if they had not listened to the message of the president, they would not even have voted as they did. Now, colleagues, what are your 2 cents? You know, your facial expressions are actually...
Maze. Now, when I was in the School of Journalism, as a professional journalist, I was told to look for comments on certain issues from the right people. And the right people to speak about internet is Uganda Communications Commission, which issued a statement and was very clear, even indicated the time when internet would be switched off. I don't know if it is that time that the ship was going to knock the cables in Mombasa, that Uganda Communications Commission knew the exact time this accident was going to happen. I don't know, but for me, I rely on information.
And how is the cable connected to the
security? No, wait, for me, I rely on information from
UCC,
a source that is responsible to comment. If this information had come in from the Minister for Information, I would believe that. But as a professional journalist, I choose to rely on UCC information, and the Honorable has said his friends, so I can't rely on friends. I rely on credible information.
He said
so
they are underground people.
I
want to desist from
please let's
making
when
comments.
you see government has a way to communicate.
Dr. Balamba,
no, I'm not saying for me. Take me.
I don't want to. Really
Julie, get my stand on this, and clearly, this is what I want to say.
I hear you.
What I want to say is that there was a clear document on this, and I think I want to hold on something that is authentic and well verified. This could be his opinions or information he gathered. Or information he gathered, but Uganda should rest on the official document that came through. I think that is much better. Because we don't want to assume that Uganda Communications Commission had sensed there was going to be an accident, that the ship was coming and it was going to hit at this particular time, and then it would be off.
But he could be right, because how many ministers have been interviewed about UCC? So Jethro had a reason as to why.
Anyways, we leave this conversation at that. We leave it at that, and definitely we'll be hearing more from the UCC, who is authorized to communicate to Ugandans matters regarding the internet, and of course probably the information minister, but at least we stay in line with the authorities, as we are told as Ugandans. Now a little later on, I really hope we do get a breather to celebrate the late Honorable Geraldine Namirembe Bitamazire, one who was actually also a member of parliament serving as a woman MP in PG district, and that will be a little later on. But the other conversation that field soldiers got to engage in, and in particular this was Timothy Nyangweso, who had a conversation with the Right Honorable Richard Todwonga, the Secretary General of the NRM party. We want to see what transpired and what conversation they had, what they chewed on, so that we definitely share our 2 cents on that as well.
Commission is doing the tallying of both the presidential and the parliamentary elections that are happening and ongoing. We have had about 4 sessions with the chairperson of the Electoral Commission giving us exactly what's happening there. But right now I've been joined for an exclusive with the Right Honorable Richard Todwonga, the Secretary General of the National Resistance Movement. Good evening, sir. How are you?
Oh, we're excited. Good evening and congratulations to the President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Congratulations to NRM party and congratulations to Ugandans.
Your overview of both your campaigns but also how you've got here, is this the result you expected?
Definitely we expected this even before we got nominated, because we knew elections do come after every 5 years. So as an organization you have to prepare that within this period we shall be having election. And so you plan yourself through, and I'm sure you have seen that because we planned this earlier on, it was easier for us to manage the campaigns and to manage the process up to where we have reached. We started this by confirming and updating our members' register, because that was a very key thing to us. We needed to know who our members are, where they are they voters or they are not. When we did all that and we validated our record, we were now ready for the campaigns. And again, the next thing was our presidential candidate was demanded for by party members. That means the party itself had total confidence in the candidate, and they asked him to offer himself to run. Now the third one is the party organized itself in a way that the structures were involved in the campaigns. Every leader of the party got involved in this campaign, and so it became smooth for us to run through. And it was just a roller coaster, one after another. We're moving on so well with the campaigns, and up to where we are, we're just waiting for the declaration of our results.
Right, Honorable Todwonga, when you look at this election, anything that is there for you to take home as the National Resistance Movement, but also the incidents that happened, you have heard of them. What do you think about them, and what do you think about this election process this time around?
Yes, unlike the past, this has been a little more smooth and peaceful, with those few incidents that happened. We know as a party that we still have a lot of work to do with the young people. We still have a lot of work to do in urban areas, because as you see the results that have been coming, We won everywhere in this country, with the exception of a few places in the central region. Now, for some people who might not be able to understand, the central region is like a magnet that has pulled people from all over Uganda, because our GDP, close to about 60% of the GDP of the country, is produced from the center here. And so this brings on board so many people who are coming to look for jobs or look for opportunities. And so the population mix in the center can blind you to think that this is a demonstration against the party or the party is not popular. But no, to us we believe these are a reflection of social pressures that these people find in the urban areas. And therefore their support to the party or lack of it are not ideological. They are just based on the social pressure and the conditions they face at a particular moment. And therefore, if we focus at fixing this, I am 100% sure that our performance will improve in these urban areas.
What is it about the national resistance message that resonated with the people, that the numbers begin to reflect that? What was that about your message?
The president is always a teacher. You know, when you're a good teacher, your teaching plans are always very clear. And when he starts to speak and you're a good student, you'll know, because he keeps reminding you of where you have come from, where you have reached, where you're going, and how you should go to where you want to go. And so he spoke about peace and security as a foundation to everything we are doing. And definitely the people of Uganda know that there is no another leader or a party that can handle the issue of peace and security better than NRM and President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Two, he spoke about development with its social and economic elements: roads, electricity, schools, health centers, water, all that, which are already there, the development infrastructures. Then now the third, he spoke about the people. We have peace and security, we have these socio-economic development infrastructures in place, but the people are not hooked to these projects. How do we get the people to benefit from these advantages that we have? And that is why you speak about household income, household poverty, making sure every household is productive, to the extent that they even went with the videos showing around who has done what in this area. Now, to me, that was the masterpiece of this campaign. Bringing the wananchi, the voter, to understand that they have a lot to play in order to fight poverty in their households. It is not only government. Government will give you the enabling environment, but you as an individual, you have a lot of work to do to fight poverty in your household. So this message went around so well, and people received them, and it became a plus for us. Yeah.
I know you must have had a really hectic schedule, but my last question to you, Right Honorable Todang, is you are the leading party, the biggest, as you call it, the mass party. How do you galvanize this country to pull together, especially to ensure that the households you're looking at, the individuals, are got out of poverty?
We have been doing this through our preachings that focus at the mass line. The mass line means that we concentrate on things that unite the population, not things that divide the population. And all this infrastructure development we are talking about are things that unite the people, and just to empower them to be productive. Once you have what you're producing, and you know what you take to the market, your relationship with your neighbor will be product-market relationship. It's not about religion, not about tribe, but it will be about product. I produce soybeans, somebody else is buying my soybeans. So it is in my interest that the buyer of my soybean is peaceful, so that I earn. That is the kind of relationship we are preaching in Uganda. And it has worked up so well, to the extent that when government was doing rationalization of agents, I don't know whether you recall, that you could see the debate in Uganda moving sub-region by sub-region, where sub-regions are protecting products. To me, that was lovely. And I challenge my people of the north that Buganda is speaking about coffee and matoke, Toro is speaking about tea, Ankole is speaking about dairy products, Busoga is speaking about sugarcane. What are we speaking about in the north? From Teso up to West Nile, what do we have for the market? We have advantage of cereal production. We need to improve our cereal production. And so this is about leadership. What can the leaders do? Lango sub-region, for example, is like the hub of cereal processing. But what is West Nile bringing on board? What is Karamoja bring on board? What is Teso bring on board? Yes, fruit factory, fruit farming and all that in Teso, but we need to improve them, to boost them. And so when we start zoning this country into product lines, you'll see how beautiful Uganda will be.
Right Honorable, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure having you. That was the Right Honorable Richard Tudong, the Secretary General of the National Resistance Movement, especially giving his flowers on what their master plan has produced, especially with the results that are going to be announced in a few minutes by the chairperson of the Electoral Commission. In a short while, he'll be joining us here to give us the last session for tonight about the results, so we'll be leaving it to that.
Right, thank you very much, Timothy Nyangweso, for that conversation and some of the highlights that the Right Honorable Richard Tudong put up there. One, he talked about the fact that Museveni was the right brand to represent the NRM party in this electoral cycle. He reminds me of Honorable Mike Sebalu, who also talked about the importance of brand presentation and representation
and
for
actually
parties.
they emphasize that it's the party that requested Yoweri Kaguta Museveni to be their candidate.
Right.
The party requested him because they saw that within NRM
he was the befitting brand.
Yes.
Yes. And he also did talk about the fact that in his view and perspective, elections were majorly smooth. It was a smooth flow of elections. Of course, there are pockets here and there of he recognized that, which I think is a good thing on the side of the NRM, but he made mention of the fact that elections were smooth. And he talked about the usual noise, and I'd love to get your perspective first, Joan, before I come to Robert. He talked about the usual perspective we have of Kampala. It's not NRM, it's typically opposition. And he explained that first and foremost, we need to recognize that Kampala pulls many people from different parts of the country to get jobs, for different reasons, as a way of growth in life. And many of them, of course, after getting whatever they get, they tend to go back to their homes and then come back for work. Like that. And he recognized that Kampala has a problem of social pressures, which they now plan in this next term to focus on solving the problems of the social pressures that bring many people into Kampala. Now, those many people that come due to social pressures are the people that make you think that Kampala has a lot of people that do not support the NRM party, yet in actual sense, these people eventually leave town and leave the actual people who vote to stay in town, and the numbers will still tell you otherwise. What do you think of that perspective?
Of course, he's very right. He used the word a magnet. Kampala is a magnet. You know, a magnet attracts a lot of things. But according to the manifesto of the NRM candidate, flag bearer, that is Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, for this specific election, he mainly focused. The focus areas included consolidating peace and security, accelerating wealth creation and job opportunities through agriculture, industrialization, ICT and services, as well as other developments like in the energy sector, in transport. I happened to be one of the people who went and tried to evaluate the effectiveness of PDM in Mutongo and Luzira. And Mutongo is one of the wards with so many people in Kampala. Kampala has over 4.5 million people. And I really noticed a change, an improvement in the livelihoods of people because under the NPD4, there is improving livelihoods from subsistence economy to a commercialized economy by the NRM government. And this, I think, has attributed to what we are seeing right now as the results compared to other candidates from other political parties. And of course, the results, as he said, they are waiting for the declaration of the results from the Electoral Commission, especially from Kampala, the 5 divisions that make up Kampala for the MPs and also from the presidential candidates, because it's really a big one. But from what he said, I completely agree, and I do concur with him. Previously, people did not really understand maybe the NPD4 or what the government, the NRM government, was trying to do in a bid to improve our livelihoods. And I was talking to someone as they were saying, you know, people in the villages really support NRM. And I'm like, it is because these people have immensely benefited from the projects of the government. And for us, the town dwellers, we have benefited, but at times we do not want to admit. I've seen a lady who, I'm forgetting the name, but she was in Moto, Luzira actually, and what the PDM has done for her. And I doubted she would not vote for the NRM. Yeah, so it has done a tremendous job in improving livelihoods of people,
Right.
and maybe it accounts to what we are seeing now from the results, election results with the MPs and also the presidential candidate.
All right, so Robert, let's get your 2 cents on that. The population pressures, rather the social pressures that indeed attract Kampala, becoming a magnet of Kampala that attracts many people due to social pressures, a lie that could seem like the numbers of those that don't support the NRM party are less. What do you have to say to speak into that statement?
Well, I want to first note that when you follow election partners, not only here in
Robert,
Uganda,
just a second to interject your base. I said NPD, but it's supposed to be NDP, National Development Plan.
Which is actually NDP 3.
Yeah,
Because
3
that
and 4.
it's,
3 and 4. So I think because of NPD somewhere, National Prayer Day, and then National Development Plan, my mind.
okay,
Yeah.
that's why I looked at and I was like, lady, note this. Now, coming back to what Julie asked, when we look at the pattern of elections globally, urban centers are predominantly opposition. When you look at people who reside, and it comes back to what the Honorable has explained, because people come from other parts and concentrate here. Now, when they concentrate here, you find that they have so much needs. And for Uganda, it's worse, reason being that a big population of the country are youth. Now, these are people who are at the age of struggling to establish themselves. Now, if services are not satisfactory, they may find it very hard to vote for the government in power, for the party in power. Because for some countries where maybe the percentage is a bit older, that means they have, with age, they have been able to do quite a number of things and amass wealth. So it is what Honorable Richard Odonga has said, and I believe the shift, like my counterpart said here, is because of the different initiatives that NRM has done under the leadership of President Yoweri Museveni. The youth livelihood, we have the youth empowerment scheme, we have skilling, the skilling of the girl child, the boy child. Now look at a situation where these young men and women are trained in practical skills. They are given machinery, and away from machinery, they're even given money. I remember just after UBC, and next to us is a training center for the girl child. These young girls are
Skilling
trained,
the Girl Child Initiative.
Yes, initiative. Then even after, they're given 1 million as startup capital. They are given various initiatives. Now, it could be very hard for that girl, if in the right senses, for that youth, not to vote for NRM. I think NRM has identified the challenge, they have worked on it, and they are still working on it.
And when you look at the progress report for 2025-2026, as they were launching their manifesto there in Munyonyo, the report indicates that by 2024, actually, the completion of these projects, it was at 86% before we headed for the...
Profound at that indeed. And now at 8 a.m., we'll be having a conversation with the Global Peace Ambassador, that is Milton Kambura. He'll be definitely having this conversation with Robert Cherabonyonyintono to talk about peace after elections. And before 8, we'll spare some time to pay homage to the late Honorable Geraldine Namirembe Bitamazire. But as we begin to close this conversation of what Honorable Richard Todwong talked about with Timothy, let's talk about the campaign message. This time round, protecting the gains. And he made mention of the fact that for every rally that the president, the incumbent, the candidate, pardon me, let me use the right
We understand,
English,
we understand, yes.
For every rally that the candidate Museveni held to campaign, he made sure that he spoke only of the gains. He gave a report. He was just giving a report. And if you look at the campaign slogans that have been thus far in the former election cycles, looking at, we can start from as near as 2011 2011 was prosperity for all. And 2016 was steady progress, taking Uganda to modernity through job creation and inclusive development. 2021, do I remember what 2021 had? 2021, I think I forget what 2021 had, but coming to 2025, 26, it's protecting the gains. What do you think of the slogan, the theme that has carried on and has been a center of conversation for NRM's campaigns?
First, I want to say it was well thought of, because for the last 40 years, of course, there is so much that has been achieved. Not to say there are not challenges, but there is so much that has been achieved. When you look at what our budgets, how the budget has been improving in terms of ability for domestic funding, we are not yet there yet, but at least you see the improvements. When you look at the road network, no doubt when we look at the peace, we are now exporters of peace. You know, not importers, but exporters of peace. When you look at how many children are dying before the age of 5, how many mothers were dying, when you look at how many mothers now give birth under supervision or hands of a medical. So there is so much now. You need to tell the people that much as there is much that has not yet been done, but we need to protect what we've achieved so far. Because if you don't protect what we've achieved, then you won't achieve more, because you'll be losing what you've achieved. That's why when we talk about protecting the gains, protect the peace. When you come out and burn tires and destroy that road, when you throw stones at infrastructure that has been developed. I saw one, God save me, that word I was going to use, thank you, who was trying to disorganize cameras, traffic lights, you know. At the end of the day,
you're the taxpayer.
You're the taxpayer, and money will be spent to have that in place. So
then you complain about government expenditure.
Then you complain about government expenditure. Yet at the end of the day, money that would be used to do other things. So I think it was worth it, and to many who understood it. Of course, you had those who were questioning which gains. But
whose gains?
Whose gains? I asked
gains,
one.
I know, right?
Gains. I asked one. By the time we were growing up, please don't take offense, I'm giving this as an example. There were very many people who were crippled because of polio. Brother Rator and people who have been around knew this. You would walk, polio, 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 polio. Today, as we speak, you get this vaccine for free. Actually, one of the problems in managing success that many who would have died are now alive because of government's initiative for free vaccination. So that is already a gain, one would say. So if you can't see the gains that were protected, maybe look at yourself. Maybe you will be deformed or have an issue somewhere. But because of these gains, so you protect those as well. So I think it was well thought of.
Right.
But also the fact that President Museveni's campaigns were slightly unique. As the NRM candidate, most of our brothers and sisters in the opposition, their campaign was so much on pointing what hasn't been done and criticizing the government in power. Not telling people what they are going to do.
What the alternative is.
Or what they are going to do. You would see one gets abusing, verbal artillery, you know those things. Yet this man gets there and takes you back in history. What this country was. What has been achieved so far. And what is going to do in case you find him as your favorite candidate. Now, the messages, for you're telling me Judy is bad, look at how she's dressed, Robert is a short man, now you see he wants this, that. Now this one is coming and telling me, no, when you give me your vote, I'll do this for you, I'll do this for you. So that, I think that also really made things different.
Very profound. Now I wonder why, if Robert being a short man was a statement that we had to chew on, but let's move on to paying homage to the late Honorable Namirembe Bitamazire. I would love to believe that the three of us here at least have been educated Mumulembe Gwa Bita and Bukenya at that, you know, where we've done education cycles under the Right Honorable Honorable Namirembe Bitamazire as the Minister of Education. Now, just a fact file, she was born on July 17th, 1941, and graduated with a diploma in education from Makerere University in 1964. She was a very ambitious woman, never married immediately after university, but rather concentrated on building her career. And Bitamazire later graduated with a Bachelor of Arts in 1967, a certificate in education and administration in 1971, and later got herself a master's degree in education in 1987. Eventually, she got married at 31 and had 7 children and continued to build her career. And professionally, she served as director of East African Railways and Harbors from 1971 to 1973, taught at and served as head teacher of Tororo Girls School from 1971 to 1974. And as a teacher, Bitamazire taught girls about their rights as women and gave them practical lessons on how to survive in a patriarchal world. When she left Tororo Girls, Bitamazire served as the senior education officer at the ministry 1974 to 1979 before becoming the education minister between 1979 and 1980. Then thereafter appointed deputy chairperson of the Teaching Service Commission from 1981 to 1996 before bouncing back into active politics as the Minister of State for Primary Education in 1999. Bitamazire also served as Mpigi District Woman MP from 2001 to 2011, and in July 2013 was appointed as Chancellor of the Uganda Management Institute, UMI, by President Museveni, a position she held until 2021. What a stature of service.
Actually, we remember when we mentioned many of the women that have inspired young girls in this country to join politics, to pursue their career. You talk about the likes of Geraldine Namilembe Bitamazire, one of the women that I remember when we were in school, when young girls were being told to study very hard, to stay focused. And so she's one of the ladies, the icon ladies we can talk about in this country that have empowered the girl child through their struggle, through their actions. And young girls, many women looked up to Bitamazire because they would mention, be successful, a young girl can be useful. Look at Bitamazire.
You can marry and have a career.
Yeah, she's in the area of the likes of Rebecca Kadaga, the women that look up to, Maggie Chigozi, Bitamazire. Those ladies that during the girl, of course now the girl child has reached some levels where you have so many now women in key places, but by those days they weren't so many.
Hard, yes.
It wasn't so many. So the likes of Bitamazire, away from what she gave to this country, the field of education, and wherever she worked, she was an icon,
indeed,
an inspiration for many.
John, in just a minute or two, what are your words of homage?
I think she played a vital role in the introduction of UPE. She was very vocal, which has helped a lot of Ugandans and also curb illiterate levels that up to now, UPE is just advancing. It's not having a setback. So with the girl child, Robert has mentioned it, because when you look at especially Zawandira Kazibwe, they're in the same league almost. And I think it is really a pity that we've lost her, but her legacy lives on, because UP is still here and it's not going anywhere.
She has served well.
Yeah.
Well, may you rest in peace, Honorable Namilembe Bitamazire. Clearly, many of us have gone through your generation and have been empowered by you as a woman, and a woman who is empowered for other generations, for a better Uganda, for God and my country. Now, up next is Robert Chirabo Nyonyintono, indeed with Milton Kambura, to talk about peace, especially after this election.
known. The final results by the Electoral Commission will be out. Of course, as more results of members of parliament who have won are coming in, and we'll be giving you that as results come in. But many are so far jubilating, and of course many are now wondering how Ugandans decided not to give them their vote, despite having put in a lot of effort. I'm Robert Chirabo Nyoyintono, and with me I have the Global Peace Ambassador Milton Kambura with me, with whom we are going to discuss peace after elections. We had the campaign time, seeking, canvassing, trailing this country to convince Ugandans to vote for that particular candidate. We had the polling day for presidential and members of parliament, both the elect and woman member of parliament. That was done and dusted. Now here we are today waiting for the final results, which are a must today. But how do we ensure that even when this happens, we have a peaceful atmosphere? Good morning, Kambura, and welcome to the studios.
Good morning, my brother.
Good morning to you.
Good morning. And our viewers, I thank you for keeping peace. And as I said, please keep peace, because it is the foundation for economic prosperity. It's the foundation for stable families, but very important. Without peace, our children cannot go to school. Even the media cannot deliver its human rights. So I want to say, please, Ugandans, you have spoken. And so the candidates must listen and respect the power of the people. That's what we call people power. People power means the people voting, means they can remove you from that chair and then put a new one. They can decide that you remain in office. And I want to congratulate those who have won elections. Now it's time to go and visit your competitor and say, hey guy, man, woman, I think it's time to combine our manifestos and build our country. That's very important to us. And the religious leaders have done their work. Peace, 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 peace. And I think we are a model in the region. And I think our clan leaders are also doing the same. The kings are doing the same. And you're doing the same. UBC TV. And I thank the management.
Milton, when we talk about peace at a time like this, we know defeat is not easily accepted. We've had some that have lost at parliamentary level contesting the results, saying, I'm not content, I was reached. We've had those that have won, yes, congratulating or commending the Electoral Commission for a job well done. Now, at such a time, tensions are high because we commercialized our politics. People have invested hugely. It's been more like a business to invest for certain people. And they have lost. At such a time, we have supporters, those who are rest assured that it's their candidate and nobody else. Their candidate eventually may not make it, or already for parliamentary, has not made it. Telling such hearts, broken minds, some don't know even what is next, to maintain peace. I want you to speak to them.
What I know is Ugandans are not ready to go to the wars of the past. I love that. Ugandans are peaceful people. And historically, Ugandans know that Obote just manipulated Kabaka. Idi Amin came over through, using a coup, removed Obote. Of course, elections of Obote tried to manipulate them, and Museveni went to the bush for those things. Ugandans have always portrayed peaceful people. And I know even when they are dissatisfied, they will not go to war. They will not go to the bushes. We want to expedite and exploit the constitutional means where peace has been reserved for those who are detested, those who feel the elections were not fair, those who think they were abused, and they will go to the courts of law. And so I pray that the Minister of Justice, the judges, our Lord justices in the magistrate courts, in the High Court, and the Court of Appeal, please, please, the only gap that gives breathers, that gives alternatives for quick and timely justice to our politicians who could actually become or erupt like a volcanic mountain on our population. Please, every MP that feels dissatisfied, please, there is a way that the Constitution provides, and you have a right to gather all your evidences and starting even tomorrow to go to the court of law. And so the courts of law will start immediately to work on your cases and justice will be given to you. But then it is very important, you must also think about yourself. Is it true that I did not win election? But also it is very important, lastly on this point, to accept defeat. Ugandans, it is a long time ago when people used to say, you will get ashamed. No, people have spoken. Maybe somehow it is an opportunity that then you can do a SWOT analysis. Maybe you didn't speak well. Maybe you didn't have a good manifesto. Maybe the opposition, somehow they were divided, as you know. They were divided, they had internal bickering, pulling each other down, Yet some of your competitors in NRM are consolidating peace. They are consolidating certain programs of PDM. So somehow we got to understand and realistically look at the weaknesses and appreciate what programs do we have as opposition. When we are pulling each other down, we are agitating that one, no, the other one, they have lost. Many of them I'm hearing they have lost. Even the best speakers, even the best opposers, even those that even fight blows in parliament, they have lost. Why? Because somehow those that would really win were pulled down and others were kicked out of NUP, others went over to form other new political parties. It takes time to win an election.
So you're calling for self-examination?
Self-examination.
Before you think you're unfairly treated, do self-examination.
Exactly.
Now, Milton, you talked about people going to court. Now, I want you to figure in and understand these two categories of Ugandans that we have. We have the youth, and these are mostly the diehards to some supporters. We have the candidates themselves that may go to court and, of course, have evidence and then file and all that. But what do you make of these youths? Because for them, they quickly rush to the streets. Yesterday we had some pockets, and I didn't see any candidate in this, neither parliamentary or presidential. You don't see them. But these youth that rush to bring buckets of garbage, to block roads, to stone, they are not. Are they just not aware that the candidate can go to court? First speak to them, because for them they don't wait. They are not concerned about you. If someone has been their candidate, he has lost, some of them will rush to such acts.
Unfortunately,
court is for the elite, it's for you that's people in suits.
Of course, you have said it, but I will oppose you on one point. The young people of this country, from last year to this year, we have done a good job. The young people that we used to see, the young people of this country, really, largely, they didn't stone police. There was no many riots. Actually, there was a total reduction of numbers of young people dying in an election. And I must thank the Uganda police. I must thank the UPDF, Kainerugaba MK, General. Thank you. I salute you for keeping the country safe from our enemies, external enemies, and defense gaps. They have been limited. And so I feel the young people need to really, for the first time, thank them. The young people, thank you for having had good character to defend your country, to vote peacefully, to go to the polling station. Yes, the machine delayed to work. It didn't work in many places. But you went back home and came back and voted. And so to come here on UBC TV and say, I should, they call it a sacrificial lamb. No, the young people this time were good. And many voted with their heads up. And that's why results, people are checking, what happened? No, the young people changed. The young people saw robust programming of the country. And the leaders, they were looking at who is talking about my future. Others were hiding under the carpet, talking good, good, good. And I like the president, Museveni, this time his campaign changed. He was even on the polling stations, rallies rather, actually educating the people. Even saying, yeah, we are wrong there, we will improve. That was good. Me, I like that. And so we were also seeing on the opposition just attacking, sending missiles, rocket propeller grenades, of saying stupid, idiot. Man, people seem to be saying, okay, and PDM worked. It was actually the litmus paper. And so this 1 million, I think we should increase it. Whoever will pass to Robert Kyagulanyi or Museveni, that PDM is making miracles in villages. Because now people are coming to actually listen who is increasing the PDM, who is accelerating value addition on agriculture.
My question to you was very clear.
Yes.
A message to the youth who their perception may not be caught, but quickly resort to issues of violence or actions of violence if they are candidates or if they feel not well convinced with the process. We've seen already some pockets in some areas. That was my question to you.
Nobody, I answered it by saying that no one is going to manipulate the young people because you have talked to them. Young people want to see their future. They want to visualize the future of artificial intelligence. So nobody's going to buy them. And actually, to show you a fact, 2021, many political leaders misused the power of the young people. And so it was evident, the chaos. But now, after listening to our messages and the robust programming of different speakers, the religious leaders, the kings, the media, many of them, they are saying, wait, but these people seem to be using us. So they are now asking tough questions. Yes, you want us to support you, but what do you have on the table that will propel my youthful energy to invent, to make cars, to make vehicles, to make clothes, to make shoes? So the politicians of the country, many of them don't have answers. And that's why they are now being disappointed for the first time. Even though that shout in parliament with empty rhetorics must live and remain in the villages. And so new brand machinery of politicians, of leaders who can think of solutions are now coming in. So they feel tired of abusing. They want now new breed of leaders who are morally upright, who are innovative, and who have global spectrum of how do we Uganda be positioned as a $1 trillion economy by 2050. That's the rhetoric they are talking about. So whoever is weak, 2026 is going to become a Kasengeja of those that speak and those who implement what we call futuristic, disruptive economic solutions. That is, so nobody is going to ask the youth to join wars. No one is going to get even one younger man to go into rebel activities. And I call upon the young people, please listen to the Global Peace Ambassador. No one wants your future to be in your hands. It is you, only you, who has power with your future. And so listen to those who bring peace, because without peace you cannot even play football. You cannot go and play in Manchester. You cannot even make your innovation. You cannot even turn tomato into tomato sauce and bring to the supermarket. Look for those young people, fellow young people, and unite and create innovations and turn Uganda into the basket, a food basket for the world. And so nobody, don't listen to them. Report them to the police. Report them to your elders. Report them to your parents, mothers and fathers and uncles. We have no time to waste. Uganda has the youngest population in the world, second after Niger. So you cannot say we are young, the youngest. The youngest means being bright, being creative, being innovative, being ready to lead beyond, take over the country after these elders go.
Shifting away from the young people, now we want to go to the candidates at various levels. The politicians, many of them, of course, you've seen young lads come into politics, young ladies come into politics, but by and large, politics remains dominated by elder persons. Not old people per se, that those that are 60 and above according to our constitution, but even those still said, you find that because our politics requires injecting in some money, not so much of the young population at some levels like parliamentary have amassed the wealth that is needed, the monies that are needed. Even just being nominated is money.
Correct.
You know? So, what do you speak of the candidates for presidential who may not go through in case the NRM doesn't go through? What message should he speak? In case the NUP candidate doesn't go through, what message? In case the PFF doesn't go through, in case, so all the 8 candidates at presidential level, then all the candidates at various parliamentary level, what message now should they be preaching?
What you need to know is the compromise of the young people. They always compromised. We voted them. You'll remember 2021, we voted many of them. And I think NUP is going to have very reduced number in parliament. Why? Because people were seeing them being compromised. They were being corrupted, and they go with these book of feeders like this. In somewhere they are paid money, and so the people do not go. They don't want anymore being taken for a ride. So young people don't be compromised. If you go to parliament, now people have given you trust, and they have consolidated their belief, thinking that the bad condition they are in, when you go in, you will go to parliament and help parliament make laws. Then you are compromised, and so my work here is that, yes, sir.
I want you to listen to me carefully.
Yes, sir. I'm listening, sir.
When I'm asking
yes,
you.
Sir.
My question was, what message do you have?
Yes.
For the candidates
yes.
at all levels,
yes.
beginning with the presidential candidates,
yes.
at such a time like this,
yes.
where many may not go through, what message should they be passing out there? To elaborate this, I've seen candidates who lose, and then they come out and say, my supporters, in a later time, I'm going to declare my next step of action.
Yes, sir.
And the next step of action may not be a voice of peace. That was my question to you.
Your question, I am broadening it so that it's a full question. And in this context, the problem is that when people get into office, they become small gods. So that's what I'm trying to mitigate and try to curtail.
Is that the message they should be telling young people
The
now?
younger leaders, the leaders that have taken on this position, from the president to the LOC1, possibly very soon we'll have elections of the LOC1. Remain humble. That's what I'm talking about. Do not allow to be compromised, because the people have given you the power to influence peace and democracy and economic transformation. Some of them reach there and get compromised. And when they are compromised, we no longer have leaders. We have just empty heads being driven to nowhere and not talking about the people and their problems. So what I'm talking about here on the National Broadcasting Corporation Television, the national broadcaster, is that whoever is winning, whoever has won right now, go walk while you know you represent people who have given you that power. From the president, it means these 5 years, use them to unite Ugandans, to transform Ugandans. And so we will have a dream to turn this country into a $1 trillion economy. Does it mean just talking about it? No. It means every village must have industries. It must have value addition catalyst centers. We must have what we call incubation centers in schools, so that young people really read and write, study mathematics, physics, chemistry to produce products to go to the market. That's what I'm talking about. Turning 15 million young people into producers of jobs and innovations and end youth unemployment. So pray, Mr. President, I want to work with you these 5 years doing exactly that, to transform the country from over talking of your MPs and RDCs to incubating products from the villages to all supermarkets, so that 90%, my brother, of all products in the economy are made in Uganda, going to the world.
Let me just help myself at this. Well, at such a time when we have just had elections and waiting for the results to be announced by the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Justice Simon Byabakama, of which we are very sure that by 5 p.m. today, all Ugandans will have known who of the 8 will be the next president of Uganda. To the candidates, it's important right now at such a time that you preach the message of peace to your supporters. We came in this election knowing there must be a winner, there must be a loser. It wasn't a done deal that for you must win. Otherwise, we would not have an election. But we came in this knowing that it's you to convince the people to vote for you in power. Peace is more important than victory, because victory without peace is meaningless. Even if you got victory today, but you never, and we do not have peace, then it is meaningless. We won't achieve what Milton has been talking about. So candidates right now, preach the message of peace. Tell those young people that yes, we have lost, but let's remain peaceful as we pursue the arm of the law. If you are willing to go to court, if you feel, because the Constitution gives you that right, the message should be peace, peace, peace. Don't engage yourself in violence. These are the words that Candice should be speaking right now. Don't engage in violence. If things have not gone as we expected, we'll try another time. If you feel maybe there have been certain things, then tell them, let's wait upon court. Let's wait for the rulings of court. Help us gather the evidence so that when we go to court, we can win. We can have a case to present and defeat and claim our victory. That is very important because Uganda will not end with you today. So, Kambura, that was the message that I feel is very important for the candidates at such a time.
And you see, peace is it has segments. That's why we are in war with the global north. And so to sustain the peace we are talking about today, the economy must be fixed. And so that businesses and investments become catalysts for peace. Because to achieve total peace, there must be an understanding that that is an outcome of what me and you are doing. We will talk about it. Yes, we have to talk about it. It has to be part of our culture. And so I feel at this particular time, the Kabaka of Uganda, for example, should have a press conference. And so he's talking about the things, for example, you're talking about. The king of Fort Portal, all the press conferences for all the MPs, whether they lost or they won, that is the message. And so when we move on with the peaceful message, it has to be the real blood, the lifeblood of our politics. And so I believe Bobi Wine did it well. Do you know why he did it well? We saw him saying, please remain peaceful. I want to thank Chagulanyi Robert, Honorable Robert Chagulanyi, for having in his campaigns to have really appreciated and say, please, my brothers and sisters, let's campaign peacefully. And I believe the outcomes of these elections, you will believe and trust in the outcomes. And so the roadmap is clear, the president is clear, all the presidential candidates are clear, but then it ends with the spiritual realm. How God is going to keep Uganda together is the most important. All tribes, all religions, all political divisions, and that culture has to go down now, translated in how a Mukonjo can work with a Mchiga to open a company. That's where it begins. That is where now it can be translated.
Now, going back to the topic of the day, our viewer, we are looking at maintaining peace after elections. Now, two things happen. We've looked at the message that those that may have not made it should be passing on. But at such a time also, we do find that how people manage success is very, very important. We know some that have already been declared as members of parliament. I was watching a couple of interviews and I've seen some criticizing those that they have been contesting with and have defeated. Say, yeah, this was automatic, this was weak, that was weak. I've seen some supporters coming out and saying, we told you we would defeat you, and now you're going to see what we promised.
Yeah, they didn't fire.
So for those that have emerged victors in these elections, of course, for presidential, we are still waiting, but we know by closure of business, today that is 5 p.m., just a humble reminder to you, you have known who the president of Uganda for the next 5 years is going to be. So, managing success, how should we, to avoid conflict at such a time?
Yeah, managing success, but also managing defeat. Because we must have a reform. In some country, they tell you that before we give you permission to go and campaign, please first sign here that you will also accept defeat. I think we need that in our laws. So that as you write your victory speech, you must also write the losing speech. That is very critical. So those of you who have won, I guide you that do not exaggerate because you have just started work. Your celebration means that you bring those people that you have been competing with on a round table and smile together because you have all won. Anyway, even someone to come and compete with you is a step forward to show that that person loves his country, her country. So he's not an enemy, he's a developing partner. To make sure it is actually this time, 5 years, you should actually encourage him to make sure his or her eyes are on you, so that he monitors you, he evaluates your performance, so that 2031, you come back and again compete for the same position. It's good, it's really good, and it is good to take yourselves out to Serena Hotel, to any Kafunda around, and you go drink some sodas, and we want to see some level of maturity this time. This time I want to see Kyagulanyi Robert Honorable and President Museveni and all the presidential candidates. I want to see a dinner, a presidential candidate dinner, where all the leaders, regardless of who won and who lost. No, in this game, it is win-win. Every and each one of you is a winner. All of you want to serve Ugandans. And so it is not by force that you should actually tell Uganda, I must pass through, I must lead you. No, it's really service, it's volunteerism. You volunteer, it's not business. And so if it's not business, why do you have ego in it? Why do you put beef in it? It's all about smiles, laughing, and wishing each other well. And because he has won, it means you who competed with him, you have also won. Just bring your manifesto and host him in your sitting room. Say, hey, we competed together. I lost, but I'm hosting you in my home. Let's come and share meal. And so through that, you pray for each other. You call a religious leader, a sheikh or a bishop, to pray for you, two of you, because you represent that community. You are the leaders of the community. And so the best advisor actually would be that person who competed with you. And so I see here Museveni, I see Kyagulanyi being an advisor of the president Museveni, whoever wins or Museveni becoming the advisor of Kyagulanyi. Yes, tolerance and embracing
well,
and dialogue.
in the interest of our topic, I want to make a clarification, and that is from the police spokesperson. There are rumors of false information circulating that Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, the National Unity Platform candidate, has been arrested from his home. Police has clarified that these are false. Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu is at his home and has not been arrested at all. So such information is wrong. Please disregard it. It is false. Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu has not been arrested. He is comfortably at his home, according to police spokesperson. Now, and at this point, I want to bring in security as we talk about peace. How should security maintain the situation? I want to give you an example. This morning when I was coming to work at around 4:30, I passed through Machindi because usually I pass through Machindi. Now, when I reached, how can I direct this? You come from Entebbe Road, you go through Machindi, that is Katwe Police Station, and you have to reach around Chicken Tonight. There's a petrol station there, Shell, and of course that is around the barracks. So I found a roadblock. I was stopped. And of course, at such a time, heavy presence, and when I was stopped, I was told to turn back. I introduced myself, I gave them my my workplace ID, and they let me through. Again, as I was coming to the end of Machindi, I found another roadblock. And again, I was stopped. I told them, well, I'm so and so, this is my national ID, and they allowed me to pass through. But of course, shortly after that, I met some border young boys, about 300 or 400, like that. Oh, young guys, you know, so, and one told them, but you see, I had to even reduce the speed. Because I was like, these guys may, in case they make how steady am I to go through this? So, security played a very, you see, it was a roadblock, it was restricted, but at least you would see that they were very humble, very calm, asking, who are you? Remember, for us bikers, there are those jackets we put on, helmets and all that. You may be a scare to someone, but at least you would see that. Please identify yourself and pass through. At such a time, how should security agencies handle the situation? I know you're not an expert, but at least you can speak on this as well.
You are talking to a former commander in Middle East, so I know what I'm talking about. In chaotic times. And so I really wish that the CDF and the IGP continue to actually take control of the situation in the country, because Ugandans are peaceful. I've started with it. Ugandans are peaceful. They don't need to be provoked, to be seen as if they are enemies, or maybe they are going to do this. No, Ugandans have loved this nation for 40 years, and you have seen it. And so those roadblocks can be there possibly for reducing any possible situations. The intelligence can say, hey, those young people in this community, or maybe in front there could be something boiling up. And the next 5 years, it could really turn chaotic. Or there could be an installation, a government installation or security installation, which they do not want that maybe you pass through that road. So it's very good that our Ugandans respect the security procedures. If they say stop, stop. You are not, so if you provoke security and you just run, they will say you're a terrorist and possibly you're carrying a bomb. So the situation is really very tricky. Do not, and I repeat it, those who are listening to this television, do not provoke security by being show that you're in a hurry, that you cannot introduce yourself. Introduce yourself. It's actually good for your safety, because maybe in the next junction, maybe there could be Al-Shabaab. Maybe there could be somebody at night who broke into people's cars and they are trying. Maybe there is a suspect. And so keep calm as usual. Ugandans respect leaders. To show you that Ugandans respect leaders, look at how Museveni has actually neutralized the use of the presidency. And now people call him Judge. Can you imagine? Have you seen the title called judge in the Constitution? It's actually ridiculous. Some people out there say, but how do you, but it is culture. These Ugandans are cultured. And that's why all over the world, they say Ugandans are loving people. They have the best reception in the whole world. So you, the police officers, also on your side, know that Ugandans are different people from all over the world. They love, they listen, they respect, they are humble. So why would you, from a broken family, some of those guys come from broken families, and so you are stopping somebody's trying